Good morning, everyone. Welcome to TAO's 2021 Annual Cybersecurity Summit. I'm Skip Newberry, President and CEO, and it's nice to see so many of you joining us today. A few quick Zoom reminders as we start. All participants have been muted. Please remain on mute unless a TAO staff member unmutes you and calls on you to talk. We'll welcome you to join us on camera during today's event so that our panelists can connect with the audience. And we realize we have a lot of sessions today, so folks will be coming in and out, and that's okay. We've really built in multiple breaks throughout the day so you can get caught up, stretch, grab snacks, take a walk, and then join us back. Also, as you join us today, please add your company name to your Zoom name by clicking on the menu button on your own picture and selecting Rename. I'm joined today by several members of the TAO staff, including Kara Turano, Ruthie Ditzler, Riley O'Brien. And if you have any questions, comments, or challenges during today's event, please feel free to direct those to any of the aforementioned staff members or to the TAO admin in Zoom. I encourage you to engage with us on social media. There's a human behind our Twitter and LinkedIn accounts, and it's Ruthie. We refer to her as our own social media wizard on the TAO team. Our handles are on the slide, and we love to see key takeaways that participants post about our events. It also helps others learn more about our community events as well. Please note we're recording today's session and we'll have it uploaded to you on our YouTube channel within 24 hours. I'd like to thank our sponsors for today's event for your generosity and flexibility as we've navigated the challenges of COVID and the event planning that goes along with that. It's not been easy. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Mastercard, of course, and to our supporting sponsors, Converge One, eSentire, and Fortinet. And thank you to OMEP for being our promotional partner in the manufacturing space. We've got lots of exciting stuff I think we'll be working on with them in 2022. I'd also like to share a short video from Senator Ron Wyden, who wasn't able to join us in person. Frankly, none of us were able to join each other in person either. But he was gracious enough to put together a video for us beforehand. And we want to thank the Senator for his support and commitment to the technology sector, and also some of these important issues related to cybersecurity we'll be discussing today.
Good morning and welcome to the Technology Association of Oregon's 5th Annual Cybersecurity Summit. While I can't be there in person, I'm thrilled to be able to be part of this virtual kickoff. As many of you know, I've been a longtime advocate of all things cybersecurity. Unfortunately, it seems like not a day goes by the American people aren't waking up to another headline about a new cyber attack or breach of personal privacy. The shutdown of the Colonial pipeline earlier this year by cyber criminals highlights an enormous problem. Too much of our infrastructure today relies on companies that have computer systems that are vulnerable to hackers. I've been working in the Senate to hold companies accountable and force them to secure their computer systems. Today, you're going to hear from industry experts from around the state and the nation. I hope you'll attend as much of this summit as possible and engage in these discussions. They are discussions critical to protecting our communities in Oregon and nationwide. And I want to give a couple of special thank yous to Skip Newberry, Kara Turano, and Charlie Kawasaki, and the team at the Technology Association for Oregon, who put together this summit at a critical time when stories of cybercrime affecting American citizens' daily lives are just too frequent. In the meantime, know that I'll keep using my post on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence to keep pushing and demanding better cybersecurity standards to protect American families. I look forward to working with all of you in the days ahead, and all the best for a successful event.
So, next up, we have our MC for the day, Charlie Kawasaki. Charlie serves as a member of the TAO Board of Directors. He has a long career in technology, including 16 years of serving as the CTO of Packstar. It's the role he recently finished up following Packstar's acquisition by Curtis Wright. He's an expert in a variety of technologies and a passionate promoter of cybersecurity through a variety of volunteer roles. I don't know how he does it. In addition to founding the Northwest Cyber Camp to address the shortage of cybersecurity professionals, Charlie serves on the executive committee of the Industry Advisory Board for OSU's Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department, as well as in Oregon Research and Teaching SOC advisor, Security Operations Center advisor. Charlie is an advisor for the Mount Hood Community College Cybersecurity Program, on the leadership board of the Cybersecurity Collaboration Forum, and vice chair of the Oregon Cybersecurity Advisory Council. Today, Charlie is going to serve as our MC, and so without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Charlie.
Thanks, Skip. It's my pleasure to be your host for today's event, and I appreciate all of you spending your Friday with us. I'm going to add a couple of quick housekeeping reminders. We will leave time for Q&A for each session. Please direct your questions to the TAO staff, Kara Toronto or TAO admin. Kara is also serving as our timekeeper today, so when she appears on screen, we'll have about a minute left of each session. As we start, I'd like to offer just a few thoughts on the current state of cybersecurity. What may be less obvious to some of you is how vulnerable many of our organizations are, including local government, tribal, critical infrastructure, K through 12, nonprofits, and small business. At TAO and with many of our collaborating organizations, we're working to improve upon this situation. In particular, one critical item we must address is the lack of trained, qualified cybersecurity experts. Today, we have 4,000 unfilled cybersecurity job openings in Oregon, and our underfunded cybersecurity educational institutions and programs can't keep up with the demand. Over the last few years, they have not grown in proportion to the growing demand, and as a result, organizations of all types are having difficulty affording, attracting, and retaining staff. Because we're going to hear from an esteemed group of industry and public sector experts, I'm going to keep my remarks short today. I believe our experts will illustrate the seemingly ever-increasing cybersecurity attacks across all sectors in Oregon, along with best practices, new approaches, and recommendations for things you can do to help yourself and your community. Our first expert today is Teresa Massey, Cybersecurity Advisor with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. She'll kick us off with a 10-minute view of the current state of cybersecurity. Teresa, take it away.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm super excited to be here today. We've got a fabulous lineup of speakers and topics. So thank you to everyone who's joining us. So hopefully I'm Teresa Massey. I'm the Cybersecurity Advisor for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, specifically with the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA. And so there's a little bit about me. I'm in Region 10. I'm out of Oregon, out of Salem. So I'm happy to work with folks in this area. Next slide. So CISA, one of the things that we really want to say, and I know, I'm from the feds, I'm here to help, but I think it's really important for folks to have hopefully a better understanding of what CISA is trying to accomplish. We're getting great support from Congress and the Senate. They see cybersecurity as being just a national and indeed international priority. So that's important for all of us to know. They're working really hard, coming up with a lot of different programs and training and funding, et cetera. So I think that's encouraging, hopefully for all of us. And CISA really sees itself as the vision is to secure and resilient infrastructure for the American people. And so we span all of the 16 critical infrastructure that CISA has identified. And of course, that's everything from finance to energy, et cetera, et cetera. And we really want to lead the nation's effort to understand and manage risk to our critical infrastructure. I mean, this is huge for us. We have seen this with the Colonial Pipeline and the ramifications of what can happen when one organization is affected and there's that downstream impact on other organizations. So it's really, really important at a national level for us to be aware of that. And one of the things CISA really wants to emphasize is sharing. Sharing on our part from the federal government to get information out there as quickly as we possibly can so that folks have a heads up so they can be proactive. And also, we need information from the ground, right? From all of those different organizations. We all want to be the first to know, but how are we going to be the first to know if we don't share that information? So we really are encouraging organizations to, maybe there's a fear of sharing with the feds. What I will tell you is we take your information that you share with us as seriously as we take our own, and we don't share who it is, so we never attribute, but we will aggregate. Now, something like Colonial Pipeline, everybody's going to hear about, but I mean, if you have something going on, you can let me know, you can let CISA know, so that we can decide, what do we need to do? Do we need to, give you some guidance? Do we need to contact a vendor and tell them they need to develop a patch? Do we need to send out a national alert and give folks a head up and some guidance? So we really, really want to encourage people to work with us and to share with us, because that way we're all going to be stronger. And Charlie's going to cut me off soon if I don't keep going here. Next slide. Okay, so cyber threats, and I know you've heard about all of these, and I apologize for the small type here. So we all know about ransomware. There's probably hardly any organizations that in some way, shape, or form have not been affected. And if you haven't been, you probably will be. So I mean, it's the most prevalent out there. We're all aware of it. It's scary because of what it can do. It's scary because your business can grind to a halt. People are asking you to give them money. It's just, there's a lot of stuff going on with there. And then there's of course all the other malware that's out there. And I'm not going to go through every one of these. Then we've got our general advanced persistent threats, our APTs, that are out there. They will continue to be out there. Folks are just getting more sophisticated. The stealth is increasing. 0 days are increasing. So we just need to be aware of that. And then finding threats to external dependencies. So many times, we have seen where there have been significant or even smaller breaches where it has actually come through a third party. And so we need to be very cognizant about our working relationships, who's coming in, what do they have access to, what kind of security controls are in place, what have you got in your contracts, etc. This is really, really important. And sometimes it's a facet of our cybersecurity program that maybe we haven't focused on as much as we should. So next slide. So resilience, this is something that hopefully will resonate with everybody. We need to be as resilient as possible. And we realize that can vary depending on what kind of organization you're in, what kind of funds you have available, what your resources are. It's not going to be the same for everyone. But what we want organizations to really consider and put into practice is to have the best security controls in place that you possibly can. To be monitoring your systems on a regular basis, being able to identify, if something looks a little sideways, contain it. And the bottom line is really to get back up and running again as quickly as possible. Because every organization, and that's of course the theme of this Cyber Summit, everybody's a target. It doesn't matter how big or small your organization is. It doesn't matter what line of business you're in. It doesn't matter where you're located. And we're targets as individuals. I mean, lots of people also receive ransomware personally, et cetera. So we recognize that, and we just want to build that resilience, because there's no silver bullet. There's no silver bullet to say, just do this and you don't need to worry about anything. We're always going to need to worry. We just need to be able to get back up and running as quickly as possible. Next slide. So being resilient. So implement security, cyber best practices. CISA has what they call a not best practices list, because they just like to be different, kind of mix it up a little bit, and that's okay. But I know all of you are familiar with this. Sometimes it's just good to put it. It's, what I call just good cyber hygiene. It's just almost kind of the meat and potatoes of what you need to do, because sometimes if you just do that, bad guys will move on to the next target. If you leave your door open, somebody's likely to come in. So all of these things, pick a framework, pick any framework, NIST, whatever, and stick to it. At least it gives you some kind of guideline and grounding. Obviously, the ongoing network monitoring. You can't just do it 9 to 5, 5 days a week, because guess what? It's 24/7 for everybody. You've got to have your user awareness and phishing exercises, segment your system, secure your backups, because sometimes you think, oh, I don't care if I have a ransomware attack, I've got my backups. Yeah, well, sometimes your backups are going to be encrypted too, and that's not going to be helpful. So you really need to understand, how that works. Implement multi-factor authentication. I mean, this is a basic. I mean, it used to be like, woo, kind of new and exciting, but it isn't anymore. That user ID and password just isn't going to cut it. So, and people are familiar with using multi-factor authentication. People are doing their online banking and they're, doing their shopping online. They kind of get how that works. So it's not quite as scary as it used to be. As I mentioned, due diligence with third parties, review the access and patch. People sometimes, I know they get busy and they got other things to do, but patching can be extremely critical, and it's often how bad actors kind of get into your system. And I really want to emphasize, and this is part of the resilience part, develop a cyber incident response plan. You have to have a plan. Believe me, if you have an incident and you don't have a plan, you're going to be running around trying to figure out what to do and instead of actually doing something that's useful. So have a plan, develop it and test it on a regular basis. Every single time you do that, there's going to be lessons learned, and those are absolutely invaluable to making your plan stronger. And I just want to take the opportunity for a little advertisement here to say that CISA has a lot of services that you can take advantage of there that are at no charge. So if funding and resources are an issue, please contact me and let me know, because we really, really do want to help kind of raise the bar for everybody from a cyber perspective. Next slide. Got to talk fast here. Charlie's going to give me the hook. There's a new CISA resource out there, and this just was announced on Wednesday. Hopefully you're all aware of it. It was a binding operational directive, which just means that all the federal agencies need to do this, but reducing the significant risk of known exploited, keyword there, exploited vulnerabilities, addresses the remediation of vulnerabilities being actively exploited. There are like thousands and thousands and thousands of vulnerabilities out there, but not all of them are being actively exploited. And that's what we want folks to focus on. Only 4% of the total number of CVEs have been publicly exploited. We know you can't do everything. No organization can do everything. So let's focus on what's going to be the biggest bang for the buck. So CISA has actually established a public catalog of exploited vulnerabilities that carry significant risk. And you can sign up for notifications when new vulnerabilities are added, and I mean this is publicly available. So go to CISA.gov if you want to find it. Contact me. I'll be happy to send you the information. But as I said, this just came out on Wednesday, and I hope it's going to be really, really helpful for organizations to take advantage of this. Let's try to focus, because we can't do everything, and we totally get that. The federal agencies can't either. Next slide. I think I'm finished. Hopefully I made my 10 minutes. So there's my contact information. I'm available. I'm here to help. So I'm from the feds. I'm here to help. So, please get a hold of me. I'm happy to talk to you about all the different resources that we have available, all at no charge, or visit CISA.gov. I mean, there's just, things on insider risk. I mean, there's lots and lots of areas that I think you would find helpful, and why reinvent the wheel? So anyway, that's it, Charlie. Did I stick to my timeline?
Yeah, Teresa, you did great. Thanks. And thank you so much for your incredible advocacy and contributions to the community to solve these problems. So next up, I'd like to introduce your morning keynote speaker, Vito Naza, Principal Cybersecurity Consultant with Converge One, who's going to discuss critical infrastructure and how our lives are affected by the hybrid war on cybercrime. Please welcome Vito.
Charlie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to share the screen here. I don't know if I have the capabilities for that. Here we go. All right. If everyone can see that, that'd be great.
Looks good.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. And Charlie, thank you so much, and Kara, for inviting us to this great event. I mean, being an advocacy of cybersecurity nationwide for Converge One, I talked to a lot of state agencies and a lot of school districts and different departments across the nation, and it's so important to understand the threats that are out there, and just the way to mitigate some of these threats to ensure that your security posture is staying intact. And I like your Charlie, I like your stat with regards to the unemployment rate for cybersecurity is at 0, folks. Gartner has stated that within North America, there are 3 million jobs from an analyst all the way to a CISO that cannot be filled because of lack of resources. And I'm telling you, I've talked to a lot of different schools across the nation, students, and the interest is peaking so much on cybersecurity because of the excitement that it's built with regards to understanding, the goings on in networking technology. And of course, I have to follow Teresa, but I mean, she covered a lot of what I'll be talking about a little more in detail. But I really like the ransomware with Ryuk. That I just want to pinpoint that's caused a lot of havoc with a lot of clients. Why? Because it's a polymorphic virus. It changes to adapt to the environment. So it's really a zero-day attack consistently. So it's all about understanding what's in your environment. The agenda today, I like to keep it loose, but obviously it's around critical infrastructure and talking about what has been going on the last, let's say, 20 years in critical infrastructure. How can we stop some of these attacks? And of course, the new emerging technologies that are out there, they're coming up, fast and furious to adapt to everyday life and to increase business analytics. But how about the threats that they're bringing to the environment? And we'll talk about, of course, the critical assets within your environment, enterprise risk management, and so on and so forth. Who am I? My name is Vito Notza. I've been in the industry well over 20 years. The first 6-7 years were about enterprise architecture, because to me, you have to understand how the ones and zeros move across your company to understand how to protect that data. The last 15 years in cybersecurity, auditing, assessing, being a forensic investigator, which to me was fun. Being an expert witness in court for certain cases that we were looking into. I mean, it's quite exciting. Big governance risk and compliant evangelist. I mean, to me, it all starts from the top. I mean, there's no reason putting in controls on you unless you understand your environment. I was lucky enough to achieve my master's in cybersecurity about 4 years ago. Currently doing my doctorate in real-time threat analytics. It's quite exciting. Multi-certified, of course, being in cybersecurity. Everything changes. It's never a set it and forget it. So you have to always update yourself. My wife calls me certifiable just because I have so many of them. She also calls me red alert because if you see my house, I have so many cameras. I live and breathe security, folks. That's usually how it is, I guess. So critical infrastructure. 6 months after one of the worst domestic attacks on this soil, 9/11, Osama bin Laden sent his warriors to universities around the world to study computer science. In 2010, Stuxnet, which we all know of, attacked programmable logic controllers that were set in a nuclear power plant in Iran. They increased and decreased the speed that the nuclear machines were running, which of course it was found out, luckily, or else we could have had a disaster. In 2013, General Martin Dempsey, then the Joint Chief of Staff, said to the president and his resources, we are now in a new war. It's called the hybrid war, where not only are we in a physical space, but the cyberspace is affecting our daily lives. So again, what's the beef with oil? Teresa talked about the Colonial Oil Attack. It affected 50 million Americans. And of course, it led to panic, refueling and resulting in shortages that were commonly experienced during a natural disaster. 50 million Americans, and people who drive, it's probably about a third of the US. Remember the news, it was a horrific time for individuals and people got into altercations trying to get gasoline. Why? Because of a ransomware attack. Or how about the world's largest meat producer, JBS? They were attacked. And what happened there? The increase in meat. But then again, look at it now with the supply chain going on. I'm sure you've noticed, your favorite New York steak or your tenderloin has almost doubled in price. And one of the biggest attacks, which was caught, thankfully, and this is how the ones and zeros in cyber affect physical, was at the Oldsmar water treatment plant in Florida. And this was this year, February of 2021. An individual hacked the system. And what they did was they increased the chlorine, which usually, you put chlorine into, potable water, which is drinkable water, to make sure that it is safe to drink. that person increased it 100 times. You could imagine the ramifications if an individual who had the proper tools in visibility across the network noticed that something was beyond the threshold, there was an anomaly within the system, and they stopped it before it could get worse. All these attacks have happened throughout the last 10, 15 years. Atlanta had a ransomware attack, and they wanted $80,000 for it. Now, unfortunately, the mayor of Atlanta said, I'm not paying for this. What happened was $10 million worth of tickets, of taxes, of whatever the case may be, could not be paid. So you think about it, they have control, hackers have control once they have control of your data. And the latest exploits is not just about holding it for ransom, but indicating if you don't pay the ransom, we're not going to put that information out in the dark web and make it public. And that's the fear that a lot of us across all the critical infrastructures have. So the biggest data breaches of all time, look at Yahoo, folks. 3 billion accounts were hacked, 3 billion out in the dark web. And you can read that all, but I'm going to focus on Equifax. Why Equifax, you ask? Because I'm a big T-Mobile client. I've been so for the last 10 years. And T-Mobile is a client of Equifax. I was informed in July of 2017 via a text that your account may have been breached if you did service between these dates. And of course I did. And then the next text was, you'll be getting 2 years free of Equifax monitoring. Well, isn't that funny? Equifax was breached, but now I'm getting 2 years free of Equifax monitoring. This is a classic example of supply chain risk management. I'll talk about a framework, and I know Teresa mentioned it, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. At the beginning of 2020, a sixth function or a sixth category was added to the first function of identifying, and it's supply chain risk management. Why? Because it's so prevalent to know who your partners' partners are, and if their security posture is the same level as what you expect yours to be. Some honorable mentions, which, of course, I want to mention Target. To me, Target is like the, unfortunately, the big gold standard of being breached. That was another third-party attack. But some honorable mentions, which in this list you really don't want to be honorable, is TJX. This is back in 2003, 2004, but what happened here was, and it's happened still to this day, individuals putting in rogue access points. They just plug in an access point because they want to access the internet without plugging in, to the switch itself. What happened here was individuals drive-by, they call it drive-by hacking, really. They looked into the access control, and they saw that the password in the admin was admin. I mean, really, change your passwords, folks. They got in, they went into a server, and they stole 50 million accounts that were sitting on a server, unencrypted, all containing fully visible credit cards. All 16 numbers were visible. Instead of masking the first 12 and just showing the last 4 for authentication purposes, they opened up everything and it was unencrypted. Why was TJX holding this information when in reality it should be out in the merchant? This is why PCI is so prevalent in the retail market. I just want to focus on a couple of these here. 85% of business assets are now in digital form. Way back when, like in the healthcare market, HIPAA had something called the privacy rule and also the security rule. But the big thing there was protecting paper documentation, ensuring it was filed properly, ensuring it was handled properly, and it wasn't shared beyond the individuals that should have access to it. But now it's all in digital form. So it makes it more difficult because how are you handling that data? Who has access to it? Where is it being stored? And of course, asking any C-level or board member, the cybersecurity risk is the first highest perceived business risk. A couple here that we can really look at, and of course one is really coming out at you, is the $8 trillion worth of cost of cybercrime by next year. This includes business interruption, response recovery, the expenses, and of course the impact on customer churn. I mean, Teresa mentioned business continuity plans, disaster recovery plans, incident response plans. If clients do not have this in place, how can we properly restore and recover when we are, not if, when we are breached? The issue here is a lot of companies aren't ready for a disaster or an incident. I was an auditor for 3 years, and walking into a lot of different companies, whether they be government entities, schools, Fortune 100s, Fortune 500s. The issue here is, show me documentation. I need to know, what have you been doing? And how many times people would point me to the shelf and say, "Oh, there's our DRP," and it was a binder with dust that was probably 3 years old that had never been re-looked at. Remember, security is never something that is just a set it and forget it. It's always a point in time. Things change. As vulnerabilities are entered into the ecosystem, you have to understand how that can be a threat to your environment. And of course, 3.86 million average cost per cyber breach. But here's the thing about customer churn. We all know about, again, Target. How about Home Depot? Home Depot was attacked, and individuals stole, I think at this point, it was over 120 million of credit card information. I was a Home Depot client. I used to go there all the time. I stopped going there, and now I go to Lowe's. Why? Because to me, I felt almost like Home Depot was not doing their due diligence to ensure that my information was being protected. If I do go to Home Depot, I pay cash. Again, red alert. I mean, cybersecurity every day. Understand where the threats are. The CI 16, the critical infrastructure 16, and all these aspects have a threat to them. I mean, Hollywood is Hollywood. However, if you've ever seen the movie Die Hard, Live Free or Die Hard, which I believe is the 4th installment, the big saying in that movie was a fire sale. Now, obviously, that's not something that's been used in different industries. However, a fire sale was to indicate that if the government was to lose 2, 3, or even 4 of their critical infrastructure operational abilities, that the nation would be in a standstill. Now, think about that for a second. Let's say we lose our water supply, transportation. How about if we lose our energy and financial? How can we go forward as a nation? Which is why it's so critical to ensure that if you are part of one of these 16, which odds are you are, that you do your due diligence and ensure that you follow compliance to keep your critical assets, that's key, your critical assets safe. So the 10 most cyber attacked industries over the past 5 years, no surprise, healthcare. That's the gold standard of any hacker. On the black market, an individual's healthcare information is worth $250 per account. As opposed to retail, credit card information is worth $50. Well, think about it. If you don't have insurance and you want to buy it on the black market because it was breached, you now have John Smith's information. You go to the doctor and you're now John Smith and you changed that information. Let's say the real John Smith was allergic to morphine. The doctor asks you, "Hey, is this up to date now?" And he goes, "Oh no, I'm not allergic to anything anymore. I guess my body composition changed, I'm good." Now the real John Smith gets into a big car accident. He's unconscious. He goes to the urgent care or to the hospital. They look up into the system because now, everything is all electronic. And they see that John Smith is not allergic to anything. And they administer morphine. And that individual is going to pass away. That's where the physical world now is blending in with the cyber world. That is where we need to ensure that all our data that we use is in fact secure and kept private. Excuse me. So executive orders, how do these come about? Obviously, there's a need for it. So when the general mentioned about the hybrid war back in 2013, he got that information from Homeland Security. Now, Homeland Security was originally created after 9/11 to ensure that our physical infrastructure was kept secure. However, through the times, CISA was created back, I believe, in 2018. However, before that, they started to look at the different critical infrastructures and how they could be attacked from a cyber standpoint. So of course, in 2013, Executive Order 13636 was created by President Obama, and it identifies and prioritizes standards and guidelines applicable across all sectors of CI. Again, 2018, CISA is created, and it's really about advancing the national security mission, reducing and eliminating threats to US critical physical and cyber infrastructure. The current Biden administration released an executive order on improving nation cybersecurity. And here's the issue here. All these can be created. It's about enforcing them. It's about companies actually taking them and using them. NIST has all sorts of frameworks. NIST Cybersecurity Framework, the 853. Also, if you're a government contractor, they have 80171, which is now CMMC, to ensure that you're doing right by your company and the people you're hiring, that there isn't a threat to one of the CIs that you're working with. You know, there's a story here that, it's one of those things where individuals really need to understand what the supply chain is carrying. Back in 2018, a Chinese company was manufacturing Cisco routers. They weren't Cisco routers. They looked like them. They acted like them. And they even had some semblance of an emblem on them that looked like a Cisco router. 5,000 of them were sold to American government agencies, Fortune 100s, and also different departments. Now think about this. It came from China, and it was not a Cisco router. What happened was there was an issue with one of the routers, and one of the techs decided to open one up. He noticed that there was an extra chip within that router. That chip later on was found out that it was exfiltrating data back to a place in Shanghai. Now, of those 5,000 routers, 3,200 have been taken out. That means there's still 1,800 out there because individuals who are still warned about it haven't had the time to get around to replacing them. That's scary. That's where our due diligence to ensure that we put critical infrastructure in place within every aspect of our business. So key activities. From a CISA standpoint, they put out identify and verify suspicious cyber activity. Understand the vulnerabilities within your industry, your vertical. Are you in healthcare? What's the vulnerability within healthcare? Which of course is not only collecting and handling data properly, but ensuring that patient care is kept intact. Or how about agriculture? Or how about transportation? Could you think about this? Transportation. What happens if an airline is breached? Now, they've already proven that they can breach the entertainment system within an airplane. What happens if they go further? This is where we have to ensure proper controls are in place to mitigate these threats. Now look at this, folks. Ransomware as a service. As a service, could you imagine? There's a script kiddie, and what those are like, the young 15, 16-year-olds in their mother's basement hacking away. And what they do is they go on the dark web and they look up some of these services that they can buy a ransomware a code. From that code now, they use that to put into a company. Because remember, we're a clicky society. We like to click links and we like to look at our emails and say, hey, I know this person, and they click it. Once you click it, ransomware now has infiltrated your environment. And the sad part is these 15-year-olds have no idea about the ramifications that this ransomware could have on a company. Stats here, CrowdStrike from Sophos, total ransomware revenue was around $20 billion last year, up from 11.5 from 2019. That is an $8.5 billion delta in 1 year. So if you don't think that this is big business, we're really wrong. We're wrong about that. That's for sure. Now, a threat model. Who are these attackers? Nation states are the #1 attackers, and these are nation states that are sponsored by their government. Now, you can mention China, you can mention Russia. It's all in the news. Iran, North Korea, but some that you might not know, like Iran, actually goes through China and uses China's IP addresses to attack the US. And it's been found. Why? Because Iran doesn't want to be directly responsible, so they alter their source of the attack. So if you're a hacktivist, and there's a lot of activists out there, but what they do is they employ hackers to do further threat to the cause that they want to show. What a hacktivist could do is they could do a DDoS attack. Now, if you know what a DDoS attack is, it's going to lessen the ability to service your clients because it's constantly attacking your servers. They do it via SYN floods. And of course, once it floods it, all these ports are now weakened. It's going to deny any kind of service. And what it does is it causes mayhem. Now, the beauty of a DDoS attack, if you're I don't want to say if you're a hacker, but myself, I've been a white hat hacker. And of course, sometimes you walk that fine line between, beyond black hat hacker, but, ethics pulls you back to the white side or, the force side, right? Is that while I'm attacking you via DDoS attack and you're busy trying to get your systems back up because of course it's operational detrimental to your operations. In the back door, I'm putting another virus in. So while this smoke screen is happening in a DDoS attack, I'm actually attacking you from another side and you're not even aware of it. Why? Because of lack of visibility within your environment. And not only does it cause mayhem, but a big one too is it devalues your brand. Regardless of what you're doing, if you're a retailer, if you're not in a hospital environment, and also if you're a department within a government agency, it's going to devalue your brand, and even your constituents going to say, what is going on here? My data is not being kept safe or secure. Emerging technologies, the new threat vectors. We all know about IoT, about IIoT, which is industrial, or IOMT, medical things, where we have proton pumps, we have heart monitors, and we also have morphine drips that are now, they were never meant to be on a network. They were always meant to be standalone, are now being shared within a network through an IoT basis. Why? Because of artificial intelligence and increasing patient care, collecting all this research data to further perhaps a cure. But all this information, unfortunately, in IoT, manufacturers who manufacture these devices are going on the cheap. They are not putting a lot of computational power into these devices. Therefore, these devices cannot encrypt your data. They cannot hash information to make sure that they're talking to the right destination. So what happens is people take advantage of this. Now, I don't know if you know this story, but there was a fish tank. Believe it or not, a fish tank that was sitting in a casino, and the casino was breached through this fish tank. How, you ask? There was a sensor within that tank, and it was sensing, it was a thermostat. It was an IoT device. And it was sending information back to the operations center saying the water within this fish tank is staying between the thresholds that we've set. So it's not going too warm, it's not going too cold, and therefore it's good for the fish. The problem is IoT device was never secured. So individuals got into the casino, hackers of course, and what they do is they do something called dwell time. And dwell time is 210 days. Now, for those of you who don't know what dwell time is, think about somebody walking into your house, unknown to you. They're checking your locks and the doors, they're checking your windows, and they're looking for any kind of weaknesses within your house because ultimately they want to do an attack. Individuals are sitting within not only companies, but also within critical infrastructure. I'm sure that foreign states have certain viruses waiting to attack. And what it's doing is it's sitting there and waiting. How do we mitigate this? By visibility. Unfortunately, the casino did not have this luxury. If they had the visibility in place, they would have noticed that anomaly was occurring. Instead of the 100 kilobits of data that this IoT device was sending every day to say, hey, I'm up, everything's good, the hackers breached this IoT device and they started to exfiltrate 100 meg of data. What they did was they breached the server, with 50,000 accounts of the whale clients. And what a whale client is, someone that has millions of dollars that goes to the casino and just plays that money. All that information was breached. And of course, that information was never encrypted, so it was open. It was breached out of this IoT device and then put on the dark web. Unfortunately, it was a big news story for the casino, and I don't know if they've even recovered from that. So why emerging technology? It's leading to the advanced business analytics and operations for competitive success. A lot of individuals want to put up cameras. Why? Because they want to see where individuals are hanging around in their store so that they can increase their business analytics. New threat vectors, though, are cloud computing. If your perimeter, remember, it's no longer the perimeter now, it's the new parameter. If your perimeter is not safe or secure or doesn't have a proper security program, why are we extending that out to the cloud? It's an extension of our perimeter, except now it's opened up new threat vectors. What might they be? Someone from your cloud provider has breached your network. How they done that? Through a virtual machine hopping. They've located something. They say, you know what? I want some information from this individual, because 80% of the breaches that occur are internal. That's where cloud service providers need to do their due diligence and looking at who they hire to ensure that these individuals will not do any kind of malfeasance to your information. So enterprise risk management, isn't it just an extension of risk? So how can we ensure that we know the data and the information that is within our infrastructure? So what is enterprise risk management? It's a continuous process led by leadership. Therefore, unless leadership knows the ins and outs of what's going on within your environment, how can they properly sponsor programs to ensure that data is kept intact? So why ERM? And I want you to focus on culture, because it alters the culture of the company. Everybody's talking about cybersecurity training, social engineering training, or phishing. How about we call it education? Because when you educate individuals on why we're protecting the data and how we're doing it, then they understand the importance of their role to keep your data secure. And what is your risk tolerance? Every industry has a different tolerance level. Healthcare, their tolerance is very low. If you're doing research and development, your tolerance might be higher because you're taking more risks to try and get a cure for whatever you're after. Past and present. Way back when, a lot of these individual organizations within your ecosystem used to work on their own. Sales and customer service, finance, HR, they all did their own thing. In other words, if finance felt that an application that they found was going to increase their operational stability, they would download it and they would then send it out to all the individuals within the finance department. What they wouldn't do is they wouldn't tell IT or security about it. What could happen there, it's called shadow IT, where a lot of hackers are getting smart now. They're implementing or they're integrating malware into URLs, into applications. And unless you have the proper mitigative controls in place to see these anomalies, it's going to infiltrate your network. So now with external drivers, internal drivers, and external drivers really are laws, regulations. Internal drivers with regards to changes within your environment, strategic risks that are brought down from the board or executives on where we're headed as a company. And of course, unknown risks. We're all working together now from an enterprise risk management stature. Therefore, your executives know this is our strategic outcome. This is where we want to be. How do we get there? How do we ensure that each business unit is working together to ensure that we're not introducing vulnerabilities to mitigate our ultimate goal? Business and risk. We all have a strategy. Why are we here? Why are we in business? Why are we doing what we do every day? There's a strategy, there's an objective that we want to meet. How do we make sure that that stays intact? It's by understanding the risks that we have within our environment and how we can mitigate those risks, and also communicating and monitoring those risks things change. How do we ensure that our risk posture is staying where we set it? And again, the middle, it's always about leadership and culture of the company. How are the individuals understanding the risk that we have? How are they following our security policies, our acceptable use policies? And one of the biggest things now is our data loss protection policies. Are we exfiltrating data out to a private email address, unencrypted, so that it could possibly be taken by a hacker? That's where we have to understand that concept. Governance, risk, and compliance. And I know there's a lot on this screen, but what you need to understand is governance. Are the individuals at the top getting the information that they need to make the right decisions? Are we ensuring that we provide them with the risk landscape of our environment so that they can make those decisions properly? And of course, compliance. Are we complying to measures the right way? How do we know we're doing it the right way? And also, are we adopting and adapting to the changes that laws and regulations come in front of us? There's so many changes to privacy laws almost monthly across different states that if you are, of course, you're in Oregon. However, if you did business in another state, you need to understand what their privacy law is to make sure that you're adhering to that as well. So understanding GRC across the board will get you to that point. Compliance, security, and privacy. They're all different aspects. A lot of individuals believe that if I'm compliant, then of course I'm secure and I'm private. That couldn't be further from the truth. I was working with a lot of healthcare agencies, and an individual told me, I'm checking all the boxes for my HIPAA audit, so I'm good. Unfortunately, no, because you're not securing some of those critical assets that you need to ensure that your business is ongoing. And also privacy. When you collect that information from your patients, from your clients, from your users, how is it being handled? Is it being handled in a secure and monitored way? When it's being stored, is it being stored encrypted? Who has access to that data? And what are they doing with that data when they have access to it? A lot of people have, IAM in place, which is identity access management. And that's great. You know the individuals who have access to it, they're allowed to they're authorized to have access to it. What are they doing when they have access to it? Are they taking that file because it's of a high profile individual? Are they exfiltrating out of your environment? Are they changing something on that file to alter it without you knowing about it? And that's called file integrity management. That's something that is so key nowadays because the visibility of a file, remember, a file is the last point. It's not a folder. It's not a database. It's a file. Sometimes individuals don't even think about that, but sometimes those are the biggest threats to the environment. Data governance and data privacy governance. This is huge. How are you handling your data? Are you sure that if you need that data, you have access to it? Where's it being held? The cloud. Everybody wants to go to the cloud. So that data is being held in a cloud repository. Who's accessing it? Is it only your company, or is it someone beyond CSP? Remember, whenever data goes out to the cloud, you are still accountable for that. It doesn't matter who's housing it. A lot of individuals have told me, oh, well, AWS has it or Azure has it. You're still responsible and accountable for that information because your clients, they don't care who had it. They know that they do business with you. Therefore, your due diligence has to be strong, not only on-prem, but also with your cloud provider. Different frameworks, be very high level here, but of course, the beginning of 2020, NIST realized that data, which is now the new monetary value, need to be protected better. So they created something called the Privacy Framework, which works very well with the CSF that they currently have. PCI, if you take in retail data or credit card information, you will now be subject to PCI, which is of course payment card industry, to see how you're handling this information, how it's being stored, how it's being transmitted. But also, it's a self-certification. Three states, however, Washington, Minnesota, and of course Nevada, have now made it a law because you can imagine all the data of retail information that passes through Nevada every day. So of course they made it a law. HIPAA for healthcare, GLBA, which of course for financial due diligence, and of course SOX. So security frameworks that we should be really focused on. If you're an international agency, ISO 27001 is probably the best bet, because it does an information security management system and creates that from a global aspect. But then if we're here in, nationally, let's focus on the NIST cybersecurity framework. If you're a greenfield and you've never had a framework, the NIST cybersecurity framework will fit very well, because it covers 5 different functions, from identifying your assets to how you are protecting those assets, and of course, detecting. Are you detecting any kind of anomalies, changes within your environment properly, so that those critical assets stay intact? And then of course, the last 2, recovery and responding. Well, first off, responding to any attacks. And of course, how are you recovering? Now, one that we don't talk about a lot is COVID. Now, COVID is something where it's high level. It's the business aspect of, are we using our resources the right way? Are we benefiting from our, utilizing our risk? And when I say that is, risk is good and bad, because people take risks to elevate their business. But at the same time, let's do it in the right manner. What COVID does well is also mapping to the NIST cybersecurity framework. So it looks at not only from a business aspect, but also from a security aspect, how you can ensure that you're doing well by your stakeholders. So critical assets, data classification. Folks, this is so imperative that we have a data classification system within our environment. So many times, by doing assessments and audits, I have seen companies that spend a lot of money on controls for public information. Think about this. This is public information on your website, but you're putting critical assets, you're putting a lot of controls on the servers that are housing this information. Why? Let's focus on confidential data and restricted data, that if this is lost, it could be credit card information, social security numbers, personal health information, or how about intellectual property? This is something you don't want to be made public, not only to your clients, but also to your competitors. Let's keep the proper controls in place on those servers, on where the data is traversing, and of course, encryption. That's key. So many times I've seen data traversing in clear text that it's really scary. So why are we doing this? And I think most of us have heard of the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If one of these 3 is missing within your environment, then we failed. And I'll tell you why. Manufacturing, for years, all they've cared about is availability, to ensure that their machines are running and they're getting the product out in time. But now, because of business analytics, one of the big emerging technologies, they've put a lot of artificial intelligence into their systems. And that's where confidentiality and integrity comes in, because you want to keep this information confidential. You don't want it to go beyond your perimeter. But at the same time, the integrity of this data has to stay intact. Because if things are changing within your machinery or your data, and you're not aware of it, then obviously that data has been compromised. Let's look at this from a healthcare aspect. IoT devices, they collect a lot of information. And all this is stored either on-prem or in the cloud in something we call big data lakes. Now, you could have terabytes of data within these servers. You most likely will use 1% of that. And that 1% will help the company or the healthcare agency either elevate their services to the patients, or it could be used for research purposes to maybe find a cure. Let's say this data has now been compromised, unbeknownst to you, through these IoT devices. You're now using this data to help patients, or again, do research on. It's been compromised. It is no longer valid. Your results will mean nothing. Unfortunately, this could affect your patients' lives. And that's where we need to ensure that data is kept confidential, because you don't want someone else knowing about your healthcare. The integrity of it has to stay intact, and the availability. even though your servers are up, it doesn't mean someone has availability to that data because perhaps the access to that information has been stopped. So when we're thinking about doing a privacy program or security program, let's think about the first thing. Align security with business objectives. That's key. Security has always been known as an afterthought, something that's good to have. However, if you're talking to C-levels or the board, and you're trying to justify your ROSI, which is return on security investment, you always need to correlate it with the business objectives, the strategy. You need to understand, they need to understand that when you are putting all this money towards controls, it's to ensure that their business objectives are successful. But how do we do this? We need to identify and categorize our critical risks to the business. What are they? Because if you're putting money towards controls that have no bearing on your critical risks, then they're all for nothing. And how about proper risk safeguards and treatments? Sure, we're going to protect our assets, but how about continuously auditing them? Not monitoring, auditing. And when I say that, is that your landscape's going to change. So these controls you put in place last year, are they still doing the job they should be doing? Because now the asset has changed, it's been taken out of the ecosystem, or a new business unit has evolved in that 1 year. When I say continuous auditing, there are lots of tools out there right now that not only will monitor your environment, but because of the policies that you have set, they are smart enough, again, artificial intelligence and machine learning, to look at the control, to see if there is an anomaly or a breach, and alter it and stop it. What that does is it provides you with documentation that you are now secure from your January to December, that 1 year that the auditor will come in and say, all right, everything you did in January is still static in December. Therefore, you will pass your audit. That's usually how it is. I mean, without documentation, how can an auditor ensure that you're doing what you should be doing? Data visibility, and we talked about this with regards to the fish tank, with regards to Oldsmar, where they knew that they were being attacked. We used to be in the evolving perimeter. We used to be inside that dark blue circle. But now we're going outside of it. Why? Cloud infrastructure. Why are we using cloud applications? Because we want to elevate our business. And of course, it's going to cost us way too much to have all these API developers to do things in-house. So we utilize something from Google, something from AWS, something from Azure. What that's doing now is expanding our perimeter to the new parameter. IoT devices, personal mobile devices. I mean, if anything COVID did was just expand our vulnerabilities, because individuals went to work from home. And let me tell you, what they did now is the threat vectors were opened up beyond your company, because individuals at home were probably logging in with clear text, not even encrypted, or they didn't have a proper multi-factor authentication tool to ensure that who they were allowed to access, or perhaps they were accessing applications out in the web. How do we know these applications were safe and secure without a proper tool in place? But that's a big business challenge. I mean, we've all heard of, hopefully, ZTA, Zero Trust Architecture. Only give individuals access to data that they need to do their job. Don't give them more, and of course, don't give them less. But now that we're going out to the cloud, who has access to this data? How do we know that users are who they say they are? What's on the network? How do we connect to it? What exists in the cloud, and how does it connect? To ensure that we have this in place, we need the proper tools. And what multi-factor authentication does is it ensures the workforce, the workplace, and of course the workload is being kept secure. Because if we lose the workload, then applications could be compromised. If we lose the workforce, perhaps an individual internally or even externally is trying to exfiltrate data that they shouldn't be. And of course, the workplace. We need to ensure that individuals on-prem, remotely, and in the cloud aren't doing or aren't accessing data that they really shouldn't have access to. And data redundancy, this is big. I mean, we all talk about ransomware, we all talk about disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, fires in the server room. Do we have the right plans in place? Are we working these plans? In other words, are we sitting down with our business unit leaders on a maybe every quarterly basis to do a tabletop exercise? Let's say that we sit down and we say, hey, you know what? We now have a ransomware within our environment. What do we do? Instead of running around like Chicken Little and the sky is falling, each individual knows their role and their responsibility should something happen. So you're gonna get finance in, you're gonna get HR, IT, operations, security, even executive level, because you definitely need a champion to sponsor this. Whenever a plan goes in place, you need someone from the executive level to say, we need this plan and we're going to make sure that everybody understands it. What happens if a malware attacks our infrastructure? I've been part of a lot of forensic investigation activities. And one of them was an attack. And it says, your data has now been encrypted. You need to pay this amount of money if you want it back. What an individual did was they texted their friend and said, hey, guess what? We were just attacked by a ransomware. Why? Because they thought it was exciting. That individual then put it onto social media before PR, public relations of the company, could actually get out to the news agencies stating what had happened, what we're doing with it, and that the proper law enforcement agencies have been involved. That's scary. And that's where we need to ensure, again, education. Individuals throughout the company know that if certain things occur, that data needs to stay private, needs to stay secure, and that information, let your business unit leaders handle it. So let's bring it all together. We talked about governance, and of course, management. Now, governance itself, what does your security risk management plan look like? Do you have a sound security policy? And when I say policy, that's very high level, which is broken down into AUP, acceptable use policies, BYODs, bring your own device policy, or even now, working from home policy. Are we ensuring that individuals understand what they're responsible for throughout those policies? Remember, policies are all they are is a piece of paper that you acknowledge. How are we enforcing this? So data loss prevention. And the reason I really focus on this is because it's such a hot topic right now, with data being exfiltrated outside of your perimeter. An individual who works for you has stated, yeah, I understand the policy, no problem. All of a sudden they have information because they're leaving your company. They want to take their information and then some out, to perhaps an FTP server. Sorry, excuse me about that. How are we enforcing that? How are we ensuring that they don't have access to a USB key, or that they're print screening something that they see, or they're taking that information, they're sending it out to their Gmail account, and this could be hundreds megs of data. Your perimeter needs to be smart enough to know that your policy is this individual or any individual should not be taking this data and stopping it. That's how we enforce it. But then let's look at prevention. It's not about detection, folks. It's about preventing these attacks. Identity security. Have a proper identity and access management plan in place. Data security. Do we know our critical infrastructure? Our critical assets? Do we know how to secure them, keep them private? Do we have the proper plans in place to ensure that if we do have some kind of malicious code, that we can mitigate it and get back on track? Remember, it's not if you're going to get attacked, it's when you're going to get attacked. And when you do, can you respond properly? And let's focus on responding, recovering, but also measuring. Do we have key risk indicators in place? Do we know that someone has tried to log into their account 3 times and failed? That could be an indicator of compromise. And it could be something that an individual outside the network wants to maliciously attack your network. So knowing ahead of time what your network and any kind of threat vectors are occurring could help you in the long run. So at C1, how do we look at the overall entity of an environment? It's not just about looking at a router, a firewall, endpoint units, or the cloud. It's about understanding your environment from a holistic standpoint. And what we do is something called waves, which we created. It's our own, again, IP, intellectual property, which we keep very safe and secure, is workshop. It's a very qualitative engagement where we sit down with you over, let's say, a couple hours, and we try to understand your strategy. We try to understand your environment from a holistic standpoint, not just technical, but also operational and administrative, and see what some of the gaps are. Let's say you have a PCI gap assessment needed or HIPAA gap assessment needed. We then assess it and we validate it and put the proper controls in place to ensure that what we found from a current standpoint to a target standpoint has been solidified. And then, of course, monitoring this. So I currently lead the lifecycle consulting services at C1, and we do a lot of what I just discussed, which is regards to a NIST cybersecurity assessment, gap assessments, readiness, because odds are an auditor is waiting to come in to look at your environment. How do you know you're ready? Assess your environment. You're going to have some gaps. You can fill those gaps. Now, auditors will come in and say, can I see the documentation that you did what you said you did? You provide them this information, and they said, this is great. You're missing something, though. I'm going to give you 30 days to fill that gap. But if you have assessed it already, and you're ready for that PCI, HIPAA, GLBA, SOC assessment, then obviously you'll be better off. We do optimization services. We do vCISO. Remember, Charlie mentioned earlier that there is a big gap with regards to hiring resources in cybersecurity. And some individuals just can't find a proper person to fill their CISO role. So myself and some others have filled that role called the virtual CISO. We engage with clients based on an operational aspect, a technical aspect, or a governance aspect to ensure that the industry they're playing in has that regulatory body involved, and we're covering it for them. And the latest offerings we have are vulnerability management as a service. You'll be amazed at how many companies don't know the vulnerabilities that are within their environment. And then they're doing pen testing. So my question is, why are you pen testing when you don't know what vulnerabilities you're testing? It's like boiling the ocean. You'll consistently pen test. We're doing compromise assessments. I talked about incidents of compromise. Compromise assessments, unless you know what's in your environment, how can you make sure that the proper controls are in place? And cyber insurance assessments. This is something that's coming out in January in our company, and this is huge. So many times, insurance companies will come to you and say, yeah, we'll cover you for cyber insurance if you're attacked. But then again, you have to make sure you're doing your due diligence. Are you doing risk assessments annually? Are you doing vulnerability assessments annually? Are you ensuring that these critical assets that we are covering for you have the proper controls in place and they're being monitored? Remember, insurance companies don't want to pay out if they don't have to. Same thing when they come, when you want insurance for your house, they'll ask you, do you have an alarm system in your house? Do you have a dog? Are you, what area are you living in? And these are all statistics and analytics for them to provide you this information or this insurance. Same thing with cyber insurance. Also, read the fine print. Most cyber insurance companies will only cover certain events. And when they do, they'll only give you perhaps 60, 70% of what was allowed within the insurance. Therefore, if you paid $1 million, you're only getting $700,000 back. Who's going to recoup that other $300,000? And then again, insurance companies don't cover your customer confidence either. So ensure that your data, that your housing is handled properly. That's it. Any questions or anything that you'd like to share?
I think we probably have time for one question.
Sure.
Hi, Vito. I certainly have one. And that is that in an earlier slide, you mentioned the executive order earlier this year, which I believe was driven by the SolarWinds
Yes.
security disaster.
Yes,
that executive order had a lot of follow-on requirements for federal governments and business partners. Have you heard anything regarding the progress on some of the requirements from that executive order?
Yeah, you know what, Charlie, I have not, but I know that what they're trying to do now is trying to increase the awareness of, again, SolarWinds third party and the third party attacks and supply chain risks. What they're trying to do is they're trying to elevate that knowledge of where your data is being held, who you're accessing this information from. And again, as I mentioned, like the Cisco routers, which of course were fraudulent, that was a third party attack. Same thing with SolarWinds as well. And we all know about SolarWinds and Microsoft, and of course that's something that's they're trying to look into. But no, I have not heard anything further from that, Charlie.
Great. Well, thanks so much for your presentation. That was incredibly broad in scope and rather sobering as well.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
We're now going to take a short break, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes. You can stay logged in during the break in Zoom, and no need to log out and log back in. So we're going to go ahead and resume at 10 after 10. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're about to head into our next session, which is both informative and interactive. If you're joining us for the first time today, please add your company name to your Zoom name by clicking on the menu button on your own picture and selecting rename. Please join me in welcoming Mark Sangster, Principal Evangelist and VP Industry Security Strategies at eSentire, and author of the book, No Safe Harbor, The Inside Truth About Cybercrime and How to Protect Your Business. Please join me in welcoming Mark to the virtual stage and get ready to flex your cyber knowledge with an online tabletop exercise. The tabletop exercise will have you splitting up into breakout rooms. We want you to be able to meet new people, so these rooms will be randomly assigned. Additionally, we ask one person in each breakout room to volunteer to be the scribe and help lead the discussion, then come ready to present the group's decisions on the main stage. Mark, take it away.
Great, thanks very much. Just going to, you can just stop sharing that. There we go, thank you. Perfect, and I will get this up and running. Here we are. Okay, so can everybody see the slides? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah, let's
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so as Charlie said, today what I want to do is go through the lessons that we've learned, the hard-won lessons from these real-world types of cyber events that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And in fact, to some degree, some of the ones that you probably read about in the headlines as well. And to do that, I'm going to sort of set the stage a little bit, talk about what we're seeing, why some of these things are happening, and then we're going to walk through 3 scenarios, and I'll get to that in a little bit. And the notion here is I'm going to set out that scenario, give you a bit of detail, and then kind of point you in the direction to say, okay, so consider, these 3 or 4 issues when it comes to how you and your business would try to manage that type of event. And then we'll come back and we'll discuss that. And in each scenario too, I'll kind of give a bit of a wrap up where I can talk about, okay, so what does this mean? And, what are the, let's make sure that we do properly establish things like, the legal gotchas and making sure we do the things we have to do and so on. So I'm just going to start with a bit of the primer. And to do that, I wanted to go back to a quote from Mark Twain, which, of course, feels a bit anachronistic, but it's really not, right? And so his quote is, "It's not what you don't know that will hurt you. It's what you know that ain't so." And one of the biggest questions I get asked all the time is, why do these attacks continue happening? And part of that, we'll talk about what the crime world looks like. But the flip side of that too is that we don't always learn our lessons, right? In fact, we don't always share our lessons. And that's why I want to do what we're doing today. But at the heart of it, there are really some core misconceptions. And this is why companies over and over end up being affected. And the first one, of course, is the optimistic kind of view of, we have nothing worth stealing. We're not a target, right? Criminals, they go after banks and governments and the colonial pipeline and these kind of targets. And so, we're a small company on the West Coast. We're an educational institution, whatever it might be. And so we have nothing worth stealing. Well, the simple fact is you are a target and you have lots worth stealing. The second one, of course, is this false sense of security, this notion of, the phishing emails that I receive, that I see in my inbox are obviously fake, right? When a streaming service tells me that my credit card's been rejected and I need to click on the convenient link in the email so I can update my payment methodology, I'm not going to fall for that. And so the kind of follow on of that might be the companies that have been breached, that have had these major events or been shut down by ransomware. Well, that happened because, somebody made a really big mistake or they weren't doing what they should have done, right? This is the kind of blame the victim, right? Well, what were you doing walking down a dark alley at 2 a.m. in a bad part of town? Of course, something bad was going to happen to you. And it's simply not the fact, right? The reality is bad things can happen to good people. And so we want to expose that as well. And then the third one is that fatalistic, I think, misconception, which is that, we can't stop these criminals, right? They're either these nation state government agencies that, have the might and power of these adversarial countries, or they're these incredibly sophisticated ransomware gangs that we read about every day. And so, we simply just don't have the wherewithal, whether that's, maybe not the in-house expertise, but we just don't have the time of day. We don't have the technology. We're not sure we can go toe to toe with these people in the ring. Well, I'm going to show you that while they are very sophisticated actors, and while they're very good at what they do, and their businesses are quite strong, at the same time, they're often using very simplistic techniques, and we call them TTPs, right? Tactics, techniques, and procedures. And these are things that you can identify. So let's walk through that. So I'm going to debunk all three as we go, just to sort of prime us up here. So this first one about, we only go after banks and we only go after Colonial Pipeline. I just quickly went into our threat intelligence feeds and I pulled out a group. And I just wanted to show you that it's manufacturing, it's law firms, it's accounting agencies, it's hospitals. It is everything but what we're talking about here, like big banks and utilities. Yes, they're attacked too, but they don't discriminate, right? And once they figure out how to go after one kind of group, let's say a healthcare facility, they hone their skills and off they go. And they try to take the, lather, rinse, repeat approach. So what other businesses look like the one that we know how to attack and we know how to get a ransom out of? And then of course, they just apply that successful methodology to their new targets. And the question about most phishing emails being obviously fake or the tactics they use is not true. And I'm going to show you three quickly for sake of time. This first one was an email that was sent to a senior executive. This is from a student at a prestigious business school, and they were looking for a mentor as part of their academic program. And after they'd gone back and forth with them for a couple of weeks, they sent them this email that we've obscured that has a link to a document, which is like a survey. And they basically said, thanks so much, so I can get my academic credit. Would you please mind completing the survey? So my professor knows I did what I was supposed to do. And of course, it was a legitimate doc that had been stolen from a prestigious business school. In this case, it was a law school, but it was fake, right? And they used that to deploy the initial malware in this environment and then go after them. And this was actually a bit of a 12-hour hand-to-hand combat trying to deal with these people. They also did hit other firms that weren't protected. They also took down a Supreme Court at the state level because of this attack. So that's not, Hulu or Netflix. It's not that kind of obviously fake stuff. The second one is an example of a website with a link that was sent through claiming, or to the CEO and the CFO, claiming that there was a lawsuit had been levied against them, and that this law firm, we're going to talk about this one in a little bit in one of our scenarios, had a link to their safe room where it had all the information that the defense counsel needed to grab. And so, of course, what ended up happening? Well, they took a look at it, they passed it along to their legal counsel, and shortly after that, their systems were taken down. It was fake. They took publicly available court records, changed the names to protect the innocent, set up this branded fake file sharing service that actually ran or looked like it ran on a legitimate service that a firm might use. And that's how they were able to go after, again, related targets. They had figured out this ploy with one specific business, and once they did that, they figured out how they could tweak it to then apply it to other businesses. And then the last one, as we're all doing this, and I think Vito talked about this, and you're adopting new technology, so things like vulnerabilities in the cloud. As an example, you receive an email from your IT admins that tell you that you need to log out, you need to log back in so that they can authenticate you in Office 365 using whatever single sign-on service or Microsoft Authenticator. So that all sounds pretty legit, and off you go to the races and you log in. Well, in this case, criminals figured out how to actually collect your brand information to present the right login screen. So it was customized the way your business would have done it. So it looked legit. And of course, your credentials were no longer encrypted. So they got them in the clear, but they did handily pass them on to the public facing Microsoft servers so that you would actually log into Office 365. So as far as you expected, you got the outcome you knew you should see, right? So Outlook opened as an example, and that's great. You were none the wiser, right? And this was a legitimate attack again that targeted several hundred companies, and we actually caught some of this and were able to stop it. So the third myth, right? No one can stop a nation state or a ransomware gang. So I'm going to use an analogy because if I go back to a streaming service, I happen to be watching a show called The Final Table on Netflix. And this is where chefs compete to, effectively cook the meal on the final table. And they're judged by all these top world Michelin star chefs. The reason I'm showing you this is that when it comes to sophistication, the sophistication doesn't always relate specifically to the technology. You are not facing Jason Bourne or James Bond with a laser watch or anything like that. They are using very simple methods, but it's the way they put them together. So where do the chefs come into this? It is like cooking. We all use the same ingredients, right? We use salt and pepper and a protein like chicken or fish or steak, and we combine that with some vegetables. their real trick here is being able to take those raw ingredients and the way they apply them, right? The way that they cure the meat beforehand, or the way they apply heat, or whatever it is they do, combine those salts and acids and fats and so on, they create a delicious meal. And that's exactly what the criminals do. They're doing the same thing. They're taking those basic ingredients, but it's the way they apply them. It's the recipe, not the ingredient. And this is what I want you to see here. There's a good news, bad news story. What the left side of the screen shows you is that they spend a lot of time looking at who you are, socially engineering you, collecting publicly available information, like that professional student survey would be a good example. Or when there's tax changes at the state level, there'll be documents that are published, and they'll grab those, they'll weaponize those, and they'll use a compromised email account, perhaps a colleague or a client, and say, hey, Mark, did you see these latest tax changes? By the way, I included the government doc, right? And of course, they've weaponized it, as I said. They build a tailored campaign, and they may already have credentials. Somebody else might have stolen them, and now they're just using them to access your environment, right? So they don't always have to do all the work. There's an economy out there and a marketplace where they can share and resell this information. And once they get in, it's a lot more sophisticated, again, than you think. There's multiple points of entry. They use lots of different flavors of malware. They create fake accounts. They access you through your own systems, perhaps your virtual private network, your VPN gateway. And they'll use things like remote administrative tools, RDP, so Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol, PowerShell, things that are embedded in operating systems are one of their favorite go-tos. That's one of the key ingredients that they use when they're cooking up a massive ransomware attack. And then at the end, that's where they do the badness. They've stolen data from you. They deployed ransomware throughout your environment, so it's a pervasive attack, and then they shut you down and they leave a message behind that says, contact us through some chat room, and you do, and they say, we would like whatever it is, $5 million, and we'll give you the decryption keys. So the bad news is, yes, it's sophisticated, but the good news is the actual bare ingredients they're using are off the shelf kind of stuff that you can buy at any convenience store, corner shop, or grocery shop. So you can stop this stuff. And that's the point. That's that third piece. There were no signs before the ransomware attack. Well, there were. There were likely concurrent logins or failed multi-factor authentication logins. There was weird geo traffic coming from the wrong part of the world, the wrong time of day. Remote administrative traffic tends to increase. New accounts get created. That's another one. And they can't be reconciled with HR records to say, oh, did we just hire 10 new people or 5 new people, over the weekend? Probably not. So there are some of these signs. And of course, as they dig deeper into your environment, we start to see, things like endpoint technologies and other defensive technologies starting to alert or even provide events saying, something's weird, somebody tried to downdraft us or do an update that wasn't authorized, those kind of things. And then ultimately, of course, if it gets bad enough and they get to the core, that's the pervasive ransomware attack, the data exfiltration, and now you're in that economic battle with them, right? It shifts from the IT environment for a period of time. Now the front line is with the CFO, with the CEO, with your insurer, and so on. And that's what we're going to go through today. So before we get there, I also want to point this out, that the majority of these attacks, because they use those simple ingredients, but in a clever, sophisticated approach and recipe, means that a lot of the basic security you can put in place can mitigate these things. It might actually stop them. It might help you detect them early days. And if not, it should at least foster a speedier recovery. So the basic stuff, password hygiene, multi-factor authentication, using some kind of secured remote connection, whether that's a VPN or an SD-WAN or a software-defined perimeter, whatever it is. Having endpoint technology, because the endpoint is the new battlefield in a remote model, right? So that helps us figure out quickly when files are being modified, when there's strange user access, things like that. And training your people, helping them understand what the risks look like. Getting real awareness training and real phishing testing. So not somebody who's coming in and showing them, like I said, the Netflix or the Hulu streaming phishing emails that they can Google, showing them real ones from the real world that look like they're part of the industry so that they're a lot harder to detect. And then there's other pieces on the administrative side. And I'm not going to go into all these in detail, but there's big ones to note. One of them is the backups, making sure you have properly air-gapped backups so they can't get at them, because one of the biggest tactics they have is defeating whatever recovery mechanisms you have in place. And of course, the other piece of this is depending on the organization, the nature of the assets you have and the size, is whether or not you can monitor these things. Can you pull all the information from these different systems? Because a lot of times there isn't a smoking gun, or there's not a signed confession in these kind of attacks. So you need to be able to piece together these different pieces to suddenly go, you know what, any one of these one indicators doesn't mean anything to me, but now that I've seen 5 or 6 of them in a short period of time, that starts to make me feel, a little bit of where there's smoke, there's fire, and I want to step in and deal with that. So that's just sort of the quick introduction. And of course, there's so much more to talk about, but what I want to do is expose that now through the more interactive piece of the presentation. So I will start with a quote. This is a quote that I talk about in my book. And I firmly believe this, is that only after disaster can we be resurrected, right? And okay, if we tone this down a little bit, it's our mistakes, it's our failures. That's where we learn more than our successes, right? Our successes, we kind of write off and go, yeah, well, we're really good at this stuff. Of course, we did a great job. Pat on the back and we move on. But when it doesn't go wrong, that makes us look in the mirror, makes us dig deeper and determine why. Now, while this sounds like this quote, only after disaster can we be resurrected, comes from some sort of pundit like a Buddha or a Gandhi, or that's Dante of the Divine Comedy, or Dante's Inferno on the right-hand side, a little harder to recognize. It doesn't. It comes from the fictitious character Tyler Durden from Fight Club. So if anybody knows it was a novel first, and then of course there was the Brad Pitt movie. And while his character is fictitious, he's pretty bang on, right? It is a real sentiment here, right? We do have to break this down. We have to be able to analyze what's occurred so that we can learn from it. And in the cybersecurity realm, we don't do a good job of that, right? We constantly talk about we need to share threat intelligence. Well, threat intelligence is a tactical indicator of one specific event that is occurring or an attack campaign. That's useful. But what's more important is to look at it as a whole. And in other industries, like in healthcare, for example, where they look at patient outcomes, or in, let's say, aviation, right, where, airlines and so on, if there were an accident, then you have investigators that look at all the causes, weather, pilot experience, mechanical failures, airlines, track record, all that kind of stuff. They look at all those factors, they package that together, and based on that, there's legislated mandates for any of the participants in that industry. It's continuous improvement, and they do a really good job. In cybersecurity, we don't. The majority of the attacks happen against small and medium-sized firms. They don't talk about it because they don't want their reputation damaged. So we never hear about them. We don't read about them in the paper because it didn't have a public enough impact that it, kind of effectively leaked out. And, that's good for the company that they were able to protect their reputation. The downside, of course, is that we don't learn, we don't share. These decisions get made in back rooms and they get buried in incident response reports or insurance claims. And all that stuff is gold, because if we could get at it, we could reverse engineer it. We could figure out how to protect ourselves better. So that's what we're going to kind of do in these 3 scenarios. So let me introduce the 3 scenarios here. I've picked 3 simulations. They all kind of overlap, but they're the most popular, common things, I guess you could say, that we see today. So the first one is a nation state attack against a business. And the reason I picked this one is actually about reputational damage, but it's also, it's actually a true story. It's an amalgamation actually of a couple of stories. But I also want to demonstrate to you that these nation state or state actors, state-sponsored actors, do attack businesses. They don't just go after government associates or utilities or major hospitals. They go after education institutions, law firms, small manufacturers, accounting firms, other business services, and so on. And so I'm going to sort of break down why that happens and how it happens, and we'll work through that one first. The second one is your classic ransomware disruption. And this is the thing that we've unfortunately seen propagating over the last couple of months. In fact, we're now seeing, sort of administrative response. And I think we're talking about this earlier, right? Around, how are they sort of countering this? What recommendations have they made or mandated for government agencies and recommended for businesses, and are they, or can they take the fight to the enemy? And we've seen some of that. And in fact, we're actually seeing heightened activity now with some of these ransomware gangs north of the border because of some of the, I think, measures that have been taken in the US. They're sort of on, that's just a little too hot at the moment. There's, too many police patrolling that neighborhood. So we're going to go find another, wealthy neighborhood we can go rob, where there's less of a sort of a law enforcement presence. So we'll work through that one. And then the third one is a supply chain exploit. And as I said, they're all kind of linked, but I wanted to touch on what I believe are the most critical risks that you face, the biggest threats, and generally how they play out. And of course, supply chain exploits. I believe I heard somebody mention SolarWinds earlier as well. With SolarWinds, Kaseya, which is a remote administrative tool, and I've just touched on why those are so critical in the bad guy arsenal. Microsoft, Citrix, who else? Zoom. I think every kind of IT infrastructure piece has been hit over the last year or so. So it's really important that you understand what your supply chain looks like, what risk they bring to your overall risk profile, and what you can do to reduce it. So the way this is going to work, I have some help on the back end here, which is a good thing because I don't know that I'd be able to do this. What we'll do is I'm going to sort of set the scenario here. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of background in each one. Then I'm going to set the scenario out for you. And then I'm going to give you a couple of things, like I said, to think about. And then once we've done that, we're going to put you into some pre-assigned breakout rooms. And we're hoping we've got a volunteer here who's going to be the scribe and also sort of the reporter and come back to the group. And we'll do that we'll give you about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the timing, allow you to go off, think about it, come back. We'll discuss what you found. And then once we've done that, I'll also give you some sort of like just some wrap up information to make sure that we did cover all of our bases. And at the end, I'll summarize. Okay. So without further ado, let's get on with it and let's talk about the nation state attack. So I mentioned this right at the beginning when I talked about the scenario, that a lot of people, sort of just don't think like, why is the nation state interested in attacking business? Well, there's lots of reasons, right? Sometimes they are doing it for ideological purpose. Other times they're hoarders, right? They happen to compromise your account or accounts in a wider sweep, and now they have them. And maybe you don't mean anything to them. And then all of a sudden there's a trade war, or through pandemic-based supply chain shortage and the fact that there's all these ships sitting off the coast, certain materials, maybe aluminum or whatever it is, suddenly becomes far more valuable as a commodity. And because of that, you now are a lot more interesting to them. Or there could be a political spin, right? Whatever, the dean at some university speaks out about economic imbalances across the globe, and that annoys one country who now decides that they wish to retaliate against you. And when you think about this is a bit of a Cold War, right? And for people who are old enough to remember this is like post-World War II with the Soviet Union and the US poised to use nuclear weapons against each other. Because of how devastating and horrible that would be, we didn't. But there was a lot of poking and prodding going on, right? There was a lot of that spy versus spy kind of stuff that, was great fodder for James Bond novels and Jason Bourne and, and the whole plethora of the other fictional authors that use their experience in that space to write us some really good yarns. So this is real, and they do come after you. So let's walk into this scenario and explain how this works. And as I said, this actually did happen to a couple of firms. However, we've sort of obviously changed some of the details to protect them. And then also pulled from some other publicly available information that relates. So what I'm showing you is representative, but of course, as I said, names are changed to protect the innocent. So this was actually done in retaliation for the business that the company was conducting. And specifically, it actually related to one of their clients. Now, in this case, they were looking to commit what I would call secondary crimes. So stealing data and doing all that kind of stuff that they would do, because then they can resell it or save it, right, for a rainy day, stick it on a shelf. Like I said, one day it might become interesting to them. But they were also seeking effectively to destroy the firm. So this UK law firm was representing an asylum seeker from Venezuela, and the Venezuelan government had labeled this individual a dissident and also made connections, whether they were legitimate or not, most likely erroneous, to the terrorist groups that launched that failed drone assassination attempt a couple of years ago. In fact, the government went as far to take their social media services and publish these threats and effectively say, we know who this person is, and anyone who helps her, we will come after. Right. And so, that's a little more than we typically see. It's a bit of saber rattling, but it's what they did. Within days, several employees receive a suspicious email containing a secure file link with a connection to the asylum seeker. Now, interestingly, it has insider information. It has a case file number, and it has some other details that actually look legitimate. So that might indicate something there as well. Now, shortly afterwards, a sweep of network logs detects credential harvesting tools, so something like Mimikatz for those of you on the technical side. They also found scripts on the email server. That should ring a bell with what we saw with Microsoft Exchange vulnerabilities and the nation state group Hafnium that had exploited that vulnerability, along with caches of unrelated case files. So that's just a general collection of material that they pulled together for exfiltration at some time. That should remind you of the retailer Target, where they infiltrated them through their HVAC vendor, and they were using that remote connection to monitor their air conditioning and heating to exfiltrate out large volumes of credit card information. And they also found unusual scripts on 2 domain controllers. That's a fairly standard MO for sophisticated criminal groups, because with the domain controllers, they can shut you down. With the email servers, they can read and send your email messages, they can access your accounts, and so on. Okay. All right, so, oh, sorry, I'll back that up. So this is the scenario we're facing. This is a significant compromise. However, nothing has happened yet, as in you have not been shut down by ransomware, right? And you don't know, because there's a cache of files, you don't know if that's been exfiltrated, how it's been accessed, how it's been exposed, and so on. So there's 4 areas that I would like you to consider. So think about in this one, think about, what would you need to know from IT? From a client perspective, what would you potentially have to tell them? Even from a governance perspective, think about things like, how could you manage that client properly? How do you manage other clients who maybe haven't been affected by this specific event? However, they could be, right? It could be that their information is in this cache of this file. So think about the legal side of this and think about the notifications and so on that you might have to make. So with that, I am going to pass it back to our admin. I'll leave this slide up, although I don't think you can see it in the breakout room. And we will move you to the pre-assigned rooms now.
Great. I'm going to open up the rooms, and there's going to be a timer in there for 10 minutes, and that'll bring people back after the 10 minutes are up.
Perfect.
Is it just you and me, Ruthie?
Yeah, but it's recording.
It just makes me nervous. I don't not want to be in a room and not know what I'm doing, and maybe just sit there in silence. So I can't handle it.
Mark, to complete, one last thing I didn't know we were going there was actually figuring out the biggest challenge is what else has been touched. You discovered these two, right?
Yes.
What else has been, that's the big unknown most of the times.
Yes, so that's also an excellent point, and certainly something I'll talk about throughout these is determining whether or not there is any latent presence or activity, right? So I'm just gonna, I think I have to pop these back up here. So I'm just gonna get the slides back up here and share them. Okay, so that was excellent. So I hope the other, I was in one of the breakout rooms. I hope the other ones worked well as well, and we will call upon you to go through them. So let's start with the first piece. And this is the first question I asked in the group that I was in from a governance perspective. So you're looking at dealing with this client that has a lot of kind of political heat around them. You know, what are some of the questions you might want to ask? So again, if maybe I can get help from the admin here, if we can call upon the representative for the first group that I was not a part of, and then we can maybe see if we can get some feedback.
From our group, that was Jim Schweitzer.
Oh, I think we did this one as well. We didn't know what group we were in, and so we took this one.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so let me start with this then. Let me, I'll pop this up. So the first thing, this is interesting, this is what came up in our group, and please, anyone feel free to jump in here as we talk about this if you think we've missed something or you've got another point you want to make or some insight. Is from a governance perspective, is really considering the benefit and the risk of taking on a client. And I think that applies in any business, right? If you were moving into, let's say, a politically unstable country, as an example, or as you were to move into a new business. So you build technology and you work in one space, and now you've decided to move your database or whatever it is, your super amazing gadget into the healthcare space. And now there's going to be the implications of having to deal with the FDA and HIPAA around things like patient healthcare records. So understanding, again, from a benefit risk perspective, like, is it worth it, right? Should you be doing this? Or, frankly, are you prepared? Now, the reality is most firms are going to take on the business. This individual, in fact, was extremely wealthy. They were a billionaire. There was a lot of money to be had in this deal. So, the likelihood is the partner who would have owned this relationship or the attorney who would have owned this relationship would have been pushing pretty hard to get this one on board. But what I would suggest in this, and I think this is part of what came out in the conversation that we were having in our room, is notifying employees of that risk, right? And encouraging renewed or heightened vigilance, and also reporting of suspicious activity. So as I showed you earlier, right, these things start with very, very simple kind of attacks, right? Phishing campaigns, trying to collect credentials, right? Gain access to your environment. So in doing so, those are things you should watch for. And in fact, when you start to see a heightened number of them, and if you're actually monitoring for these sorts of things, you'll kind of have a baseline, right? You get a feel for how often these bad guys are pinging you. And if suddenly that starts to go up, it goes up at a certain time, a period of or time of day or something like that, that can be an indicator that they're what we call testing the wire, right? They're moving around your perimeter and they're attempting to figure out where your weak spots are. And that's just part of the reconnaissance work that they'll do before they actually strike. So the second part that I wanted to talk about here is the IT side. And I know, on the call, not everybody has to be an IT security expert. In fact, I don't want you to be, right? That's the point, is sort of saying, so from a business perspective, what is it you would have to ask? What question would you ask to determine what this threat looks like? And when you do that and you get an answer, how are you going to get an answer that's a non-technical one, that doesn't rely heavily on jargon, that allows you to understand it, and not understand the technology necessarily, but understand the business outcome that's associated with it. So the example I gave was, if you have access to your Exchange server, well, that means they're reading your email, and they could potentially send email from compromised accounts. So, when you start to frame it that way, that's where business leaders and execs look at this and say, okay, so they could tell our clients that this is going on. Yes, they could, right? They could tell our vendors. Yes, they could. They could call the police on our behalf. They could do all these things. That's the kind of stuff that they need to understand, because that's going to help you frame next step communication, right? Well, do we tell our clients, as an example? But we'll get there. So from an IT security perspective, and again, feel free, please jump in here, is this one's pretty serious. When they get a hold of your domain controllers, they are in the heart of your network and your environment. That is time to trigger an incident response plan and engage that team. I would also consider, I apologize, this is not something we talked about in our room, but one of the things to consider here would be whether or not you suspend remote access. And this often happens in these kind of attacks where the companies have to make the call, and it's a very tough one, on whether or not they effectively shut down their environment. And we have seen this with some companies where they've actually had to put up signs in the lobby that say, do not connect your phone, do not connect your laptop, don't put it in a docking station, stay off our environment and wait for further communication. And the first thing they learn when that happens is how are you going to communicate with them? For a couple of reasons. Number one, you don't want to go on your Exchange server because you believe it's being monitored by the bad guys. So you don't want to tip off what's happening and what you're doing in response. The second piece, of course, is that probably all those great files, and this is not in this case, but in other cases, the files that HR has that contain things like all the emergency contact information, if you don't have backups of that, or you don't even have printed copies, or they're resident in someone's home or whatever it might be for critical team players, you don't even know their phone numbers. And what ends up happening is you get this kind of trickle down organic approach where the managers that do have contact information for specific people in their phone, it keeps going down through all the sort of the Plinko levels, right? Where they contact the few they can that they know, and they ask those people to contact the people that they know. And the problem with doing that is you start to get the telephone game, right? Where you have given them information about what's happening. And of course, what happens is it quickly starts to get out of hand. And the IT team also needs to be collecting the logs and the other IR forensics and information, right? This one's pretty bad. In this case, you know, to demonstrate due diligence later on, to show that you took reasonable care, that you did respond measurably, you're going to have to start pulling that information. And I would absolutely be calling in some kind of incident response firm on this one. So the third piece of this one is the legal, your legal counsel, what your obligations are, and so on. And so it doesn't really matter what industry you're in. Typically, you are going to have some obligations. If you take credit cards, you have obligations around that. If you hold personally identifiable information like financial information, some privacy legislation and other banking rules also govern you. Healthcare is an obvious one, right? So from this perspective, there's a lot to talk about. And in fact, I think Rakesh in our group, he summed it up really well, right? Which is at the heart of a law firm, of course, is the notion of client confidentiality, right? Or attorney-client privilege. And we all hear it in in all the crime shows we watch. And that is effectively a privilege between the attorney and the client, which says the information that is shared regarding litigation or legal work should be protected and confidential because, of course, a client has to be in a position where they can offer up that earnest and frank information so that the lawyer knows all the facts, understands the circumstance with as much fidelity as they can so that they can provide the best legal guidance, right? And that's what that's about. And in fact, there's other things called work products, which can be protected as well, which is, documents that get created or information, file shares, lists of accounts, all that kind of stuff as well that can be protected. So because of that, the flip is you have to determine your client, your confidentiality obligations, and determine the notification obligations. Some of these are going to be straightforward, other ones are not. And that's where it gets a lot trickier. So in some cases, as I said, if the volume and the nature of the information has been compromised and exfiltrated, then you may, it's a no-brainer. You've passed through the gate. You have to notify that regulator and or that client. But this one in greater detail, actually, when it happened, also coincided with the firm landing another major deal. And there was an awful lot of debate around whether or not they told them because it technically didn't affect them. They were not resident in their business when this occurred, but they were coming into it. And the trick there is to decide if you tell them or not. If you're not obligated to tell them, maybe you can take a pass. But then what happens when the criminals decide to tell them? They use your own email, or they post their information on something like Pastebin or some other area where they can publish their confidential information. And now it comes back around and they find out that you knew about it and you didn't tell them. That can be a far worse situation to deal with. And of course, the last piece of this as well, I'm just being mindful of the time, is also, do you contact and work with law enforcement or any federal authorities? Now, in this case, because this is a nation state attack, and we had enough evidence to demonstrate what we believed it was through what attribution we could obtain, they actually did call federal authorities, and the State Department was involved. Right. So this one was pretty serious. And of course, you can imagine how this actually goes. They ask you a lot of questions. You hand over a bunch of files. They don't answer anything. And then they walk out the door. Right. And you never hear from them again. Let's assume this was used. So the last piece of this kind of relates to what I just talked about, is the crisis communication part. Right. So, do you craft external communications and holding statements? And that's a great question. In fact, if you do any incident response planning, that's one of the things you should do, is model out these attacks, determine what you think that the most likely scenarios would be, and create some basic holding statements around them. And it's amazing what comes out. I just read one where somebody made a comment about, they were talking about employee and customer information being stolen, banking information, and they said there's no risk and there's no harm here, because effectively it's the same information that would be available on a check if you had written one and handed it to a retailer. I can't begin to tell you how wrong that is and how many ways, right? It's not that simple, because a check actually is a contract. It's a legal agreement. You are voluntarily doing it. It is held in trust by that other party who is supposed to keep it confidential, and so on, right? Although it did actually make me think about it, thinking like, I'm never writing a check again, that everything needs to go through a digital two-factor or multi-factor authentication transaction. And then the other thing is preparing the person. And one of the things that occurs in these situations is that they make mistakes. They say things they don't mean to. They say them in the heat of the moment, and understand that when the press come calling, they're not here to help you, right? They're here to tell a story, and they're looking for sound bites. So I'll go real quick here. Any other questions or any suggestions, ideas here that we didn't cover in this one?
Yeah, so our group did look at this scenario as well, and I think we had nearly identical overlap on the IT security items. The governance was not something that we considered, because from where we sat, we were already in this situation.
Right.
You raised some very good points. What are the risks you're taking on when you're taking on these type of clients?
Right.
One of the things that we spent a lot of time trying to understand is, are we maybe a US based managed service provider for a UK firm? Because no one in our room knew the appropriate UK based authorities,
right,
to contact.
Right.
Now, if we were, in-house IT for the UK, I don't think that would be such a stretch, right? If this was a US based law firm, we would know to contact FBI first,
right?
And they would point us in the right direction,
right?
But it also occurred to us that the nation state attacker may not be who we traditionally think of as a bad guy. If someone from Venezuela was seeking asylum in the UK, they may be also trying to get out of the reach of the US government. So that could present some very tricky situations for an international MSP.
Yeah, so those are great points. And the other one too that you just made me think of as well is there may be specific conditions that you may want to create in the contract with this type of individual, right? Things like, okay, we're not going to put your files in these types of systems, or how they're transferred, or using another third party to do that, something along those lines, knowing that there are other issues, particularly if they are crossing, as you're saying, right, international boundaries, then yeah, right, you start to run into some other issues there, and it's important to think about those too. So that's great feedback. Thank you very much. Good. So I'm gonna move on to the second one here, and this one, of course, is the one I think keeps most people up at night, which is the ransomware simulation. And I'll talk about this really quickly just to set the stage. So ransomware's gotten to the point, right, where late night comedians, I don't know if you've seen the webinars that we've done and so on. I mean, it's at the point where it's now fodder for these, for their programs, and it's not funny, right? These are incredibly dangerous situations. They are very painful. They are very expensive for any company that has suffered them. But what this does tell us is it's gotten to the point, right, where it has trickled down into our living rooms on late night TV. And that's because it's so pervasive at the moment. And it is as such because these ransomware gangs operate as a business, right? They've industrialized what they do. They resell their services. They even use things like revenue sharing for companies that, or other gangs that can't afford to buy their tools. And as I said, they've come up with very sophisticated means and technologies of actually going about attacking you. And I just wanted to show everyone this quickly, but this is an example of some information we pulled off the dark web for one particular one particular ransomware gang. And this is an ad for their affiliate program, right? Looking for partners. And it is just like any kind of two-pager you'd see for any technology company. You know, it differentiates them. It talks about how they're far more sophisticated and innovative than their competitors. And, you know, page one is, you know, so it's all the brand recognition positioning stuff. And then page two is effectively the speeds and feeds and their competitive comparisons, literally showing how much they've encrypted, how much money they've earned, how much harder they are to decrypt, and so on in comparison to all the other criminal gangs out there. So again, there's lots to unpack here, but the point is they do operate like a business. They have ways of increasing their revenue through more sophisticated tools. They invest in their R&D and their technology. They reduce their operational costs, and they make profits, and they're making an awful lot of money. And a lot of times these ransoms are $5 to $10 million is what the ask is. And in some of the ones I've seen, they'll literally come in with a number and it's fixed because they've already read your insurance premium, or sorry, your insurance contracts. So they know what is covered and how much you've got. They've looked at banks, or your banking information, so they know how much money you have in the piggy bank, and they know exactly what they can ask for. So they've engineered it. Okay, so let's look at this scenario, and then we're going to go into the breakout rooms again. So Wolfram and Hart, again, this is back to that second example I gave you, where they're talking about this sort of this crafted and manufactured lawsuit, right? So if anybody knows Wolfram and Hart, by the way, that's from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So it's an old reference, but it's still a good one. So this started with a clever phishing campaign. So let me walk you through this one. It's as I described before, right? The CEO and the CFO received this notice from Wolfram and Hart, which is a well-known and established law firm that asserts that the owner of one of their competitors is suing them, and they effectively provide access to a file share that contains numerous Microsoft Office documents, and they have to log into their accounts, of course, to read them. Once they open them, the files look legit, but they make no direct connection to their specific business or any product. So they're not quite sure, but nonetheless, just to be safe, the CFO passes this on to their legal counsel for review. Over the holiday weekend, an IT employee who's quite vigilant actually notices the creation of a batch of new users. They try to call the head of HR to say, hey, did we just hire some people? Like, what's going on? They couldn't get a hold of them. And then they actually contact the senior manager, who then says, look, we'll deal with this on Monday when we get back. And of course, when they arrive back Sunday night, the ransomware is detonated. It is tracked back, or sorry, the ransom note purportedly comes from a well-known ransomware group, and all the files are gone, systems are down, and so on. And typically when these things happen, like I said, you try to access some kind of service remotely, or you get alerts, right, that come back saying something's gone offline. You're not entirely sure why. When you start digging in, right, you get that, sinking feeling in your stomach, because you suddenly realize it's not something like a service just needs to be reset. It's a lot worse than this. And the only things you do find typically are the README files. So this is your classic, you have been shut down by ransomware, all systems are off. So let's go back into our rooms now for the next 10 minutes, and we can talk about what you would do in this situation. And like you just said earlier, unfortunately, it's kind of too late. So the preventative, proactive kind of things are off the table. Perhaps we look at those for learnings afterwards. But right now, how do we get our business back up and running?
So just a couple notes. Kara just put in the chat that everyone in all of the groups is considering the same scenario, just a clarification.
Yes.
Mark, a time check for you is that we're at about 11:07. So this will just have to be the last.
Yeah, we'll do the last one. Yeah.
Okay, great. Cool. I'll
Thank
send
you.
people on the breakouts. Hey, Anthony. We're in breakout rooms right now. Do you want to get moved into a breakout room or just hang out here?
I can just hang out. My laptop died, which is
Okay,
why I
it's
dropped
another like
off.
5 minutes or so.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Hi, Anthony. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello. It's been really great content so far. Thanks for putting this together.
Oh, thanks for saying that. It's much, we would prefer these to be in person, obviously, but I think we have some really good stuff for the rest of the day. And Mastercard is very impressive with what they're doing from cyber. And I feel like it's a nice behind the scenes look at what someone that's more in the financial services sector is doing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I saw that they were, over the lunch break, and I'm definitely curious to hear what they have to say.
They also are amazing because they have like 4 women that are presenting, which I'm like, yes, thank you.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks very much. I'm just going to get the slides back up again, like we did last time. Here. Okay, so we actually had a great conversation in our room, and we were able to talk to some people with sort of knowledge of how these situations unfold. So we've got about, I think, a little less than 10 minutes here. So I'm going to try and rapidly go through this one. So the first thing, of course, when these events occur, particularly when things like a ransomware attack occur, there's a couple of questions you have to ask yourself, right? And one of them is, what's the impact of the service outage, right? So whatever systems they've shut down, and how quickly can you recover from that incident, right? So, if you've got proper backup systems in place and you were able to do that, it's not like it happens instantly, but that can be outages that are measured in days, versus being in a position where you don't have access to those, because one of the things that criminals will attempt to do, of course, is to disable them, right? So any kind of resilient systems you have is one of the first things they'll go after, and in some cases they might not be able to, or they're a less sophisticated group that didn't really think of it. So there's absolutely that side of it, is quickly determining what the scope of the damage is and what your ability to respond to it is. But then it starts to get pretty complicated pretty fast. If you are in a position where you do have to pay, or you believe you need to pay a ransom, there's a few things you need to do, like determining any obligations you might have around things like notification, determining whether or not you need to contact law enforcement or notify your insurer. Most companies that are carrying coverage, even if it's business disruption insurance and it's not specific to cyber, are going to call their insurer, and they are likely going to have you engage with an IR firm, right? An incident response firm that will come in to ensure the bad guys are out of your environment, to negotiate on your behalf, right? So there'll usually be some kind of component around negotiation, and if necessary, deal with crisis communications. That doesn't usually happen. I've seen it in a few cases, but the negotiation is important because it's not a simple pick up the phone and go back and forth, right? You're usually using some sort of chat room or something like that with these bad guys, where you go back and forth and you'll ask for a proof of life, where they'll show you some files or a file tree to show you what they actually have in their possession. And then also, as I said, as a proof of life piece, they're going to say, well, show me, give me the decryption keys for a couple of files, or prove that you can do that, right, before we're going to pay this kind of money. And it's a tough situation to be in, because of course they are criminals. So either the malware that they're using may not work. So when you get the decryption keys back, they may not actually unlock everything, or the files have been corrupted. There's lots of other issues that you go through. When it comes to your insurer and working with law enforcement and so on, is, as I said, determining whether or not you can decrypt those files, collecting forensics for investigation. And there's a big piece now that the Treasury Department has mandated, is that you cannot pay a recipient on the OFAC sanctions list, which is the Office of Foreign Assets Control. So it's effectively, they don't want you trading with the enemy or funding a terrorist group, which kind of makes sense. It certainly confuses things, because it's not an easy job to actually determine full attribution, because even if you've got a ransom note that says it comes from Conti, as an example, or DarkSide, it doesn't necessarily mean it's them, right? So there's a lot of discussion around this, around how viable is this? But nonetheless, again, I think what you're trying to do in this case is demonstrate reasonable care. Say, I made an attempt to do this. I didn't just jump to paying a ransom without thinking about it or looking at my options. We assessed our options. This was the most the best one that we have, right? The worst of the bad, or the least worst of the bad, and this is what we're going to do. And so if something were to come along, if there were an investigation, if they did challenge you, like I said, you can show them your homework and go through why, because I really don't think they're going to prosecute a hospital because they've been shut down and they can't treat patients. And of course, once you do get the keys, and this is the real trick, right, is dealing with the recovery and the restoration, right? So rebuilding green networks and environments, and rebuilding email and communications and collaboration tools, and decrypting all the files and the assets, and getting that system up and running. And that's the difficult part. And of course, after that too is the root cause, right? How did this happen in the first place? what changes could we make? How could we improve our, not only our security posture, but perhaps the way our IT infrastructure is developed? So we have a couple of minutes left here. So I'd love to hear from the other groups as well, as to what your thoughts were, if you've gone through a ransomware attack, or you know of one, or you've, colleagues have, and what some of your insights were. Okay, so
one thing we did talk about in our group is the people with the money don't see the security components as a priority, unfortunately, until it's too late a lot of times. So that's part of the challenge, is how to tee that up from an IT side to the controllers and so forth. Just a minor thing.
No, you're right. That's actually a very valid point, right? It's that kind of the cost of doing nothing, and then understanding what it looks like when it does happen. Which is why I kind of popped this slide up here, because I think, Rob, your point is bang on, which is, there's far more to this than just the IT perspective to it, or the technology. It is a business risk, and we've certainly seen over the last year a ratcheting up of obligations. So things like when you communicate, or if you do communicate, making sure that whatever you state is fair and is not misleading. So a lot of times you'll see this: oh, we had a network outage, or we were down for maintenance, and it wasn't maintenance, you were taken down by a ransomware gang. And I made that example about a check, and this is the same as information you may give out in the normal course of a retail purchase, and it's not. So understanding those things so you don't end up in hot water. Also understanding the OFAC piece, like I said, are you in a position where you can pay this group if you desire to, or if that's your only choice, I should say. No one desires it. But the third piece as well, and I think this actually really goes to what you're talking about here, which is the due diligence piece and the reasonable care part. So while many firms have incident response services under retainer, and they've often positioned that as a three-way agreement between themselves, their legal counsel, and that firm, the reason they do that is to, as I said, put it under the umbrella of privilege. That doesn't always stand the test. And in fact, there's been a handful of court decisions over the last year now, where the judge has ruled for the plaintiff in those cases where there's been subsequent legal action, and effectively said those things, like the incident response report, security budgets, etc., are discoverable, which means those will come out. And you can imagine, of course, that's going to say, well, here's how the bad guys got in, here's what you were doing or not doing potentially. It's kind of the smoking gun and the signed confession, right? So it's certainly going to make a plaintiff's attorney, their job is going to get a heck of a lot easier when they've got all of that information, versus trying to pull it out in pieces or get you to admit negligence. So toning it down from lawsuits, let's just talk about doing our jobs here. It's understanding that that we are you do have to demonstrate reasonable care, particularly if you're making a claim against your insurance, and you want to show them that you were taking reasonable measures to protect your business through whatever security and IT infrastructure and services you used, and that they were used properly, right? So, if you make claims like we conduct annual security awareness training, but you're unable to produce any records that show how many people were trained and what the results were and all that kind of stuff, that can get you in a position where the insurer may decline coverage. So with that, I think we're coming up on the time, right? Is that correct?
But Adam Young has his hand up, and we have 5 minutes. So.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Ask your question.
This is going to be more of a comment. I mean, to like what you said, Mark, these people are criminals. So even if you do pay the ransom, you got to keep in mind that how are you going to prove that they're actually out of your system? And also, how do you prove that they didn't take anything and they come back later asking for more money, or they're going to publish content that you don't want out there in the real world?
Yeah, Adam, that's a great point. And so for everyone, yes, remember you're negotiating with criminals, right? So you can't trust them, and they generally have multi-pronged kind of revenue models, right? So one of them, of course, is you pay the ransom to restore your systems and get your files back. But the second one is extortion, right? So they may come back to you 6 months later and say, so we have all your files, we're going to publish them, or pay us more money. And that's generally out of band from insurance coverage, right? They're just not going to cover that kind of thing. So that would be out of pocket, right? Corporate pocket. The third thing they do too is they'll often sell that data anyway. So this is the real problem, is you don't know on the dark web now if all that information that was absconded is up for sale regardless of whether or not you paid the ransom. And it's not just the data itself, it's another piece that Adam touched on there, which is, are they still resident in your environment, right? Is there some persistence there? That's what we'd call it. And sometimes that's sold. So it's almost like the meta crime or the meta breach is the part that they sell. So they might not sell your data because for whatever reason, but they're selling the fact that they have compromised credentials, or that they've left things like a beacon or a back door that they can use or someone else can use when they sell it to then gain re-entry into your environment. So this is one of the biggest tricks, and it's why you see in a lot of companies, there's a bit of a discussion around that of, do we start with a green environment? Like, do we, kind of to some degree, as much as we can, build from scratch? And what are we going to do to get back in, dig around, and make sure there aren't any things like, for any technical people on the call, Cobalt Strike is a very popular one. And I hate to say this as a security vendor, but it kind of drives me nuts that you'll often see a lot of the tools that were developed to do things like vulnerability testing and so on, or emulation of attacks, then end up in the hands of the bad guys. So it's a bit like we create police technology and they now monitor the police radios and they know how to use that against us. And unfortunately, those things end up pointed back at us, and we didn't think that would occur. And they're really clever tools that do a great job of masquerading in legit traffic, making themselves look like their email communication or any other kind of server traffic that would go back and forth that your firewall's not going to see because it looks legit.
Hey, Mark, one comment from our group. We spent some time talking about how difficult it actually is to create a cybersecurity recovery plan that is resilient against ransomware. And just because you have backups doesn't mean that they're not encrypted, or if you try to restore onto something like a encrypted domain controller, it can be extremely difficult to get your data back. So that requires quite a bit of planning and testing to make sure that works properly.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of great points here, right? Number one, test those backups, test them regularly, and also look at other sort of air gapped backups as well. In one case, it just dealt with they had their backup system was compromised and shut down or disabled, so those were also destroyed. And they did have physical tapes, but the tapes were grossly out of date. So they were going to help with some things, but there was still a significant rebuild, and that is critical. I don't think there's a silver bullet, and I don't think there's some, whatever one solution solves all or the perfect backup solution. But certainly, don't think of backups from a pure IT resilience perspective or business continuity perspective. You have to assume that somebody might go after them, because it's one of not the first thing, but probably the second thing that criminals are going to do is try to damage them or effectively rob you of your ability to restore from those. We also had a comment quickly in our room as well, which was a great point, was that the criminals tried to rush them to payment because I think they were worried that you would be able to restore from backup, right? So it's like you almost want to hit the person when they're in the highest emotional state where they're going to make an emotional, not irrational, but an emotional decision on these matters and get the cash out of them beforehand, which is also why bringing in other companies that help with this, right? That sort of settle you down, help you take a tactical pause and decide what to do, but also at the same time, not get on the bad side of the bad guys where, if you want to try and stall them and use, those kind of tactics, they're quite happy to take a portion of your data and publish it as demonstration of their ability. Or we've seen in other cases, they contact clients or part of your supply chain, and they'll say, hey, did you know, here's your technical specs and your design drawings for whatever component, because your vendor just got hacked and they refused to pay a ransom.
Great. Well, Mark, thanks so much for that. I think we're out of time. That was gave us a great chance to exercise some creativity and exercise a little brain matter. So appreciate that. We're going to take a quick break now and hopefully give everyone a chance to order lunch and get set for our riveting lunch presentation. Many thanks to our sponsor, Mastercard, who provided us with Grubhub gift certificates. You can order lunch if you registered by yesterday afternoon. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, reconvene at about 11, by my watch, 11:37, and we'll see you then. All right, welcome back. And thanks again to Mastercard for providing us with lunch, even while we attend this conference remotely. Just a quick reminder to please add your company name to your Zoom name by clicking on the menu button on your own picture and selecting rename. And also direct any questions to Kara Toronto or TAO admin or any of the TAO staff. Kara is also serving as our timekeeper today. So when she appears on screen, we have about a minute left in our session. I'd like to hand this over to the Mastercard team of Rebecca Lettingham and Ron Tallwalker to give us the latest news around the world of cybercrime. The second part of this session will involve some additional talented folks from the Mastercard team, Nicola Entwistle and Christy Friesmeier and Pamela Georgia. So Rebecca, please take it away.
All right, Charlie gonna take control here. Let me see if I can do that.
All right, sounds good, Ron.
Yeah, and then I will share. So hopefully it'll allow me to share now. So give me just a second. And we're gonna try to make this sound work this time. I know it didn't work as all great at the beginning, but hopefully mine works. And I'm gonna hand to the mic to Rebecca. So let me know if you see my screen.
Yeah, we can. It's a bit blurred.
All right, let me actually put it in presentation and see if that works. How's that?
It's a little bit better, still a bit fuzzy.
Okay, well, maybe just go straight to the next slide. How's that?
That's fine. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, thank you very much. We hope you're going to enjoy your lunch. Mastercard is a big supporter of TAO Oregon. We have been working with them for the last 4 or 5 months, offering cybersecurity seminars. But what we want to talk to you today is a little bit more about what's currently going on in the environment, the kinds of things that we're seeing. And also about some of the things that Mastercard is actually doing to help keep our merchants safe. We are responsible for 40 million merchants globally, 90% of which are small merchants like yourselves. And we're very conscious of the fact that you are being heavily, heavily targeted by cyber criminals. And I wanted to just talk about what's topical in the news at the moment, what's actually going on that you might want to be aware of, where your personal security is concerned or your security of your business. So first one I'm going to talk about is a new campaign called Hello Kitty. So we saw in the previous presentation that there's a lot of talk about ransomware. This is actually a ransomware campaign where the gangs are targeting websites with double extortion at the moment. So when we did our information and training sessions earlier this year, we talked a lot about DDoS and denial of service. And this is being utilized by the bad guys at the moment in conjunction with the normal ransomware campaigns that we're seeing. So they're obviously sending you a phishing email, somebody downloads the phishing email, and then if you decide not to pay, they are going to try and hit you with a DDoS campaign. Now, denial of service is whereby they send so much traffic to your website that your website just cannot cope and basically falls over, takes you offline, takes you away from your customers, does reputational harm and damage to your business, and until you can get yourself back up and running, you're going to be losing money as well. So this is one of the new campaigns that's out there. Now, I will tell you that the phishing email that comes in is not called Hello Kitty. That is simply what the background code it has been termed by security researchers. The other thing that we're seeing, which is very topical at the moment, is a campaign involving Pax Technology. Now, Pax Technology is headquartered in Shenzhen, China. It's one of the largest payment providers in the world and operates about 60 million point of sale terminals in more than 120 countries. So if you have a bricks and mortar store, the chances are you might be using a Pax point of sale terminal. Now, it's been reported that it was noticed that these terminals were exhibiting suspicious behavior, and allegedly the machines were opening unexplained network connections to systems in China, and the data was being transferred. and it looked like it was some kind of software update or something like that. But actually what was happening was the terminals were being used to house malware and act as command and control run points for staging other attacks on merchants who have actually been using the PAX control terminals as well. So again, if you have a point of sale terminal, that's something that you probably want to check. The other thing I want to mention is an organized crime group globally that is very, very well known to those of us in cybersecurity called Evil Corps. Now, Evil Corps is a Russian organized crime group that took its name from the TV series Mr. Robot, and was run by, or is run by, a guy called Maxim Yakubets, who's a Russian. And interestingly, he's married to the daughter of a Russian FSB agent. And it is believed that they do have links to the Russian government. He has been in partnership with a guy called Igor Turashev, and both of them were actually indicted by the FBI. And at that time, OFAC, which is the sanctions authority in the USA, basically stated that if you pay any ransomware to this organized crime group, then you're breaking sanctions laws, and there is punishment that follows that. In order to get around that, what the Evil Corps group have been doing is changing the name of the Trojans and the campaigns that they actually target victims with. So when the indictment was actually released, it was to do with Drydex banking Trojan. Now, you might well have been a victim because this was targeting individuals. And what it was trying to do was get you to give them your banking information. They've subsequently moved on to something called Macaw, which is a locker, a ransomware locker. And this is their new campaign to try and circumvent these OFAC regulations. Now, this could target your business because if you download the unsuspecting phishing email and you decide to pay, then there could be repercussions, and it's something that you need to be aware of when it comes to any kind of ransomware as well. One of the other campaigns that we've seen recently as well is against love to shop gift cards. Now, these type of gift cards are accepted in many, many different merchant outlets, and it might be that you actually are one of those outlets that accepts a love to shop gift card. And the reason these have been targeted is because they are not related to one merchant. And there was an individual who was actually, I think he was based in the UK recently, who has been charged with harvesting people's payment card information, because what he did was he set up a fake gift card site selling fake love to shop gift cards. Interestingly, though, he was investing the stolen money in cryptocurrency. And although he made quite a lot of money, maybe $500,000 from the actual gift card scam, he made over $2 million from his investment in cryptocurrency. And interestingly, he was able to purchase Google Ads. Now, some of you might use Google Ads on your websites, to generate some AdSense income. And these are the kind of things that you want to be aware of. He was actually found in possession of about 12,000 stolen credit card numbers and 197 PayPal accounts. So if you do allow AdSense or any kind of advertising on your site to make money, you also need to be aware of the content, because if your customers are going to your site and are being infected on one of these ads, then it's unfortunately you that they're going to blame. It's not going to be the click that they actually make. And then finally, one of the things I wanted to make you aware of that's actually happened in the UK as well, but it's actually impacting the USA. And it's really interesting because there was a guy who was targeting women who had lost pets, because they were posting their contact information, i.e. their telephone numbers, their emails, etc., to find their lost pets. He was reaching out to them, messaging them, pretending he'd located their lost pets. And after getting their hopes up that he'd found their pet, he bombarded them with indecent images and videos of himself before demanding that they do the same. So it was an extortion type campaign, and he was just recently jailed for 5 years. But that is not something that's going to stop. Wherever you post your data and your information, even if it's for genuine purposes, you need to be very, very careful, because you never know who's looking or who's watching. So that's the breaking news that we wanted to share with you at the moment. And I'm going to pass you on to Ron Tallwalker, who's going to talk to you about identity and fraud.
Thank you, Rebecca. And so, like, if that didn't scare you enough, Rebecca came from Interpol background, and Rebecca, you probably can't share half the stuff that you've seen and learned, but I know you've given me some teasers of some pretty scary things. So, you know, she's got a lot of interesting stuff, but yeah, definitely a lot happening there. And what I want to do is to follow on, and it's very actually relevant because behind all these different things she's talked about, we've seen a huge spike in identity, you know, related attacks and fraud, largely because we're seeing so much more change digitally from going from, you know, typical sort of like on-prem or normal sort of, especially in the small business side, like a lot of pivot into e-commerce, right? Naturally, people trying to keep their businesses afloat. And Mastercard, we've seen this. We've come along with this to ensure that people have ways to actually continue operating, be it click to pay and contactless and all these other things. But as you can imagine, as small businesses have shifted, you know, we've seen, you know, 95% of people have found different ways to actually run their business. And that's opened up a wider sort of attack surface with respect to attacks that are happening from a cloud standpoint, web application attacks, phishing attacks. And with that, we can see, right? You can see the types of transaction trends. I mean, we can see over 50 billion in 2024. We can see the cyber crime, as Rebecca's talked about, increasing dramatically this year alone, with 5.2 trillion dollars lost in cybercrime. So this shift, exacerbated by the pandemic, which is more likely here to stay, in the premise of these small businesses trying to keep afloat, they've had to actually do this. And naturally, when I'm out talking to small businesses, they're not necessarily equipped for that. And it makes sense, right? They're trying to keep the lights on, not necessarily thinking about, well, what's the next ransomware attack I worry about? What's my risk? We'll get into that later because we've been doing a lot in the space with, as we get people into online, trying to provide them resources so that they don't actually run into these attacks. And I will tell you that people's businesses have gone down because of a cyber attack. To me, that's not only scary, but sad because those are preventable. And you know, the reality is it's one thing if you don't get stimulus checks from the government, but if you aren't watching these risks that potentially could lead to huge loss, then you could actually lose your business that way. And that's been happening, right, since the pandemic. So what, you know, behind a lot of this, many verticals have been affected. And Rebecca talked to a few of these different types of attacks, but definitely automated attacks associated with trying to falsify human behavior have been growing in number, right? So when you think about these different verticals, be it ticketing, be it financial institutions, we've certainly seen a lot under travel, event ticketing and streaming. Those have increased quite rapidly. And so a lot of these are actually getting past CAPTCHA, getting past various types of bot detection tools that are there because they're getting much more sophisticated, right? And so now you're starting to see a lot more happening in the space. They're being much more innovative in how they actually try to get through. So, you know, whether it's synthetic ID types of attacks or just falsifying transactions, screen scraping, key loggers, they're getting much more complex, right? And as you go to full payments online, whether it's through your mobile device or other means, naturally you're going to see a lot more attempts to actually find ways to get in. And so travel is just one that's picked up. And I think now everyone can see, right? It's starting to open up again. People are traveling again. So a lot of attacks being targeted at those industries. You know, if you think about the types of, you know, a lot of this comes back to how many attempts are being made and how many are getting through. In this last, I think in 2020, we saw 0.5% to 2%. Now that seems like small, but when you think about the millions and millions of transactions and attempts to be done, that ends up being a lot. Now that's risen up from average to 2% to about 9%. And you can see here the number of the increases across the different sectors that is happening. So what does this mean? It means that there are a lot more attempts of cycling through credentials and a lot of attacks in these different types of verticals, whether retail, streaming, these types of things are starting to increase. And once you get a hold of these credentials, lots of damage can be done because you're going to go and test every one of these things across many different accounts. And that leads to higher risk of account takeovers. It's definitely an area within Mastercard we have a lot of areas and services around account takeover, fraud, and identity. And we'll talk a little bit later when we get into some of the areas around mitigation that you can do. But this is definitely relevant this time of year. What we're seeing in addition to that is a lot of these attempts happen to do with card cycling. So in this case, people get a hold of these types of cards. They use different methods to get it, and they'll just go through hundreds and thousands of these different purchases, hoping to figure out which ones are going to work, right? And in the event that works in a few, you're gonna find a gold mine, and now you start talking about both identity fraud and even loyalty fraud, right? And we obviously have a lot of loyalty programs within Mastercard, but people go after that and they take advantage of people. A lot of it is phishing attacks behind it when you're targeting certain people around. Get your free tickets for this place, get some free some other free sort of rewards through some other arbitrary vendor. So this card cycling method really is increased quite a bit year over year, and so it's definitely an area that we focus on because we need to provide that to our merchants, acquirers, issuers as services as they join our program. So what I want to do is, with that kind of background, I'm gonna share with you, and I hope this works, a quick video on, when you think about the behavioral approach between your phone and then all the way to your identity, what do you have to worry about? So at Mastercard, we have some capabilities that we've tried to kind of put in place. I'm going to share this with you. It's a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can actually share that with you.
As consumers use more digital services, the need to prove their identity in the digital and physical worlds continues to grow. But how do you trust someone you don't know and can't see? At Mastercard, our goal is to advance trust in digital interactions and enable more people and businesses to participate in the digital economy. We've developed a suite of capabilities that offer a flexible, secure, and consumer-centric approach to identity, helping people to prove they are who they say they are across a range of use cases while protecting businesses from a growing range of threats. Let's see how a card application works. From the moment the consumer starts to fill in the card application, our behavioral biometrics technology assesses their physical interactions with the device to determine if it's a genuine user or fraudulent actor. When the application is submitted, a real-time risk analysis is performed on the identity data to determine if the identity is authentic. For additional assurance, an identity document can be validated and biometrically matched against a live selfie. And to complete a financial check, the service provider uses open banking to check income and account status. Success! The card is added to the consumer's wallet using Mastercard tokenization service. Now let's do some online shopping. As the consumer begins checkout, the merchant conducts a series of checks in real time, all while giving the consumer peace of mind that their data is secure and their transaction is being processed quickly. As the payment is made, Mastercard authenticates the consumer and shares intelligence with the issuer, avoiding unnecessary declines. Mastercard is leading the effort to support our partners with the latest identity solutions to enable convenience while building a trusted and inclusive digital environment. Together, we can create a better digital world. As consumers.
All right, so I'm guessing that actually everybody was able to hear the sound on that. That's a good thing. Let me know if that didn't happen. So, I think this is a great segue as you think about identity and fraud. What's behind all this largely can be associated with risk and vulnerabilities. And what I'd like to do is pass this over to Christy now to talk about the risk associated with things downstream that lead to these types of attacks upstream.
Hey, Ron, real quick, there's a question in
the sure.
Asking what's the most secure form of physical card use? Tap, chip and signature, chip and pin, etc.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think my colleagues might have their own thoughts around that, and Plummet, if you're on, feel free to chime in on this. But I think we are constantly adding new capabilities with respect to combining with 3DS and sort of chip as well as PIN, and then moving away from it. I mean, at the end of the day, the POS world where you directly went there, that's going to go away, and we've actually put some things on the roadmap that'll eventually get to a point where that won't even be a thing. It'll be fully touch or contact. So I think that's really where we see things moving to.
And just to add to what Ron said, and sorry, I'm not on camera, I realize, but really there's protocols and standards for each of these types of transactions, and they're held to the same level of security. So it's pretty much interchangeable, but we are, like Ron said, going to contactless, and that is just as secure as chip is.
Good question.
Thanks, guys. I'd always shied away from contactless until my chip kind of wore out, and until I got a new card. I used it for a couple of weeks, and it's good to hear that it's, in your guys' mind, at least as secure as the chip technology.
The best way to pay is Apple Pay, Google Pay, or Android Pay. Anything with your phone where your phone is the device that confirms your identity rather than your actual card information is the most secure way to pay. So if you go to a store and they accept Apple Pay or Google Pay, pay that way.
Use it. Yeah. It's true, Rebecca. In the old days, I never thought I would jump on that bandwagon, but I use it anytime I can, to be honest with you. So.
Me too.
Yeah. Good question. Christy, you should have control.
All right, great. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. My name is Christy Friesmeier. Obviously, I work for Mastercard, but I work in product development. And my focus is to really bring small business cybersecurity solutions to the Mastercard Trust Center marketplace. Because, as Ron and Rebecca both mentioned, small businesses are rapidly shifting to digital storefronts to adapt to the current business landscape. In fact, 92% of those businesses have pivoted mostly digital to adapt to the now and post-pandemic. With the shift of digital, small businesses find themselves underprepared for tax. 60% of small business owners do not have a prevention plan in place, and a quarter of business owners say they don't even know where to start. Unfortunately, the statistics also show that 25% of small businesses that experience a cyber attack will subsequently file for bankruptcy. I'm sorry, I forgot to share I forgot I was taking control there. So we're on the next slide now. So with those statistics, we realize that small business is really the connective tissue of our global economy. It accounts for 90% of all businesses and employs roughly 70% of the world's workers. So Mastercard, with this realization and with the new business landscape there is, our new mission is really to provide small businesses with simple, affordable, easy to use cyber products and services, and provide free training, toolkits, research through the Mastercard Trust Center and the marketplace. And I know Ron will touch a little bit on the Trust Center later, but for today, I'm gonna focus in on a specific product, and I also have a video, so I'm gonna play it, and hopefully you hear the sound. But this product is called My Cyber Risk, and it's essentially a cyber risk assessment of your online environment. So a simple URL, your business URL, will help to generate this assessment.
Okay. Protecting a small business isn't as easy as it used to be. In the digital world, cameras, locks, and alarm systems aren't enough to keep out thieves. Fraudsters know that cybersecurity is a challenge for small businesses, which is why 70% of cyber attacks specifically target them. Take Gina, for example. She runs a thriving local toy store. But while her personal touch keeps customers happy, Gina doesn't have the resources to put adequate cybersecurity measures in place. As a result, hackers could compromise her store's checkout page and steal payment information from Gina's customers. Gina wouldn't even realize her systems had been compromised until after the damage was done. Fortunately for Gina, Mastercard has a solution to help businesses like hers. My Cyber Risk, powered by Mastercard's Risk Recon, helps small businesses like Gina's monitor, detect, and remediate cyber risks before they can be exploited in a cyber attack. My Cyber Risk evaluates small business cyber environments, assessing things like software updates, website security, breach events, email security, and other possible vulnerabilities. After assessing Gina's cyber environment, My Cyber Risk provides her a cyber risk rating. Downloadable reports list identified weaknesses and prioritizes them by severity. Remediation suggestions help Gina fix identifiable issues, improve her risk rating, and track her cyber risk over time. Gina can access My Cyber Risk through a user-friendly portal that offers helpful guidance along every step of the way, because Gina shouldn't have to be a cyber expert to protect her business. With My Cyber Risk, Mastercard's Risk Recon can help Gina and you address cyber vulnerabilities before they're exploited by hackers. Let's defend your business against cyber threats today.
Oh, sorry. I am sorry about that. I don't know. It's going a little rampant here. Here we go. Okay, so great. So that video just really shows the product in action from a small business perspective. The great thing about this product, like I mentioned, it's a simple URL. So you enter your company's website, and My Cyber Risk is going to go in and use non-invasive techniques to monitor your website. And really what this means is we are essentially taking the place of a hacker. We're using the data, we're going in trying to find weaknesses and vulnerabilities where it could expose you to risk. There's no risk in this assessment. It's not going to damage any of the website or security in place. It uses a variety of data sources with over 40 security criteria to provide a simple letter grade, which reflects the overall security rating of the website. All of the findings are displayed, very easy to read, very identifiable, and we also provide remediation advice. So you can go in, take our advice, we'll show you the vulnerability and also provide remediation suggestion for correcting the problem. Right now, I'm actually going to jump over to the marketplace, and that will show you a bit of how it works, and I'll actually show you an assessment. So, let's see. Here we go, share screen, sorry. Ron, it's saying I can't share the screen while others are another participant is sharing.
Okay, well, maybe, let's see, do you wanna, I can stop the share and then you should be able to share the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would think so.
I guess try to share your desktop. Or do you want me to stop and then you wanna pick it up?
Yeah, you might have to stop. I'm sorry, it's just saying I can't start screen sharing while someone else is.
There you go. Now you should be able to pick it up.
All right.
Try that. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, so this is a new site we just launched in June, and it's called our Mastercard Trust Center Marketplace. This is the platform which will host cybersecurity solutions that aim to help small businesses, specifically small and micro businesses today. The site actually is upon landing, You can scroll and view a little bit more about the different products that we have available. My Cyber Risk is the product that we're going to focus on today, but just so you can see other potential products that may be of interest: ID theft protection for small business, cyber insurance, which you'll hear a little bit more about today, and then just some more statistics and information about the marketplace. I am going to jump right in because I have a cyber assessment open at this point for the TAO. And you'll notice here you have several features. There is a user guide to help you, a glossary of terms in case there's a word that you're not quite understanding or you don't understand the context of it. And also support. So we have customer support that can walk anyone through any issue that they have as well. Tour the portal is a feature that I'm going to do today to show you the assessment. And this is available upon your initial login, as well as anytime by going to that help feature. But it kind of just breaks down the assessment into different sections. So you'll notice there's an overall score. It is a B and it's an A to F rating, just like in school. So it's very easy to understand. And you also have the ability to view your scores over time. So as different assessments are refreshed, we can you can see progress. And just a word of to that nature, the assessment is refreshed automatically every 14 days. So every 14 days, you'll see that there will be a new assessment out there, or if at any time you do make a change, you can go out and hit this refresh assessment and see how that updated or impacted your score. This is our security category risk ratings, and the issues that we are evaluating are grouped into severity. So the highest weight severity of issues are on top. At every point, there's a downloadable action plan and a downloadable issue, which I can walk you through that as well. But this is really just giving you a PDF version of this report. So if you need to share it with any IT team or any other contact, you have the ability to download it and share. Our issue priority navigator is really great because it breaks down all of the findings of the assessment and categorizes them into an understandable, okay, so if there's 20 issues, what's the most impactful? What should I focus on right now? This issue priority navigator will do that for you. Obviously, Fix Now is the most severe issues that will make the biggest impact. The breakdown will really categorize exactly what domain and what type of issue is revealed within the assessment in the Fix Now. You'll always have a breakdown of what exactly the issue is and then what our recommendation is. For software patching, you'll see there's no issues at this time. So we didn't recognize any issues with software patching. After I get through this, I'll run down to the application security, though, where we do seem to have an issue. There's also an IT profile page, which will just give you more information about host names, domains that were used, and data downloads for more information to download into in-depth spreadsheets. So right now I'm going to scroll down here and, well, first let me do this. I'm going to go to the Fix Now issues, and that will allow you to click and just go straight to the issue from there. And you'll see that we found potential application security issues on these two domains. And the recommendation, it'll kind of explain out the issue, and then the recommendation, we're recommending in this case to integrate two-factor authentication to make the host and site more secure. I am going to jump over to a action plan. So that I pre-downloaded this, but it's as simple as clicking the action plan button, and a PDF will pop up with your action plan. And this is the downloadable version of everything you see on the screen. It walks you through all of the information, the fix now. It provides your issues and recommendations, and it's something you can take away from the site to assess the potential vulnerabilities. So that I think, are we holding questions till the end, Ron, or?
If there's some that pop up,
okay,
we will jump on them. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing right now, but thank you.
Okay, great.
I will jump in there and grab it again and see if that works. Thank you, Christy. That was awesome. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. So we'll go back to this. So yeah, I think I will just say that like there's not a lot out there of tools that offer a level of risk assessment targeting the small, medium business. And in the recent, I've been on the road a bit talking to small businesses. I was in Atlanta last week, doing some cyber workshops with Black-owned businesses. And first of all, I could not believe the amount of feedback we got, or just engagement, which tells me that people are very much in tune to the problem, and they realize they have to do something about this. And so it's very interesting to me that that's been the change, really, is that we've been seeing so much more of that happening. Hopefully you can see my slide. I just kind of tried to put that back in. Let me see if I can actually share, because it's not coming up. Are you guys seeing that okay?
Yeah, we're seeing it not in presentation mode yet, though.
Yeah, it's not quite coming up that way, but let me run with that for now.
Yeah, Ron, I do have a couple of questions on that.
Yeah,
my cyber risk really quick. I may have missed it, but do you need to be a Mastercard like merchant or customer in order to use my cyber risk?
Christy, right there in your wheelhouse. You wanna tell them what our current framework is?
Not at all. Our cybersecurity solutions are, especially my cyber risk, or specifically my cyber risk, are not linked to any type of Mastercard portfolio. You don't have to own a Mastercard. You don't have to issue Mastercard, except Mastercard. It is a solution to really help with your identify cybersecurity risks that could be leaving you hung out to dry. We have no affiliation with the small business as far as if they're a Mastercard customer or not. It's out there for every small business to access and utilize.
Yeah, the one thing, Charlie, is today it's not a direct to merchant. We're working on that. You can obtain it through, say, a partner or reseller. So, for example, if somebody wants to come in and is interested in looking at it for their set of merchants or businesses, you can get to it that way. We are working on putting something out there that can be a direct to the merchant as well. But no specific requirement, as Christy said.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So hopefully you can see my screen now. So now that I think we've talked a little bit about, Rebecca started with some of these attacks and problems and space coming on. And now, we talked about like there's an underlying risk to your business. And we've seen this huge sort of spike on attacks. And a lot of these campaigns start with small businesses. We wanted to now focus on a little bit of mitigation. Like what do we do and what kind of solutions are out there? I'm going to touch a little bit as we bring it all together, because I think we kind of did a little bit. I think you guys get the idea that there is the downstream attacks around data breaches that we really have focused a lot on in the last 18 months. About 2 years ago, we pulled in a capability. We bought the company called Risk Recon, focused on really the nth party risk problem. But now you can see we're really trying to make sure the small business have something as well. But if you think about these downstream problems where you have breaches and fraud, there's also that impact upstream. So when we think about identity and fraud, account takeovers, we have a number of solutions. You saw a little bit in the video. Plumman is gonna go into a little bit of the details on how do we actually look at things like phone intelligence, understanding is that a malware behind that, or is it really somebody, right? And is that somebody legitimate? How do we know that? What kind of information and signals do we need to look at to make sure that they're real, and that they can identify with certain types of behaviors as well as data, right? Be it name, phone. So she's going to kind of deep dive, but I wanted to share this, that within our group at CNI, we're really trying to look at this, understand that Mastercard, we're really focused on the payment ecosystem. There are 3,500 security companies out there. Our intent isn't to look at, an endpoint problem. We're looking at how do we ensure the integrity and trust in transactions as they continue just to grow, right, exponentially. So this kind of gives you the framework, right, what we're looking at. So I'm gonna pass to Plumma now. Plumma, please introduce yourself and talk a little bit about these, and I'll go through the slides for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Plumma Georgieva, and I am part of our cyber intelligence solutions team here at Mastercard. We really look across different solutions and different types of attacks and how we can mitigate those. Like Christy said regarding Risk Recon, that is, and My Cyber Risk, that is a really very much a brand agnostic solution. You don't need to necessarily have a relationship with Mastercard to take advantage of it. And it kind of goes similar for a lot of these other solutions that we're going to discuss today. Obviously, when it comes to transaction fraud, that's a little bit different, and we really need to be able to see the transactions in order to be able to help with them. But when it comes to protecting digital interactions, a lot of our solutions are brand agnostic. One of them being Ekata. It is our most recent acquisition. Mastercard really has been making a lot of acquisitions in the cyber intelligence space over the last few years, and Ekata is one of our latest ones. What Ekata focuses on is on gathering information on 5 different elements: someone's name, email address, phone number, IP address, and their physical address as well. These are a lot of common elements that are used not only for credit card applications, but also even for opening a merchant account when you're making purchases online. So by being able to track how these are being used online, we can get a pretty good idea of someone's digital identity. And we do that by having 2 different types of tools, if you want to say, through the Ekata engine. One of them is the identity graph, which would let us know really when have we seen these elements and where. When was, for example, someone's email first created and when was it first being used? We'll be able to let you know how many days have passed since we saw this email last. And then what we'll be able to do is also see the connections between these 5 elements in our identity network, which is very important because, as you can see here today, we are able to track over 5 billion digital interactions really on an annual basis. And we have over 50 million identity elements that are already stored within our identity network. So that lets us know how different elements are connected and what these connections are actually telling us. Just to give you a simple example, if we see someone's email address being associated with, for example, 15 different IP addresses over the last 2 weeks, that will tell us that there's some sort of a malicious activity probably happening and something that would identify high risk, and will probably let us know, hey, that's someone that you shouldn't be letting in within your environment, whether they're trying to create an account with you or whether they're trying to make a purchase. You should look into them, either ask them for additional verification, authentication, or just block the interaction altogether. But that would be really up to the merchant on deciding what to do. So that is kind of the first of our solutions that focuses on protecting account creation and just different digital interactions within the merchant environment. Going into the next one, this is where we can add additional information. In addition to Ekata, we also have other solutions, such as our ID verification portfolio solutions, that would allow us to really provide more information about someone based on what we are seeing coming through their mobile device information, as well as their document verification as well, if necessary. This is quite important. Is anyone else losing audio? Sorry, I just saw the notification.
I can hear you
pop up.
fine.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So this is really important because a lot of times you may not be able to gather a lot of information on your customers, but something that pretty much all folks in the US have today and can give you some sort of information on them is their mobile phone. So with our phone intelligence APIs, we will be able to verify that the mobile phone is in possession of their rightful owner, and that in fact, they are the ones using the phone at the moment. In a lot of cases, and for merchants, it might be different. I think it depends on what you're saying, on what you're selling. For example, if you are saying alcohol, you might need to verify someone's age. And that's where the document verification comes in very handy. You would be able to scan someone's government ID and verify that they are in fact who they are, and that they are again in possession of the rightful ID. So a lot of different information that we can add to what you might be using today in order to verify that the users coming into your environment are who they say they are. Going on to the next piece, and this is a little bit different. Our new detect solution really focuses on analyzing device intelligence that we gather and see coming through the solution, but also the passive biometrics that we are able to gather and analyze as well. Passive biometrics are basically all of the subconscious behaviors that someone would be exhibiting as they are interacting with a web page or an application. It's all of the things that we do today that would let new detect and whoever the end user is of the tool that when in fact you are performing like a real human and you are performing like yourself. So just to give you a couple of examples of that, for example, we'll track how fast someone is moving their mouse around a page, how fast they are logging their credentials in, how they might be navigating within pages, are they tapping or clicking, a lot of different types of data elements that could let us know whether someone is really interacting like a real human and whether they are interacting like themselves. As we collect that information, we are able to correct it to the general population, just because we have seen not only bot attacks on the rise, but also a lot of human attacks as well. They're like Ron was talking about, these types of sophisticated attacks that may not only be using bots and scripts, but also human farms, for example, where they would hire a bunch of people, give them all of the stolen credentials that they have bought on the dark web, and these people are just going to different websites and using these types of login credentials in order to get access to someone's account. And then we gather a bunch of different device intelligence in addition to what some folks might be using. A lot of folks rely just on device ID. However, that can be easily spoofed. So in addition to that, we gather additional data elements such as the connection, the device resolution, a lot of other items that will be able to give us a comprehensive look into someone's device. And then we are able to compare that information to what we already have stored in our trust consortium, which today has information on over 2.5 billion devices. And we'll be able to let you know whether any of these devices have been associated with risky behavior in the past or they have not. So as you can see, there's a lot of different elements here that work together to really provide a comprehensive risk score in real time that can be utilized for you to decide of, again, whether to let someone into your environment or block that interaction. And we have a few examples on the next slide of the types of attacks that New Detect would be able to help. It is a solution that can be placed on any page where sensitive information is stored today. It could be just a rewards page that you might have at your website, obviously a checkout, but really we also want to ensure that login and account creation is the first step that you're thinking about protecting, because that is the door to your digital environment, and you need to ensure that you're able to actually track who is coming in and be able to block interactions when necessary. We have a little demo for you as well.
Let me, Kara, how keep it honest here. How are we doing on time? Because there's a pretty cool demo that we could show on attack sequence here, or if we're running up short, I'll get Nicola some time, because I think the cyber insurance part is really relevant.
You have 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You have a little more, because we started 5 minutes late, so you've got about 25 minutes.
Okay, then let's do it. Because I think you guys will like this attack scenario. So I'm going to stop, Pamela, and see if you can pick it up. Do you want to do it that way?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, let's try it. So far, so good. Let's try to see if we can pop it over and she can pull up our new day attack scenario, and then we'll pass it to Nicola.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
Coming up.
Just let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, we've got it.
Looks
Great.
good.
Awesome. So what we wanted to show you here is this is really a demo on how New Detect can help identify mass attacks happening and how it can prevent those from happening in real time. So we're just going to show you really quickly what would typically happen in this sort of scenario. As you can see here, this is any company's login page. A bunch of credentials look like are being entered into the login page today. And this is what is actually happening on the back end and what New Detect is being able to see. So as you can see here, in a very short amount of time, New Detect actually saw over 200,000 attempts, and it was actually able to block these. The important part here is the false positive rate, which as you can see is very low, which means that all of the users who are actually good users trying to get access to the website didn't have their experience interrupted in any way, and they were able to proceed. And then everyone else who was having some sort of a malicious attempt, that they were actually blocked in real time. And as you can see here, the attack was blocked within 232 milliseconds, which is pretty much real time. And now we're going to show you what are some of the elements that New Detect looks into in order to be able to identify and block these attacks in real time. I talked already to some of them, but going to quickly show you kind of the important pieces here. You can see what's normally the type of information that a company will get. They would see so many devices coming in, over 70,000, a lot of different fingerprints, and it looks like all of these devices are coming from a number of different locations. But then after we are able to actually evaluate the data, ensure that none of the IP addresses were spoofed, etc., then we see that in reality, there were only 6 different devices where the login attempts were coming from, which would really indicate that there was some sort of an attack happening at this time. What we also look at is information about the browser as well. And that is what I was talking about. We look not only at where you're coming from, but where everyone in general is coming from in order to compare how the population normally behaves and how it would be behaving during an attack. An important part here to showcase is, for example, is that during the attack, there were 50% of users coming from a Mozilla browser, but then that's really unusual because typically only 35% of users are coming through a Mozilla browser. So that would indicate, again, that there is some sort of anomaly happening that we should take a look into. Looking at the login credentials as well, as you can see here, normally you would see about 63% of login attempts being correct. And that's pretty normal because most of the time people either forget their passwords or they haven't logged in a while, so they're having trouble logging in. So it's not always going to be 100%. But then what really is anomalous here and what would indicate risky behavior is that only 6% of the credentials that were being used were actually correct within the attack. We also look at the type of the input that I mentioned, of how the device might be held, what's the speed with which the information is being entered, how many strokes were being used, were they using a keyboard or were they using a mouse? These are the types of things that we would look at in order to figure out, is this, again, regular interaction or something that might indicate that something is wrong? And then finally, we would look at the user agent, as much information as possible. There's a lot that this could tell us, and there's a lot that could also be missed. One of the things that we would look at here, for example, it says that this phone was using iPhone OS 25, which obviously is impossible, but these are the types of things that the fraudsters would use in order to be able to really be able to go around the security protections that are set in place today, just by adding different characters or elements that might be easily missed. So these are the different types of things that we look at, and there's a lot more elements that would normally be included in this, but we just wanted to show you a high level demo of the types of inputs that we would look at and how we would evaluate them when it comes to mass attacks.
Hey, Plum, and I thank you for that. There was one question on the chat. I think this is something you can probably pick up. Do we create and capture behavior fingerprints that you can identify specific bad actors?
Can you say it again, or I can read it?
So the question, if I read it, if Jeff, if you want to add to that, but I think they're asking for if we're monitoring for bad actors through fingerprints as well.
Yes, we do. That fingerprint is included as well. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, so let me, Nicola, thank you for your patience. So we'll jump to you here if you want, and I can share if that works.
Yeah, great.
All right.
Let's do that, and then I'll probably steal back from you in a moment, just to.
For sure. Yeah, it seems to be working, at least for now.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's send from here. All right. Oh, I jumped too quick.
No worries. So let me look here. Okay. Actually, I'm going to, the remote control is difficult, but can you present here, Ron?
Yeah, I think I can. Let me just, I'm also approving you to do it, but why don't I just, let's just present, because it seemed to be working, and then you can take it from there.
All right, lovely.
Here we go.
Technology, always fun. Yeah. Great. So, yeah, lovely. Thank you so much for having us here today. And I'm going to be talking a little bit around cyber insurance. So I sit in our cybersecurity and innovation team. And this is one of the products that we are bringing to small, medium enterprises as kind of one of the things we've seen over the past year and a half, I would say, is this has become a kind of vital tool in kind of the cybersecurity portfolio. So if you want to flip forward, I'll go through a little bit of a reason why. Now, we've realized that, I think, as everyone has been mentioning earlier, so some of the attacks that Rebecca was discussing, the kind of huge attacks that we're seeing as we're rising, kind of the digital expansion, a lot of customers, a lot of small businesses are moving from the kind of brick and mortar store and having to go online. That's leading to a lot of increase as well in cybersecurity legislation and regulation, and having the need to be kind of, whether it's protected or some kind of security tools to make sure that you're not leading to kind of exposure as well. And whilst a lot of the time we find that people think, no, this isn't going to happen to me. It only happens to the massive organizations that we hear in the news. That's actually not the case. Hackers are optimistic. They will go for those who have perhaps kind of the weakest link, or those that have perhaps the least security as well. So what we've actually seen is, whilst it's super important for small businesses to have, and SMEs is small, medium enterprises, by the way, I think that's the question on the chat. So it's become super important for small businesses to have this type of protection. But what we're seeing is actually quite a lot don't have that kind of protection. And what I want to run through on the next slide is why it's so important at this point in time. I think Rebecca and Ron have mentioned in terms of the kind of different attacks that can happen. So for example, with a number of Internet of Things, we've got so many different devices that are connected to the internet. You have laptop, mobile, whatever it is. The more devices you connect, the more accessibility you provide and vulnerabilities that you introduce to hackers who can take advantage of that. Rebecca also mentioned earlier the denial of service attacks. So for example, criminals can tie up your landlines, cell phones, whatever it is, as well as kind of over the website as well, to stop real customers coming through, which kind of leads to a lack of genuine customers and kind of disruption of revenue as well. And then there are just this kind of servers and computers where it can easily be hacked if you don't have the correct security measures in place. So what does this lead to, and what can this cost as an organization? I think Christy mentioned earlier in terms of the amount of organizations, specifically smaller organizations, who, if you do suffer a cyber attack, it's probably going to be very difficult to be able to get your business up and running again. There's the ransomware payments. There's the what happens if you do actually suffer a data breach. You'll be fined for not having that security in place. And if you do suffer that, you need to make sure that you kind of have legal counsel, legal guidance. If you do have your computers, your servers going down, you need system restoration, data restoration, never mind the actual interruption you get from not being able to serve the customers, genuine customers who you want to be serving. So the cost of actually being hacked and losing data can be absolutely phenomenal and a real challenge. So if we pop to the next slide, Ron, we'll go over in a little bit of detail in terms of why cyber insurance in particular is super important, because you can have a number of security measures in place which are vital to make sure that your cybersecurity is in good health and you have good cyber hygiene, like the My Cyber Risk tool. But what happens if you do suffer a cyber attack? Having that cyber insurance will enable you to at least get coverage from some of these threats that we're mentioning. So for example, as I stated earlier, kind of the data breaches, being able to kind of get that legal guidance or any particular fines that are come across to your organization. So a number of the costs that you can see that come across there, but also fraud. So for example, if someone's able to hack into your systems and send payments to places where they shouldn't be sent to. So perhaps having that coverage for the reimbursement on that side as well. But also it covers things like identity theft, any potential losses that happen from there, the case management service, but also kind of expense reimbursement, and also the computer attacks, sorry. So the actual recovery, helping you get your business back up and running, making sure that the systems are back up, they're restored, and protecting for any kind of future losses that could happen from some form of infiltration there. And then the liability side of things. So what if there is legal action? Covering what you can get from a kind of legal counsel and support and network security on that point of view as well. And if we pop onto the next slide, I think we can give a bit of an example in terms of what a couple of kind of case studies, because we are partnering with HSB Munich Re to provide cyber insurance to small businesses. And I'll share the link with you afterwards so you can have a look at the website, and I'll actually take you through that as well. But this is an example that they've shared with us from a case study. So an organization, an electrical contractor who became a victim of a ransomware attack. So the hacker was actually able to access one of the servers of the company. They infiltrated, were able to log in and set themselves up as an administrator. It actually saw afterwards that they had been hanging around there for quite a while, so for some months. And what they were able to do was they were able to turn off all antivirus, anti-malware programs, and installed ransomware and removed hard drive partitions as well. So erasing information from this organization's systems. And you can see here in terms of the actual cost to the organization. So whilst they didn't pay, well, they did not pay the hacker, sorry, so they didn't actually pay the ransomware, but they had to pay for those kind of breach notifications that needed to go out to clients because there was data that was exposed. They also had to pay for forensic IT remediation, and of course, just to get the system up and running again, and also the kind of loss that they actually saw in terms of income for the organization whilst they couldn't actually serve any customers. And you can see here on the total cost to the business, and without insurance, it would be kind of a big out-of-pocket expense, especially for a smaller organization. I think I have one more case study, and then what I'll do, I'll pop over to the website and give you guys an idea in terms of how easy it is to get a quote and get an understanding of the different coverage that's offered. So this is a brief example of kind of an organization that luckily did have cyber insurance, and what would be the case if they hadn't had cyber insurance. So in this case, it's a dental office, and what actually happened here was it was their IT service provider. So it was a third-party provider who had suffered a ransomware attack. But that affected them because they weren't able to access any schedules, appointments, billing files, so they had to shut down the office and could stop serving customers. So what the cyber insurance covered here was the legal counsel, as well as the forensics investigator, to understand what exactly had been compromised from a data point of view of their customers. All of the notifications that have to go out to those individuals who've suffered part of that data breach, and also the cost of those investigations and notifications as well. And the days that they lost where they were unable to serve customers, that was covered by the insurance as well. So if they hadn't had the insurance, it would have been a challenge in terms of the days that they weren't able to serve customers, but also all of the investigation, the legal advice, and the compliance notifications that were required too. So Ron, if you want to pop onto the last page, it will just give you an idea of you can go to HSB Total Cyber. It's up and running at the moment. We are currently working with HSB to serve customers. And what I will do is show you just how easy it is to get a quote. And if you're in need of cyber insurance, how easy it is to kind of go up and get a policy as well. So if you want to let me share my screen.
Yeah, I'm going to stop.
I'll do that now.
Yeah, it's interesting while you're doing that too, Nicola. I mean, I think we often forget that the average cost of a breach is not the the 5K, it's everything, right? I mean, it could be upwards of 200,000 on average, business time down, everything, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Not just the kind of cost for having to get systems back up and paying for data breaches, but the loss of income as well, which is a big challenge. And I'm assuming you can see my screen here.
Yep, coming in.
Great. Lovely. So it'll actually give you an idea, if you want to go to hsbtotalcyber.com, of what's included with the cyber policy. So everything I've just mentioned, from the kind of cyber extortion, identity recovery, the misdirected payments, and all of that good stuff. So what I'll do here is just show you how you can get a quote. It's all digital. It's all online. If you need anything specific, they do have on their website a kind of FAQs, but also an option to contact HSB as well. So I will just make up here. Let's have a look. Florida flowers. Let's say 100. Yeah, here we go. Let's say this business class, agriculture. Actually, not animals and flowers, aren't I? I will put, here we go. Put it here. And I'll show you how easy it is to get a quote. And it's a simple tool. It'll enable you to get a plan, but it'll also give you the options to kind of change the different coverage that you're looking for, different options on how to pay, how to customize, and also everything that's covered from a kind of all the different details of the policy. And I'll show you here, it's completely customizable. If you want to add something that you think is not included here, or perhaps you want a different coverage limit, different deductibles, and a number of different additions that you can actually add to the quote here. So yes, that's pretty much all I had to show you. And any questions on that, really, just please let me know.
Hey, Nicola, I have one while you're, I'll pop up this, and Kara, we're pretty much done. I'm just going to end on one slide as a resource for folks. And then I promise I'll head back. Nicola, like for my cyber risk, do we have that sort of built in to where if you do select the plan and somebody's interested in that, as they look at their results, they can get to it, correct?
Yeah, so as part of the insurance, we are looking to make sure that customers have an opportunity to sign up to the My Cyber Risk afterwards, just so they can get an understanding of what is their cyber health, and kind of what's going to help improve themselves from a kind of cyber insurance point of view. So yeah, absolutely.
Great. I think it's a real benefit, and I think we've all seen this vertical and industry just blow up in the last 5 to 10 years, and so we're taking it seriously on our end and offering things. So I'm just going to end here. I really appreciate you guys being patient. We had, you know, in Mastercard form, we have a lot of people that come onto calls, but actually I think it went really well. A little bit of bumps here and there technically, but thank you to my partners here on doing that. I just want to end on this, Karen. I'll pass back, I guess, to Charlie. We have a lot of resources that is really just about learning. And much like Cyber Oregon, which I've been part of and here in Oregon myself, trying to just get information out to, you know, people who are just learning. Like I have nowhere to start. And maybe there's those in a small business that like, I have some suppliers, but I don't think I'm really, you know, fully in depth on my cyber plan. So we'll provide this, obviously. I would take a look at the Mastercard Trust Center. It's all about resources, really. Not necessarily like I need to buy a tool, but it's really like, what's your basic hygiene? I need a VPN, I need two-factor authentication, right? You know, am I protecting my data storage, right? I think someone earlier talked about the best thing for ransomware is obviously have backups, because you can just say, well, I'm not going to pay that. So we are trying to do more of this because the small business has really been underserved largely in this space. And in my recent sort of talks with some of them, they really are now, their ears are open about it. And so just wanted to say that, you know, we're trying to do that as well. So feel free to go out and check out the site if there's any interest from there. But I will stop there, Kara, if there's questions that didn't get answered, and pass the baton back to Charlie.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes for questions if anyone has any, but I will just add that y'all have been incredible, particularly in the small business community, for providing resources. And through our partnership over the last year, we have heard that the training y'all have done for the Oregon Small Business Development Center is hands down the best cyber training that they've had. So thank you.
Well, happy to do it and continue to do it. So thank you guys for being a partner.
Hey, Ron, I do have a question for you. You talked a lot about small business. Any chance these services and capabilities are available for K through 12 or local government or special districts, or is that sort of outside of what you're doing at this point?
Christy, do you want to take that? I mean, I will say there's no specific vertical, right, where we're targeting, but Christy, you can talk more, because we do have both cities and in solidarities, Charlie, which we work with. So you might talk to that, Christy, around how we're sort of driving that in the ecosystem.
Absolutely. So we are definitely looking for government cities to partner with us to offer these solutions. Is the question more around, is there a solution that the city and government can use themselves, or the city and government can use to offer small businesses?
Yeah, question was the cities and the special districts themselves and K through 12.
Yeah,
they are like small businesses. You know, some of them are quite small and sort of have similar sorts of look and feel as to a small business.
Absolutely. So just to give you a little brief, we recognize, we say it's for small business, but the cyber insurance, the My Cyber Risk, all of these solutions are not, there's no line in the sand to say, oh, you can't use it, you're not a small business, so to speak. How we like to vary the products is say, especially speaking towards My Cyber Risk, if you have a URL, if you're digital, you're online, if you have more than 5 URLs, that is typically where we say you might need our Risk Recon Core product. it has it's more for larger institutions and such. But if you simply have a few domains, 5 or less is typically where we like to say we fit in for the My Cyber Risk product, then you're good to go. You don't necessarily have to be a small business. It's more about having a domain and having a limited amount of domains where we're providing the most robust information to you. But like I said, if there's anything you're interested in, we have a solution, whether it be the Risk Recon Core or the My Cyber Risk.
Yeah, and I would also add, Charlie, for us, it's about partnerships, right? The tools are one thing, but like our ability to partner with SBDCs, right, and work with local chapters across Atlanta, Portland, New York, we have presence in all that, right? And I think what we're looking to do is how do we, because small businesses aren't going to come to your commercial party, right? Like, hey, let's go talk to Mastercard or McAfee or whatever. They typically will go to their local foundations, right? And I think what we're trying to do is let's partner with even Oregon SBDC or partner with some of the other cities, because the tool itself can apply, as Christy said, to anything that's online, right? At the end of the day. So no restrictions on going down NGOs or nonprofits at all.
Great. Thanks so much. Well, that was a fantastic presentation and very practical, and looks like these tools will really be handy for small business and small organizations. So we're going to take a break, let everyone get a chance to stretch their legs, and about 15 minutes. So let's reconvene at about, what would that be, 5 after 1 o'clock? Thank you so much, Mastercard.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron and team.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's time for our afternoon sessions. One last time for these reminders, please add your company name to your Zoom name if you can by clicking on the menu button on your own picture and selecting rename. And please direct questions to Kara Turano or TAO admin or the other TAO staff. Kara is serving as our timekeeper today, so when she appears on screen, we'll have a minute left of our session. Now we're going to head into the technical portion of our day with Bob Turner, Field CISO for Education with Fortinet, who's going to discuss how security fabric-based networks safely empower your organization. Bob, take it away.
Okay, I'm going to share a screen here and then do a bit of an introduction. Okay, are you seeing my slide?
Looks good.
Okay, well, so thank you for the brief introduction there, and I'll do sort of that self-introduction. First of all, thank you to the Technology Association of Oregon for allowing me to bring a few thoughts to the table here, and I will admit that I have only been with Fortinet since the end of July this year. Prior to that, I was serving as the Chief Information Security Officer at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So while I still have a CISO title, the good thing is I don't get those phone calls in the evening or on the weekends. And I guess I actually, I kind of consider myself in a CISO relocation program. So the great part about that is I'm getting a good night's sleep finally after 6.5 years. So on my mind today are really the thoughts of how CISOs or those with responsibility for cybersecurity and their security teams can, kind of make a partnership with system architects, data stewards, and IT managers and bring the right mix of people, processes, and technologies for use in protecting data. Now, my perspective comes from higher education, but I also have some experience in the K-12 world, as well as some of the state and local governments that were in and around Wisconsin and in prior career experiences that I've had. So what I want to do is really talk to you about sort of the broad spectrum of things that go on, but I want to have a little bit of public sector emphasis here, especially in the first couple of slides, because while the Technology Association of Oregon draws from a broad spectrum of business communities, I think it's okay to give the public sector and education folks a little bit of notoriety here. Those organizations come from some of the most complex challenges, on the traditional three fronts: people, processes, and technology. If you take each of those and break them down, it's really hard for public sector and universities to get the best and brightest and be able to pay them what they're actually worth in our cybersecurity community. But some of us in this virtual room have already found out the hard way the volume, speed, and sophistication of cyber threats means that we're going to be attacked, and where we need to focus is on how and when our data may be compromised, not necessarily the if. Total visibility is a real challenge. The risk is when our data lives in again, higher education focus, a lot of disparate environments with sort of incongruent application of security controls. We do have challenges. And so as shown on the slide here, state and local governments, they are certainly under attack, and they have their challenges too. So as technologists, I think we need to be addressing security issues more uniformly, and we need to start with simply having that good visibility. Not only do we need to have an accurate picture of the technology components, we also need to have include an understanding of what our data resources are, because they are of value. We have to consider all aspects of system and data security as well. I kind of like the traditional AIC model and some people call it the CIA model, but I think that availability is probably prime in those areas. So if a local government loses a system, that means they're not going to be able to collect revenue from licensing or other ways that local governments can collect revenue. University loses availability. It could happen at the most inconvenient time, like having a distributed DOS attack during finals week. Those are, by the way, are always fun to live through. But I also think that we have to make sure that we're putting the right data in the right place. Secure systems hold secure data. Unsecure systems, the data will be unsecured. So we have to make sure that we're focusing there. So a little more on higher education. The challenge that is unique to higher education is both technology diversity and the volume. Some of the larger universities are hosting over 75,000 users and potentially over 100,000 devices on their single network. With students arriving on campus with more and more connected devices, automation and proliferation in complex training systems, we need an increased focus on the system. But there's also the fact that as we learn more about engineering and we learn more about manufacturing and we learn more about the complexities of running large businesses like a university, the fact is that IoT is growing. With the number of connected devices could potentially grow into the billions. And that's actually happening now and probably well into the next few years, if not the next decade. So this is all happening in an era of increased interest in what higher education has to offer criminals and nation state threat actors. So let's face it, they want marketable data, they want intellectual capital, and they want the ever-present opportunity to disrupt operations. Cybersecurity and protection of data is now the second largest liability risk for universities, and in the age of cyber liability insurance, which was talked about in the last presentation, the costs are going up through the roof. So creating an opportunity to address the volume, speed, and sophistication of new cyber threats is important. We need our focus on when and how our data might be compromised, not necessarily the if. So I look at total visibility as a challenge, and the real risk is when our data is living in those disparate environments. Now, no matter what industry, these are common challenges that you're going to see across the spectrum. The more data we process and retain using what seems like an endless parade of YADS, yet another data system, we just have a growing digital surface. And in education, of course, student-owned and connected devices and cloud computing expand that institutional attack surface. We're also challenged to get ahead of the proliferation, but also not be reactive as we do that. We need to be embracing the strategy of proactive security. So is there any new news here? Probably not. So I think when we talk about architectures, we need to set aside the old bastion defense mindset where the crown jewels were locked in a safe in a guarded room inside of a complex castle with a moat and a drawbridge. Instead, we have to really consider that our network and security architectures are needing to shift to allow for less complexity and to promote easy but secure access to the data, no matter where it lives, works, or plays. In effect, data centers are really becoming more of just a set of complex intersections between the users and the data that those users need to work with, whether they're in the cloud, in a data center, inside of an application that we're getting via the cloud, whether they're at a branch campus, whether they're in the central campus data centers, or In the case of many of the large universities, multiple data centers, it could be anywhere from a broom closet with a rack stuck in there to what I call UDDCs, under desk data centers. It's a challenge, and we have to make sure that we're addressing that appropriately. But if you take that to any complex organization, it's going to be the same picture. So again, volume, speed, and sophistication of cyber threats. We're going to be attacked. I think where we need to focus is when and how our data might be compromised. If you do that with any other corporate entity that's highly complex, it increases the challenge, but that should never be the excuse. Visibility is also a challenge, and the real risk is when our data lives in those diverse applications or in devices that are not secured to the extent necessary. Does bring your own device strategy come to mind for anybody? You know, it goes well beyond the basic blocking and tackling. It's the making sure that the secure data is available when the business needs it. Do you know where your data is? Do you know the condition it's sitting in right now? And do you know what it's going to be doing tomorrow? Those are questions that higher education and public sector businesses need to look at. So there was a survey conducted in the fall of 2020, and this was sort of mid-pandemic, when everybody was trying to figure out if and when there was going to be a new normal. About half the respondents to this survey said that their organization's maturity level for data management was largely simply just reviewing institutional gaps or driving the maturity steps with plans in the developing phase. Less than 20% of those surveyed said that they were reaching maturity in those processes. I thought that was fascinating that while everybody's talking about digital transformation, a very small amount are actually getting to that point of maturity. So I think this means we need to adjust the formula for understanding how to grade the security of our data. So let's start with considering data as an asset, and the technology that supports it is also an asset. Protecting those assets against loss and alteration, it requires a good strategy. So a couple of questions, you can answer in the chat if you want, but how do you define your data's age, and how do you define your data's health? How easy is it to set security controls that are appropriate for the data you hold? So where the data requires applications that regulate access and dissemination, do you have a rule set already developed? Or is someone designated to serve as the steward for that data? You know, it's not uncommon in education circles or in public sector circles, given the diversity in thought and approach to securing the data that exists, to have those challenges. The question I think we all need to answer is whether that diversity within a single organization or institution is really worth the risk. We have point solutions that provide for common controls across an enterprise. And though there are rare are the companies that have those security solutions and controls engineered to be complementary to the process is in place, more often they're not supported by the right number of people and skills within their technical staff. So here's my first point, and this is takeaway for you. Point solutions are nice, but what is really needed to protect your data is for your security tools and operational processes and even data management controls to be woven together. You know, security in just about any business is a challenging task, and for a lot of really good reasons. One example is that data has a life that is longer in education and public service than it may be in other business areas. You know, that the ever popular cybersecurity framework is an operational and technical security path, which is shown here. Use this path and you can address just about each area where there may be what I call shenanigans, and they could be minimized if you're taking care of it. Shenanigans is an official cybersecurity term from this moment on, by the way. So what considerations can you apply in each phase of this framework? What are the security needs based on where the data is collected, for example? You know, student data is provided early on, and it requires specific permissions to obtain and use that data under the FERPA laws. Other data may have a preordained set of controls based on the source or the type of data. You know, never move the collection or creation phase of your data lifecycle, move to the collection or creation phase without knowing which data classification applies. It's really important because classification in the classic NIST framework, classification tells you the category of controls you need to apply to your system. Higher education, research, and other areas in the public sector require data that lives in the retained phase of a data cycle for decades. It's often extracted and analyzed with multiple offshoots, causing that base data to require retention in multiple iterations. The concerns about data integrity increase in parallel with the availability and with little impact on the data's confidentiality. So the threat is there, the threat is growing. So here's my second takeaway. Know your data and know the security controls applied where the data is currently sitting. Know that multiple issues need to be addressed at each stage of the framework. So the other thing is, how are you architected? The attack surface is quite different from the traditional perimeter of 10 years ago, where devices went to or from the internet through a single point connection or maybe just a few point connections. So today the perimeter is everywhere. Users are more mobile, and billions of connected devices have created new edges that require protection. To have the best protection, security, and networking, we need to converge into the security-driven networking paradigm. This is the third and current generation of cybersecurity if you go back to the early 2000s. We weave security into network functionality because it extends security across the networks, no matter where the data lives or where the devices are. Zero trust access enables organizations to see and control everybody and everything on the network, whether they're connecting via a personal device or a corporate device, and whether they have elevated permissions or not. Adaptive cloud security also means that you can secure any application on any cloud. These pillars need to be engineered into your network, and I think that there's opportunity for security professionals in just about every organization to consider how they can wire in the networks, how they can adapt to cloud, and then how they can implement zero trust. So people, processes, and tools, they have to all work in harmony with each other in order to ensure adequate security. One thing I discovered as I arrived at Fortinet is that the concept of the security fabric. You know, we believe that all of our tools and services need to be engineered to work together and reduce risk and also gain on efficiency. So here's what a fabric might look like. We think we should be delivering broad integrated and automated security solutions, and they need to be integrated end to end. It should bring with it centralized visibility and controls spanning the entire organization or institution. A wide array of security tools should integrate seamlessly into the fabric, along with dozens of other third-party solutions that can be delivered by your partners. The security fabric is also an open ecosystem and extensive application programming interface, APIs, and other tools make the integration of third-party tools possible. And finally, the security fabric is really built on the foundation of a common operating system, and it's driving next-generation firewalls, artificial intelligence, threat information that comes from a strong source of cyber threat intel. In our case, it's our FortiGuard labs. But also woven into the fabric are tools for orchestration, automation, and response. Security analytics tools that enable a strategic and coordinated response to advanced threats, and advanced endpoint protection and network access controls. They protect endpoints and IoT devices. Process automation is always part of this, and if you have a good set of engineers or architects available to you, process automation could be that fine thread that ensures that your security fabric stays tightly woven. So what are the components in your security fabric? Some of these components are considered somewhere between minimal and essential. Kind of depends on your information enterprise. But no matter what you have, which components are part of your network, they all have to easily integrate with the other components in your environment. And they have to do so without increasing technical or managerial overhead. This includes the need for multiple vendor products to safely coexist and complement the security features of adjacent components or procedures. In all cases, the security structure must consider existing frameworks and components and then serve to reduce the impact of those components or break down the silos amongst the various critical infrastructure components you might have. So this structure should also have many points where common practices and configurations will enhance the performance of the individual components and bolster the individual security controls. So let's focus on one set of components in their architecture, and that's the software-defined network. Architecture is every network has an architecture, and they have a security architecture that folds in or lays on top of that. So when we look at those very closely, we may find it's not designed to support new security requirements or new environments. So I like to break this down into these three buckets on the slide here. On the far left, we look at the network edge, and typically what we see here are multiple devices like routers and firewalls, and each one of them has its own management console that tends to be manually deployed, and they're sort of stitched together. Maybe they're stitched together because there are three different monitors on one desk, or maybe they're stitched together because they're part of a security operations center or capability where the humans are actually the stitches in there. Creating and managing policies creating and managing these policies within the network edge can tend to be challenging. And I think it can cause extreme difficulty to continuously ensure that users and applications are secure. The middle bucket is where the network, the WAN, where IT needs to figure out which devices need to talk to each other and figure out the routes. This process tends to be cumbersome, especially if you have a large-scale environment. Many operators find that the bandwidth on the WAN links are not fully utilized, and sometimes you have that one MPLS link that's active while the others are in standby. If anything goes wrong, IT doesn't have the full end-to-end visibility to troubleshoot. So this last bucket over here is applications, and I think that they present the greatest challenge. As applications can be anywhere. They can be on-premise, they can be in a public cloud, or they could be a mixture of those. And of course, when you're not in that same environment, or you're in disparate environments, availability and performance can vary widely. So ask yourself this question: which areas do you have challenges with the most in your networks? So let's take the analogy of the SD-WAN to the next level. Your network could contain one or more software-defined networks. The WAN is a virtual network architecture that utilizes various data transport technologies. It also has some sort of a centralized control function to securely and intelligently connect users to applications. to ultimately reach the lofty goals of being cost effective while driving your security driven networking approach, your virtual network components should easily integrate with next generation firewalls. They should provide streamlined routing. Excuse me. They should be able to enable the more secure access methods that you can use. And they should provide the all important network visibility that we need to defend our networks and data. Whether you're cloud first, security sensitive, or maybe even a global enterprise. So let's look at outcomes. You know, we're beginning to emerge from the past 18 months of what I call disruption and perpetual challenges and frequent changes that are brought on by, you know, the heat of the moment or the issue of the hour. I think it's important that we take this opportunity as we're climbing out of the pandemic to look at the challenges and refresh our focus on what the outcomes could be. There was a recent Infotech trends report said 47% of IT leaders are expecting a lot of change from both organizational and technological aspects. But less than 10% of those expect that change will be transformational and will include the fundamental changes in the way we work. On one hand, the remote work explosion is expected to continue. On the other, data sovereignty demands that your infrastructure has to be flexible. Through it all, IT and security teams will be expected to deliver those quality services that our users come to know and love, and also services that focus on keeping that data secure. As we meet the challenges of remote work, we will need to ensure that our networks and applications are engineered to be simple yet secure. No matter how simple or detailed your network security fabric is, your customers need services that easily scale to their business needs. No one wants that critical business application to fail, and they will give you loads of help when it does fail. I know that for a fact. So security should never be part of that failure, as it erodes confidence in not only the business, but also in the security of the data. IT should deliver network and security services that do more and cost less. It's that simple. Is it possible in today's world? I think we'll find out as time goes on. So if we do our work well and the business outcomes are thriving, then you should see changes in numbers. Of course, these numbers are overly optimistic, but they're numbers to prove the point here. Let's just say that your mileage may vary in all of these areas, whether it's the user experience you're dealing with, whether it's increased uptime, reduced risk, or lowering the total cost of our ownership. You know, what is on target is that the well-engineered fabric will always result in lower total cost of ownership, both capital expenditures and operational expenditures. Reduced risk could be the result of increased protection for the exposed network assets, but it could also be delivering that superior user experience where security is woven in. That experience could also result from a more granular application of or management of applications and better prioritization of the work that is being performed by the IT teams. Greater availability will almost always result from a fabric that forms a self-healing network. As organizations continue to do the digital transformation, secure and software designed networks will continue to shift from the traditional hub and spoke architecture to the more distributed cloud connectivity and with access to internet-based resources in addition to other corporate locations. So where you're at, you're on the network, where you're at, you're in touch with your data, and wherever you're at, you have to be inside of a network that is managed well. You're probably going to need some sort of a centrally managed branch network with as much simplification as possible. Faster cloud on-ramps will give you optimal access for SaaS. And then, of course, technology, the good SD-WAN technology will effectively solve problems with bandwidth, cost, and traffic latency. Let you move beyond that single MPLS link and include public broadband connections, even wireless, 4G and 5G, which is connecting now, is going to certainly increase the complexity of the networks. I think it goes beyond the branch, though, and it is probably, I think SD-WAN is best understood if you consider it supporting complex branch deployments and helping organizations to reduce reliance on simple routers and switches and legacy technologies. An effective SD-WAN goes well beyond the branch office needs, and the functionality can extend to the home office and even teleworkers, especially appliance with built-in LTE for consistent connectivity. Consider other use cases for SD-WAN. Where are your plans heading? Where is your strategy helping you to get to? So is it intuitive orchestration and zero-touch deployments? Is it faster configuration rollouts at scale? Is it enabling the best possible performance for collaboration applications like Zoom or WebEx or Microsoft Teams? Orchestration enables VPN overlays and automation for some of the most complex networks and improves workflows. You can prioritize your critical applications and enable that nirvana of the self-healing WAN. But connectivity alone isn't enough, especially in the remote work-based environment. A solution needs to help you identify that broad set of applications that will meet the use cases. Many solutions that you can field out there have to include maybe a limitation on the number of use cases. As you get to be a smaller organization, you can't field as much of everything for everybody as they want. But you also have to have integrated security. And the difference between SD-WAN and a secure SD-WAN is that while one is a solution, the first is really more connectivity offering, providing another conduit for the bad guys to attack your network. So in coming sort of to the end of the prepared remarks, I want to ask you the question, now what? I'm going to cloak this as a thinly veiled first principles argument. In your network, every CAO and every CISO wants to reduce risk. But whether this is among your first principles or not, if your solutions are able to work together either by design or through healthy integration, you have achieved what we call sustainable security. You've reduced the probability of material impact to your organization through a cyber event. I think that sort of the last thing is that if you have a security fabric approach, it will save your CISO from losing sleep. And of course, we all know a well-rested CISO is a gift, or so I am told. So I think we have some time for questions. And I'm going to go ahead and stop presenting.
Kara, do we have any audience questions that you would like to share with Bob?
I haven't had any come my direction, and I don't see any hands raised, but I will encourage folks to do that. And I think that we may have a couple that are prepared already, Charlie, given your knowledge and expertise.
Well, I certainly came up with a couple, Bob, listening to your presentation. So first one is, I have seen Fortinet products very popular in EDU, and I think that's because you provide such great value. That's a marketing ease way to say that given the capabilities of your products, they're really affordable. But even with that being said, in the state of Oregon, I did a little bit of stats over the last couple of weeks. We have over 1,000 special districts, water districts and fire and roads. We have 36 counties, 240 cities, 197 school districts, and 19 educational service districts. And many of them have a huge amount of technical debt. They're just talking about, hey, can we dispose of our Windows 95 PCs? So even though Fortinet provides great value, I'm curious if you have special programs to make your technology more affordable for EDU or for local government, things like that. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, so I'm going to admit I am not a salesman. I am a CISO, and I don't necessarily want to talk about specific prices, but we do make it affordable, I think, and I think we also cater to the needs of our customer fairly well. It all depends on the amount of investment that an organization is willing to make. You talk about the large amount of the public sector activities in the state of Oregon. You're not unlike any other state where you're just not going to find that magic donor to donate to the state and say, here's some money, go ahead and buy some more security tools. That does occasionally happen at the university level. But what we have to be able to do is obviously, the famous adage, we gotta work smarter, not necessarily harder. But having your components that are designed to integrate together, I think, is really the benefit in any architecture. And I do know that through the magic of APIs, we also have the ability to keep point solutions in place that are still working and have not reached the end of their useful life and are not cast into the abyss of technical debt. That we can in most cases try to make things happen and work together. And I think that's one of the strengths of the Fortinet team. If I could do a little bit of marketing, is that we understand that, and we understand that any way you can weave the fine threads of the security fabric together and still get the same result, which is delivering value to your customers, then we should be doing that.
Hey, great. Thanks,
Bob. So Rob's here, and a lot of those entities. Hey, how you doing? First of all, thanks, Bob. Good stuff. Charlie, good question. A good chunk of those entities you just talked about are my customers. I am specifically Northwest Public Sector. And I would say, yeah, we definitely have different specific public sector offerings. What I look at is there's two big resource challenges that I think are biggest in my public sector accounts. That's obviously money and then human resources. We're extremely competitive price performance wise. And then with the fabric, our customers are truly seeing that by giving that broad integrated visibility, we can now foster automation and take care of some of the things that they simply don't have the manpower to take care of. That's probably our two best, I think, approaches for those very challenged public sector customers.
And I also think the investment in the talent is really important too. Businesses, public sector, private sector, they really have to be investing in not only the team that they have on deck, but they also have to be looking for how they're going to upskill for that next wave of technology that's going to come through. Being conscious of technical debt is I guess I can't overstate that you have to be conscious of that. And I will up your Windows 95 analogy by saying that there was a specific network that supported some very important tools. It was 311 work groups.
Rob, you actually previewed my next question about staff, but before we go there, it looks like Garrett from Rogue Community College has his hand raised. Garrett, would you like to ask your question verbally?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a network admin for Rogue Community College. So far, my position has been a very generalist type position, just handling whatever comes in. But I'm sort of trying to shift my focus into a more secure oriented role here. Right now, I'm trying to take advantage of the free classes that Fortinet offers from their website. So I'm going through
You
that.
stole my thunder there.
So I've done at least a little bit of research on this, but I wanted to see if you had any other advice on resources I could use to further go down that path.
There's a lot of public and free resources you can use. There's also certification programs through SANS or other institutions, but I guess I'll take the moment here to plug that Fortinet has made a pledge to train 1 million cybersecurity workers over the next 5 years. And we're going to be doing that through a combination of our Network Security Academy and other programs that we have. And if there are any fellow veterans in the audience, we have programs that are going to help change skills or upskill as necessary.
Well, both of you already answered almost all of my questions regarding workforce development, which we're going to get into also later in the day in the panel. But I hope you get a chance to stick around for that and maybe consider having a conversation with us offline about ways in which you guys can support some of these workforce development issues. That would be great.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that anytime, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any more time, but if I can kind of close out what Garrett was saying. So right now, since COVID, we've been offering pretty much all of our self-paced learning and cyber-based learning for free. We don't pay for the labs or the Pearson tests, but a lot of very valuable learning materials are there on the Fortinet learning page. And then just for you in Oregon, we also do have a Oregon Fortinet user group. In fact, we just had our third session last week. Great spot to learn about new stuff, share challenges and ideas with your colleagues. So among other things.
Yeah, that's very good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
So you did pretty much answer my second question about staffing and workforce development. We just have a couple minutes left. What I'd like to do is wrap up at 1:50 and then give people a 10-minute break. And so one last question. Bob, it wasn't completely clear, maybe just because I missed it. Is Fortinet currently offering a SASE and a CASB solution as part of your fabric?
So yes, we are. And there's a couple of different ways to go about it. And I would say let's, if you're interested in pursuing that further, obviously Rob and his team are probably eager to help out, but it really has to do with how your current network is organized and architected. We can provide opportunities to discuss the way to start weaving your network into the fabric and making it stronger.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I wasn't necessarily saying that I had a specific interest in that as much as I think it's important for people to know that as they are putting their infrastructure plans in place, that even if they're just starting, let's say they just have a near-term requirement and they have to put in MFA for remote access. But knowing that,
I wonder who's been saying that a lot lately.
I don't know, probably about 66% of the special districts, for example. So they could start with that, but then know that they would have a growth path towards, eventually being able to deliver some of those more advanced services.
I also think that, the world is going to continue to be a source of challenge for us. And I think to close out, helping to get the last word here. If you're curious, if you have people that work for you that are curious, let them loose, explore and find out what's out there, and explore and find out what the opportunities are, not only for success in your own network and success in managing the security of your data, but there's a great world out there that if you just want to explore it and learn it, there's continued career success in it for not only everybody on this call, which we know, but also for the next generation.
Great. Well, with that, Bob, thank you so much for your presentation and the Fortinet team. That was really informative. So we're going to go ahead and take another short break before we head into our innovation and cybersecurity lightning talks and learning a little bit more about what Oregon startups are doing in this space. So we'll give everyone a break and then reconvene here at 2 p.m. for the next session. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
excited about this next portion of our event. During this session, you'll hear from 4 Oregon cybersecurity startups.
Charlie, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
This is a 10-minute presentation that allows individuals to share their ideas and concepts to people who have experience in the field.
Hey, Charlie, you're on the wrong audio.
Yeah.
Charlie. And we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A following each of our speakers to dig deeper into the solutions presented. Be prepared to be super attentive because these talks will go quickly. I'm going to call each company up by name. Oh. All right, let me try this again.
Awesome, thank you, Charlie. You get a redo. We'll edit that part out.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I have 2 different laptops, so it's easy to get mixed up between headsets. All right, let's start over. I'm really excited about this portion of our next event, and those of you who know me will know why. During this session, we'll hear from 4 Oregon cybersecurity startups in a lightning talk format. A lightning talk format is a 10-minute presentation that allows individuals to share their ideas and concepts to people who have experience in the specific field. As an audience member, you bring cybersecurity knowledge and perspectives to this event. And we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A following each of our speakers to dig deeper into the solutions presented. Be prepared to be super attentive because these talks will go quickly. I'm going to call each company up by name and we'll have Kara support me on the 10-minute timer. If you want to ask a question of any of the startups, of course, send those questions to Kara or TAO admin and she'll help us field them. First up is Deep Surface. James Dirksen will present. James?
Hey, Charlie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm coming to you live from the Embassy Suites in downtown Bellevue. So I'm up here on customer meetings, but I'm still Oregonian at heart. So let me share my presentation here. All right, is that visible for everybody?
Yep.
All right, I'm James Dirksen, CEO and founder of Deep Surface. What we are working on is the disruption of the vulnerability management sector in cybersecurity, which is already a huge sector, and we think it can be even bigger, a bigger technology sector through automation. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about what vulnerability management is, and it is an art form, and it's the art of knowing what's wrong with the network and fixing it before it becomes a breach. Breaches are about 100 times more expensive to fix than your whole vulnerability management program. So it's very good ROI. And the first step of knowing what's wrong is to get some signal. And there are a lot of signal tools out there, and you've probably heard of some of them. You probably use some of them. There are things like threat feeds and vulnerability scanners. You can use network probes, penetration testers, human effort. All these things give you a really good idea of what might be wrong on your network. They give you a big list to start from. And all that signal's super helpful. But these products, they don't know your users. They don't know your network. They don't know your security controls. They don't know what's important to you. The analysis is still done. The analysis of all that signal is still done manually, given the context of what you know about your network. And there's a huge shortage of qualified people who can do this work. Charlie, our MC, is a CISSP, and he knows there are not nearly enough people who understand security enough, which are normally CISSPs, to be an analyst and really do good work figuring this stuff out. And the problem's getting worse. So I talked about threat feeds and vulnerability scanners. We're seeing a greater than 12% year-over-year acceleration in vulnerabilities being published. So there are groups, nonprofit groups, that publish all the known vulnerabilities on networks. And we actually had our first 2000 vulnerability month back in March. So this used to be, we used to be able to take care of this problem because there were small numbers of vulnerabilities, but now it's out of control and it's accelerating. And like I said, the people supply is not meeting the demand. So about 7 years ago, we reached a tipping point where people could no longer ever keep up with the vulnerabilities they're seeing. And let me show you why. This is the crazy process people go through now to figure out what vulnerabilities are important. They start with all these signal products over here on the left that we talked about, and these kick out big lists of problems on networks. Then they go manually collect from their network all the context they need to take their network into account. Things like permissions, user activity, Active Directory, application configuration, a whole bunch. There's about 40 things over here that they have to collect. Then they do a bunch of work. You give that big list and that context to a bunch of people. They all use Slack, Excel, and Zoom, and they work through those vulnerabilities. And each vulnerability can take between 5 and 12 hours to analyze on an enterprise network when you're trying to figure out, are those vulnerabilities important to me? And at the end of that, they then get to prioritize them manually by saying, all right, if this vulnerability is important to me, how important is it to me? Just because it can be exploited doesn't mean it's important. Maybe it can be exploited and they own my Coke machine and they can't get anywhere. I don't care. But if they can get to your PII or PHI, that really matters. So all this work, the stuff on the left is done with a little bit of automation that builds lists, and then everything else is done manually. Deep Surface thinks that's crazy. So we have a product called Risk Analyzer that automates the majority of all that work, the collection of the signal and context, the full vulnerability analysis on every single host, and then all the vulnerabilities prioritized by risk. So we grab all of that context and all the signal products, we automatically pull them in. Then we use a proprietary rule set to say, is this important on this network? We know everything about the network because we have all the context. We know everything about the signal, so we have that. And then we use a rule set and walk through every vulnerability on every host to say, do they meet the conditions here? This is an incredible amount of work that's just been automated out of the process. Then once we know what doesn't matter, we can kick it out as a false positive. It is a non-exploitable exploit. So it's there, but it's very low priority. And then we work and we build a pathway from every host to every host saying, if any of these vulnerabilities that are exploitable on a network gets exploited, what's the blast radius? What can they get to? After we have that, and this is the great part, the very first time the customer interacts with the product, they have all the context gathered, all the analysis done, all the prioritization done, and all they have to do is look at their problems, their risk concentration, and make decisions about what they want to do. All that stuff on the left, that's grunt work that nobody wants to do. The stuff on the right, that's what people get into cybersecurity to do. After they know what's wrong, they want to figure out how to protect their organization. Then they can, right inside the product, they can export all kinds of reports to other stakeholders, because remember, the people in cybersecurity usually don't have the authority to go make changes. They have to convince others. So we have easily exportable reports that show why is this vulnerability the most important vulnerability on the network. And then after you get buy-in, you can kick off those fixes to IT. There's another button for that. You can kick it right into your patching system. This system we're talking about here doesn't try to patch, and it's not a replacement for any of the technologies that you're going to find on a network today. What this is a way to get ahead of this huge problem that's overwhelming organizations. How does it work? It's pretty simple. It's about a 30-minute install. You can run it in the cloud or on-prem. It automatically gathers all that context. You tag it with what's important to you. So you say, these are our top 10 hosts or our top 10 assets on the network. It builds all those threat models automatically. And then the vulnerability management team shows up every day or whatever period they want, and they get a prioritized list that shows them their risk concentration. IT gets the fixes, the system just keeps rinsing and repeating every day, gathering all that context, recalculating your risk. And as your network is changing under you, it's always knowing what's going wrong. This is the opposite of what you would normally get with a pen test, where they look at a point in time and they find, this is what's wrong with your network today. Deep Surface tells you what's wrong with your network every day and where the most risk is concentrated. This process is currently done in the US with 110,000 people, according to the US Census. And that's a $14 billion spend that we're spending to manually analyze and prioritize these risks. And it is not keeping up. Most organizations we talk to are well overwhelmed. So your job now is, after you've seen this presentation, go back to your cybersecurity team and ask them how they prioritize vulnerabilities. And then once you hear the scary answer, ask them to get back in touch with us. So that's it. Thank you. These are some of the things our current customers are saying about us, but I'd love to take your questions now.
James, you may win for being the fastest. That was like 8 minutes. So congratulations. And the floor is open for questions.
Charlie, you're going to moderate questions, or are we going to read them off the chat?
I'll let Charlie handle it unless something comes directly to me. I don't have anything sent to me, and I don't have hands raised.
I haven't seen any yet, but James, let me go ahead and ask you a question then. So I'm not sure if you saw Teresa Massey's presentation this morning. She was talking about a new service, I think, that DHS has to identify or to narrow down the list of CVEs to only those that have been exploited. I did the quick math here. That's still like at least 800 a year. If you want to talk a little bit about the impacts of mitigating a CVE and why 800 a year still might be overwhelming.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that your network is changing all the time. So even if you mitigated a CVE, somebody's going to put on a new host on your network that you mitigated it on maybe 5 machines 2 months ago because of a pen test. Well, now you've got it on 6 more machines, and you didn't know that. So even if you mitigate something, you're going to keep coming back and having to rehash the same old CVEs over and over as people are installing things. So just because you mitigate it once doesn't mean you're safe from it. Also, really good hackers don't just use things that have been exploited and where somebody's put something in a tool like Metasploit or something like that. They're looking at the CVEs and figuring out, how can I exploit this and not tell anybody? And there's this myth that all these hackers are chatting in chat rooms on the dark web telling each other how they hack things. And that just doesn't exist. That's just a whole bunch of people in the NSA talking to each other, pretending to be on the dark web. These guys don't tell their tricks once they figured something out. So we only know about the publicized exploits. We don't know about all the exploits people don't tell us about.
Hey James, lots of questions that are far too long to get into in a lightning one, but the quick one is, how would you address an IT department that looks at the security framework that they're under, say a NIST or something, that says you must install patches, and then they just go and blindly install all the patches? How do you quantify the damage that they're causing? That newer, in my opinion, newer isn't always better.
That's right. Yeah, we'll fit, Dominic, you already know, but let me fill everybody else in. The first patch that comes out for something is almost always going to crash your system. When you have a lightning patch that comes out, and like it just happened the other day with Apple's new upgrade to their new OS. Their first OS was bricking machines, and that you don't install the first patch. At least you don't if you don't have to. So knowing how important something is gives you the ability to wait for the second patch on something and not be part of Apple's QA department. And so blindly patching is going to bring availability way down on your network. And if you have a network where you depend on the services to make money or to keep people working, keep people productive, you can't just blindly patch everything. Even if you're using one of those frameworks, normally you're creating a threshold statement to say, we're going to patch everything that says it's critical or high or something like that. And we find all the time that it's really easy to stitch together a couple mediums and completely own your network. And that's how hackers think. They know you're going to patch the stuff that's criticals and high. They're trying to figure out a way to chain some vulnerabilities together and still get through your network. So patching is better than not patching, but patching has a lot of downsides as well.
Thanks, James. Would you mind telling people where the idea for your technology came from?
Yeah, Tim, our CTO, he's probably one of the best pen testers and application security testers on the West Coast. He's been doing this for about 20 years. And a few years ago, a couple things happened. We reached that tipping point where now there's way too many vulnerabilities. People just cannot analyze them. That's one thing. Networks became very heterogeneous. The cloud emerged about that time as a really dominant, at that point, the way we're heading. And now it's about half of the infrastructure. And once you have, you really have no idea how safe your cloud infrastructure is. In fact, there was a recent report that said 96% of cloud implementations have known vulnerabilities on them. So if you think we've moved stuff to the cloud so we're safe, it's actually the opposite. It's Wild West right now in the cloud. So all that was happening, and Tim was saying, I'm still doing vulnerability analysis the way I was doing it 20 years ago. And that makes no sense. We've got way more vulnerabilities. We've got a much more heterogeneous network. We need to come up with a new and automated way to do this. So Tim put his head down and started writing code. about 4 years, almost coming up on 5 years ago, or 4.5, and just started knocking out a way to automate all this. And the hard parts are things like, you've got to be able to land on an arbitrary network, a network you've never been on before, and gather all the data. That's hugely hard. That's a problem people have been trying to solve for a long time that Tim was able to solve. Then you've got to build the 15,000 rules to say, how are you going to check for conditionality on all those things? So Tim's brilliant. He built all that. And that's where the idea came from.
Great, thanks, James. Well, that's your 15 minutes of fame, at least in this forum. So we're going to turn the Zoom over to Michael Thielander from Eclipsium. Michael, are you there?
I am here. How are you today?
Great.
Let me share my screen here and start my presentation. How is everybody doing today? Outstanding. Okay, I am Michael Thielander. I'm the head of product marketing for a company that's headquartered here in Portland. I'm in Portland, called Eclipsium. Standing in today for Yuri Belizhin, who's our CEO, the CEO and founder of Eclipsium. We'll talk a little bit about Yuri's background in a minute. Neither Yuri nor I, though, are as important in the context of this conversation today as this guy, who I call Bob. Bob is a CISO, right? So he's Chief Information Security Officer for his organization. Bob's got lots of problems. Bob probably looks like this all the time, probably because he knows that his average lifespan in an organization, especially a Global 2000 organization, is about 2.5 years. But mostly because he's got a lot of programs and initiatives going all the time. At any given time, Bob might have, 8, 10, 12 major initiatives that are happening. He's got to look at active threats in the world like ransomware. We just talked about vulnerability and risk program. He knows there's gaps in his vulnerability and risk program. He's got prioritization work to do there. He's really worried about supply chains, right? Supply chain is big and in the news in our huge gaps that we have in supply chain security. He's had to worry about network devices, which we'll dig a little bit more into really the fracturing of the old perimeter, and people working remote and from home is completely redrawn the old view of a network. He's got to obviously worry about audit and compliance. He reports to the chief risk officer. He's got to assure his cloud workloads. As we were just saying, we've got so much of the environments moving into cloud infrastructure. How does he secure those cloud platforms? How does he assure what's happening in cloud workloads as they move into containerized and Kubernetes environments? He's got to deal with zero trust networking. That's a big thing. If he's in the federal government, he got the executive order, just like everybody else, from President Biden in February, that said, we need to pursue zero trust networking across all of our infrastructures, right? So that's another big issue. And then of course, he's got to discover all the active threats and exploits that are happening in his infrastructure all the time. But here's the thing about Bob, and the thing that's unique about Eclipsium and what we bring to the table. Under every one of these, and it could be these 8 or 10 or 12, under every one of these initiatives is firmware. And it's a whole different level of abstraction, technology, threats, capabilities. And he's just starting to realize, as a large part of the world is, and the security community is starting to understand, that for any of these initiatives to be successful, I need to figure out how to secure firmware. I need to get all the way down to the secure firmware layer, as it were. And it's not just, something that a few professionals in the industry are saying. This is something that Gartner recognized at the end of last year. Analysts, I particularly like Peter Furstbrook, who works on the endpoint side of things, said firmware may very well be the next endpoint battleground for advanced adversaries. And what he means by this, and what they mean in general like this, and I won't get into too much technical detail. Anytime we talk about firmware, we run the risk of getting overly technical. But I'm going to try to keep it really simple. If you envision, say, a basic architecture of a system, it's basically got a Chinese wall in it. It's got a big dividing line between what's on top, which are the applications and the operating systems, the virtual environments that we are patching, that we're working at all the time, that we're constantly looking to, again, prioritize, patch, upgrade, mitigate. But there's below that line, sort of below the waterline, as it were, is the hardware piece. And all of the hardware relies on firmware. All of the components in a system, whether it's the chipset itself or whether it's memory, the baseboard management controller and servers, there's just a plethora of different kinds of firmware. all of the firmware is largely unprotected. And in fact, we could say that all of the 147 billion that the cybersecurity industry spends on protection today is really above that line. It's above where the firmware kind of resides, where it acts as the security DNA, if you will, of all of the devices, components, and systems that are under that. We're not really spending anything in that area now. And the thing is that the probably one of the most critical challenges with firmware security is the bad guys know this. The bad guys are much better actually at firmware and understanding cracks in firmware, how to compromise firmware, how to make it do your own bidding than we are effectively at securing it. So literally, you can't look at a news feed. You really can't look at it even on a daily basis, but certainly on a weekly basis without finding really significant exploits. They're now moving below the applications, below the operating system, and focusing on issues that are in firmware. Large-scale attacks like the Aruba network attacks that were chained vulnerabilities. SonicWall did some massive press and had to do some damage control as well, because they basically had to tell a large number of their customers that you have to effectively swap out your firmware, your versioning immediately because of imminent ransomware attacks. And we're now looking at firmware as potentially a weapon in an organization. You can brick a machine. We just talked about, we were joking about bricking a Macintosh through an upgrade. Well, firmware is a really good tool for doing that. There's some really good, if you want to go look at some interesting videos on the Eclipsium website, or just go to YouTube and look up Eclipsium, look at some examples of how we've used firmware at Black Hat to completely brick a number of, say, Dell systems or Lenovo laptops, or the brand doesn't really matter. So if we've got this space in firmware and we've got these critical issues that are in firmware, why is this a problem? Why is this just so difficult? And I think James did a really good job talking about vulnerability management, how it's matured as a discipline, and how it's focused on prioritizing and collecting and collating that information and getting the right things fixed. Why is this still so hard? Well, there's 3 reasons that securing firmware is very, very hard. And there's 3 ways Eclipsium makes it easy. I'm going to try to go through this and try really hard not to make it sound like a commercial. I hope you take some facts away from this. But the first reason that it's really difficult is that organizationally, firmware is very, very elusive. Even if you're a small organization with really one person in Bob's role as a CISO, typically there's multiple groups and departments and teams involved. And some of our largest customers that are in banking and finance and that are in, say, cloud infrastructure and security, there's a lot of teams. There's the server team, vulnerability management team, supply chain team, patch management team, threat and incident response, those guys that are looking at active exploits. All of these teams are beginning to have a dependence on firmware. Firmware has now become a part of what they do. Even the threat and incident response teams are looking at what we call indicators of compromise now that are nested within firmware that you can only see by really inspecting firmware within a system to look whether that particular system has been compromised or whether the integrity has been foiled by something else. So first thing is it's elusive. And what I mean by that is organizationally, it's really hard to figure out with this particular hot potato where it actually lands. Okay, all of these teams have a dependence on firmware, but very few of them really have any expertise in firmware. So it's elusive. The second issue that we have and why it's hard is that there's a really big and growing blind spot with firmware. When you get below that operating system and below that application layer, you start getting into all of the components of any system, whether it's a laptop like this or whether it's a server or network device. There are hundreds and hundreds of components, and the degree of attacks that are now focusing down at that level, whether it's baseboard management controllers or whether it's memory that's within it or whether it's Wi-Fi chips or whether it's your, effectively your old IO chips, your input output chips, your PCI import and ports on it, whether it's your SSD hard drives. There is a ton of exploits and attacks that are happening now. And they're fundamentally invisible at many layers of vulnerability and endpoint security management. And they're aimed at all of these firmware components. And there's a lot of these firmware components. There's 15 to 20 in every endpoint. There's 15 to 20 different elements or components of firmware that ship with it. There's 30 or more in every server. And of course, every single network device has firmware that it ships with as well. And here's the biggest challenge. Not only is there a lot of firmware that's now under focus and under attack from the bad guys, who whether it's nation state attackers or whether it's just your average financially motivated attacker, the tools that we're typically using, vulnerability management and endpoint security, were not built to look at that level. They weren't built to unpack that level of information and to do that kind of inspection and look at integrity. Not to knock on any vulnerability management tools, but this is a different game. It's hardware and sub-hardware level in an environment that's constantly evolved over the last 5 years. So now there's as many firmware components often as there are software components above that line that have vulnerability. So that's the second reason is it's first off, it's very, very elusive. The second law is that there's a huge blind spot there. Third reason is that firmware is really everywhere in the organization. And what I mean by everywhere, every team, every technology, every piece of hardware has firmware. So that's endpoints, that's dealing with implants and what we call UEFI, the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, the standard firmware interface that connects all those for laptops. There's issues in data centers, there's cloud environment, there's lots of great studies on like Supermicro servers that have had issues with firmware implants. It's in network devices, and obviously it's in connected devices. It's in the connected devices that are around me here, and the routers and bridges and everything else. So I've got firmware virtually everywhere, not just a lot of it in every given piece, but everything that I've got that I rely on. So those are the three things that just make firmware really, really difficult. It's what creates that hot potato scenario. So I won't go a lot into the history of how we got to where we are. Eclipsium has been doing this for about going on 4 years now, but we've always done the same three things. In principle, we do three things. First off is help our customers identify firmware in their environment. So do the inventory of devices and start unpacking the firmware, building a catalog. Basically, it's sometimes called the firmware bill of materials or FBOM, but it unpacks all of the specific components of firmware. So we list and catalog where the firmware came from, which version it is, who's responsible for it, build out profiles of all of that sub-OS visibility. Second thing that we help our customers do is then verify that firmware. So for every piece of firmware that's on your system at startup at boot, there's a good version of that somewhere. There's sort of a golden standard version of that. So we can verify that, what we detect on our customer endpoint servers, network devices, against the world's largest database of firmware profiles. There's about 4 billion going on million profiles that we keep as a constant record of, probably the biggest library of firmware on the planet, to be able to tell if we have appropriate integrity from what we're seeing in the firmware that's in a system. And so we assure the integrity of it, we validate the baseline details of it. And then, of course, if there is a security standard for how that firmware should be configured or how it's set, we can check that against the standard like NIST 853, or actually NIST has a new standard coming out, 1800-34. Sorry to throw a bunch of numbers at you, but it's specifically designed around assuring the integrity of computer systems, and it focuses on this area. It's all about verifying what's in your system at the hardware and the firmware level. So we identify the firmware in your devices, we verify the integrity of that firmware, and then we help our customers fortify it. And fortify basically just means we help them either set a known good appropriate configuration state, or we help them orchestrate the repair and patching of their firmware. As we were just saying, or James was saying, if it's difficult and challenging to patch software at the application OS level, it's even more so at the firmware level. We really never know what's going to break. And that's why many companies will go to the end of life on equipment, 3-4 years on equipment, and never update the firmware. The challenge is they can't do that anymore. We no longer have the luxury of doing that because of the level of firmware-oriented exploits that we're dealing with. So we have to get good at fortifying firmware. We have to get good at patching it. We have to get good at upgrading it and getting customers, our customers, comfortable with it. So that's basically what Eclipsium does. Against those three problems, we set these sort of three benefits of identifying, verifying, and fortifying firmware. And ultimately, at the end of the day, take all of this and put it in a very usable package, and we circle all the way back around to our buddy Bob. Bob's goal, obviously, is to get his work done. He wants to get those other 8 or 10 different initiatives done. That's what his job is. Now, they're all increasingly rely on firmware, so we're obviously here to help Bob in that in that struggle, educate him on what can be done in firmware, and understand where it fits, like with those vulnerability and risk programs, and where it fits with endpoint security. So I'll stop. I covered a lot of ground there. Hopefully I was in time, maybe a little bit over.
Michael, you have about 1 minute to answer any questions. And there is one in the chat from Ron Tallwalker asking, are you able to patch all major OS updates, including microcode, without causing issues like bricking?
Without causing issues. So we can do firmware patching for any x86 systems. We can do firmware patching in a number of macOS systems, firmware patching obviously in network devices. It is very, very touchy. So before I say, yeah, absolutely, we can help customers with those updates, it is very selective for actually which systems. You can go to a library that we've got online that shows all of the systems, but the first thing we do that we support, not just identification, but all the way through the fortification stage. But the first thing we do is we sit down with our engineering team. We say, okay, what have you got? How does that compare to what we've already seen, what we've been able to do, firmware level updates? And are these your most critical systems that have to be updated today? And help customers figure out, does it have to come offline, or is it something that can be done, kind of in real time?
Great. Hey, Michael, thanks for that presentation. That was extremely educational, and best of luck with your company.
Thanks.
So next up, we have Jeff Gauss, CEO of the Provenance Chain Network, or PCN. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks, everybody. And I'm going to move quickly because this is a lightning round. Again, I'm Jeff Gauss. I'm the founder and the CEO of Provenance Chain Network. We grew out of an initiative that was created here in Portland called the Oregon Enterprise Blockchain Venture Studio. We exist because we believe that human beings have the fundamental right to know the facts about what's in their products. And one of the things that the pandemic has exposed to us is the fragility and the lack of clarity in our supply chains. We exist because conscious Kim wants to know, is this a right product for me? So we started down this path of building this out and quickly realized we needed to get a lot of information from the supply chain. If Kim wants to know whether there's peanuts in or palm oil in a product that she's consuming, imagine what the national security infrastructure wants to know about the components that are going into our most precious national security assets. If you think about the impact of the DoD on what we do, we're able to have this meeting today in this format because of ARPA and the creation of the internet to solve communications during a nuclear war. We have turn-by-turn directions because ARPA wanted to know how to pinpoint objects on planet Earth. And in August of this year, the National Security Space Launch Directorate selected the Provenance chain to build out pedigree. This is the tracking of all the components that go into the rockets to launch our most secure satellites. Our platform does three primary things. Number one, we create digital twins on people, places, and products. So who's doing what, where, and we also allow an exchange medium for value between buyers and sellers. I make claims, make requirements, claims are made against that, and the evidence is provided to do that. We also provide the ability for third-party audits, inspections, and certifications. Now, in any commercial transaction, it's a pretty simple equation. There's a buyer and a seller. However, there's also a contributor. There's somebody who's got an interest in that transaction, whether it's Customs and Border Patrol, FDA, IRS, whomever. There's always a third party that is interested in that transaction. And if you think about these transactions, as you look at it from a supply chain, all the way back to a grower, miner, or a rancher, all the way to the consumer in a super center, there's a recursive series of buy-sell transactions that go through the supply chain. And so what we get after is that individual transaction through the requirements, incentives, claims, and evidence, what we call our RICE engine. And what we do is we create three different value chains for the brand that works with us. Number one, we get significant operational efficiencies through supply chain visibility. Very few entities on this planet have visibility beyond their tier one suppliers. This allows you to look all the way back to the origin of the product, to know where it's coming from, where it is, who touched it, what are the ingredients, et cetera. The best way to think about that is a Russian nesting doll. My tier one supplier is consuming tier one supplier data, and it rolls up. Second is we provide the ability for certification and regulatory compliance, all kinds of submissions to the FDA, DoD, whoever it is. Here's what's going on, where it came from, what's in it, et cetera. And then thirdly, and most importantly, most visibly, is this provides a brand new consumer experience and a new way for brands to engage with consumers and understand the difference between stated consumer values and behavioral values. What does somebody actually do? And then once this is at scale, you have a large comprehensive data analytics engine, what's going on. And when this is at scale, this becomes a gigantic payments and settlements network. So we have this opportunity now with this technology using distributed ledger technology and all of the cybersecurity that it brings along with it to do a number of things. One is reduce counterfeiting, adulteration, diversion. It helps operations, out of stock conditions, where are we? Also the security side of it. Simplifies and streamlines regulatory disclosure and governance policy protection. Aligns supply chain behavior with human rights and values. So when Kim's looking at two different t-shirts and she sees that one can prove that it is not Uyghur cotton, but it's $2 more, she can make a decision more in line with her values. And then lastly, we can address top national security, environmental, and social governance issues. So this plays into all the major themes that are playing out in the commercial sector today. If you want to know more about us, you can visit our website, provenancechain.com, or you can find me on LinkedIn. Back to you, Charlie.
Jeff, I think you win the award for the fastest presentation, so thank you for that. Kara, are there any questions in the from the audience?
I don't have any sent directly to me, but I love the opportunity to open it up and let folks ask if they're interested. I haven't even had time to turn off my timer yet, Jeff.
Yeah, that was quite a broad set of use cases that PCN can power. It's a broadly horizontal platform. Jeff, can you talk a little bit about where you're seeing the most traction as your first most important use cases for PCN?
Sure. When we got started because of a question of a Beaverton-based performance apparel manufacturer aspects. So our very first use cases that we studied and looked at in the footwear and apparel sector. And we decided to go after 4 vertical markets simultaneously here in Oregon, having grown out of the Economic Development Initiative called the Venture Studio. And the 4 vertical markets are in order: footwear, apparel, food and beverage, aerospace and defense, and building products and construction. It's about 80% of the GDP of the state of Oregon. Our very first choice, or what we chose to go after first, was food and beverage, because the data set requirements for food and beverage are much more complex than anything else because of time, temperature, humidity, handling, date ranges, etc. And there's very heavy duty FDA regulations. So that's what we went after first. Turned up a winery, turned up a creamery, started the Oregon Transparency Initiative, which is the food and beverage industry saying we in fact are the most transparent supply chain on the planet here in Oregon. And then we got selected by the United States Air Force, the AFWorks Research Labs, to do a prototype for them. We did the prototype, turned that over to them in June. In August, they awarded us an SBIR2 to build out for the Space Force. And that's what we're in the process of doing right now.
Looks like a question from my buddy Dominic. Is your customer the manufacturer or the consumer?
There's multiple users, but today the way the platform is being architected is our economic customer is the brand. So shoe manufacturer, somebody along those lines. They will share data with consumers who will also be users. So users on the platform include anybody that's along the supply chain, anybody that's along the distribution chain, consumers, regulators, oversight bodies, and certification users.
So for example, if I was the manufacturer of, rugged communications equipment, I would be your customer and I would use PCN, for example, to provide supply chain transparency to my customers. So in the case of Dominic, Packstar would be the customer. Is that correct?
Yeah, Packstar would issue requirements out to its suppliers. Those suppliers would respond to the requirements, and that gives Packstar visibility to what's going on in its supply chain. So you communicate with your tier 1 supplier. This is what we have to have from you. They turn around and do the same to their supplier. That's the recursive nature. The moment you turn and start exposing that data to an outside party, that becomes supply chain transparency. You're now exposing and disclosing things. So in the case of DoD, It's CMMC certification requirements, chain of custody, design and engineering drawings, parts pedigree reviews. And then if you were in the consumer sector and you start exposing that within a shopping application, that's the consumer transparency side.
So, oh, go ahead, Rakesh.
Go ahead, Charlie, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say for those people in the audience who may not be familiar with blockchain and or maybe digital currency, being powered by blockchain technology, can you explain how that is transformative compared to, say, older enterprise supply chain, ERP systems?
Yeah, the big thing about the ERP systems is that they're siloed. It's very difficult to share data across entities. And the one thing that blockchain is really, really good at is sharing data among disparate parties. It does it with military-grade encryption technology. That is pretty much impenetrable, and it's immutable. And that once the record is written, it cannot be changed. You can append to it, but it cannot be changed. So there's a full-blown history. It provides a lot of trouble.
Great, Rakesh, you were going to ask something?
Yeah, no, just a clarification, Jeff. So as you're presenting this use cases, my first thing is, the data collection piece is the biggest thing, right? I mean, that's the challenge. So you're collecting, or is PCN solution to your customers is providing these surveys, collecting the data, and then putting them into a platform. I'm kind of wondering what the PCN technology or the solution looks like. Yeah.
From a tech stack perspective, we're a cloud environment on Microsoft Azure. We use Hyperledger Fabric, and then our application is built on top of that. We've got a series of different user profiles that we focus on. We vacuum up both structured and unstructured data and put it into evidentiary outlets. We believe that this is the fourth wave of software, first being systems of record, second was systems of engagement, third was systems of signals. And we now think it's systems of evidence, where you're providing data to people that need it when they want it. It's both structured and unstructured data.
So you, in terms of providing this provenance, you are vacuuming this data up from the internet or and it's not through surveys that you mentioned. That's what I'm trying to.
Through surveys? No.
Yeah, you mentioned that you tell your customer, here is the information you need to collect from your suppliers, and then they in turn give it to their suppliers and so on. So is that the information you're vacuuming up, or you're doing your own data?
We don't do surveys. What it is the brand issues. And if you think about a commercial transaction, there's a purchase order and a sales order. That's the two sides of the ledger. And in a purchase order, requirements are issued to a supplier. And in that requirement, they start to ask for data, because they're not going to be required to do it, for carbon footprint, energy usage, fair labor, prove that it's not wheat or cotton, prove that you can sell this in this particular environment. And the supplier then provides that data. That is then what gets put into our database and presented forward. Best way to think about us metaphorically is think of us as LinkedIn for products.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
We've talked a lot about software and firmware supply chain today. Do you guys work with virtual or digital goods as well as physical?
We have not announced or released our plans in that arena yet.
And no, I have no inside information. So
yeah, that's a hedged statement. There are certain institutions on the planet that are very concerned about digital provenance. People that are more working with.
Great. Okay. Any other questions for Jeff? Jeff, thank you. Thank you so much. So
thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah. Our last lightning talk is with Tosny, presented by Isaac Tosny Jones. Isaac, you there?
Hi, Charlie. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great. Well, let's see. I'll go ahead and share my slides here. How's that look, Charlie? Can you see me?
Yeah, looks great.
Great. All right. Let's arrange my windows. Okay, well, jumping right in. Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me today. I'm Isaac Batosny Jones, founder of Tosny. We are specialists in the overlap of identity, access control, and encryption. We provide some advanced security products that I'll talk about a little bit today. And we are a spin out of the cybersecurity R&D company called Galwa here in Portland, Oregon, and enjoying the beautiful blue sky unusually and unexpectedly today here in Portland. So we have a little bit of a unique story, a unique history into how we bootstrapped our company to build commercial products. So on the left, you'll see some of our customers: NIST, DARPA, Department of Homeland Security, and the National Institute of Health. And basically what we've done over the years is work with these organizations to develop really cutting edge capabilities that we've built into systems for them, and we've built into commercial cybersecurity products that can be used more broadly. And this has really given us a leg up in bootstrapping a company to do cutting edge kind of work. And so I'll talk a little bit first about the problems we solve, and then I'll address how we solve them. What I want to point out first here is that encryption really vastly reduces the cost of data breach. And what you'll see here is a kind of chart showing pros and cons, good things you can do and bad things you can do to improve the cost of data breach. Now, the average data breach costs organizations today $4 million. That's average. And so the first thing you'll see on the list that's actually a technical control is extensive use of encryption. And so we're talking not just about encryption in transit like HTTPS or just at rest, but really ubiquitous application layer encryption that can control data throughout its entire life cycle. And the intuition here, of course, is that if it's a data breach where the attacker gets data that's encrypted, and of course, the attacker doesn't have access to the key material, then is it really a data breach? If they don't actually have access to the data in the end, your risk goes way down and your cost goes way down. And here's the other side of things. So identity and encryption are our two areas. You'll see this as a DHS model around the foundations of zero trust. And on the one side, you see identity. On the other side, you see data. So the focus of zero trust access is to ensure all entities requesting access to systems are who they say they are, and they have the permission to get the stuff that they're trying to get access to. So that's a really important property enforced with identity management, enforced with access control, but applied to data. So let's talk now about the attacker's point of view, which we've heard a little bit about today. The OWASP recently released a new top 10 list of vulnerabilities, the most common types of vulnerabilities. The first most common type of vulnerability is broken access control. The second being cryptographic failures, and the seventh being identification and authentication failures. So the story here is identity and access control failures allow attackers to gain a foothold, and cryptographic failures cause data breaches that cost the organizations, $4 million on average again. And so that's where we come in. We think that organizations are having trouble tying together these two ends of the spectrum for security, and we have products that address the whole scope. So basically what we provide is a unified platform with components that can be used individually. TOS-ID is a standard-based identity and access manager. So it does single sign-on. It keeps track of who all your users are, what they can access through role-based access control, attribute-based access control, etc. It does your sort of standard SAML and OIDC flows to integrate with any kind of third parties that your users are logging into. And it can pull data about users from LDAP, or it can store them directly. Now, what's unique about our identity platform is that every user in our platform has key material that they can use for data security or data provenance or digital signing and encryption. And so our storage platform basically manages large-scale data sets with either structured or unstructured data, and it manages it encrypted throughout the entire data lifecycle. So from the point of data creation to the point of data consumption, the data is always encrypted, regardless of whether you're transiting across HTTPS or your data gets backed up somewhere, or your S3 bucket is open. on accident, the data is encrypted no matter where it goes. Now, layered on top of that, we have a privileged access management platform. And privileged access management allows for the control over accounts that are particularly sensitive. So we're talking about administrator accounts, those who have root access to services, those who can delete the database, reboot the server, and those kind of things. And what we provide here is, day to day, they can go about their job without having to get, interrupted for permission. But when they're doing particularly sensitive activities, we require multi-party control for administrative access. So that means two parties have to agree that this administrative access has to happen. And we do that by integrating in with the identity platform so that any third parties that speak these standards, like SAML and OIDC, can take advantage of privileged access management. So it makes it really easy to integrate in with third parties that have never heard of TOSNI and don't need any kind of special access or integration to what we do. It just is standards-based and allows you to do role-based access control with multi-party control. So that also has a secrets management component that uses our encryption that allows for control over passwords, key material, tokens, or whatever sensitive credentials you need to control throughout your environment so that administrators can have lockdown systems and really move toward that zero trust vision. So here's an example of our platform in action with a customer. So a little bit of background here. We have a human subject research program that's a healthcare related analysis of sensors on end user mobile devices. This is a HIPAA protected and IRB controlled human subject study. So the data is handled very sensitive and carefully. So before we joined in part of this program, the system had the ability to collect sensor data from mobile devices and indeed, of course, store it in a database. Then those machine learning teams could analyze that sensor data. But it really was an all or nothing approach that machine learning teams and their algorithms had access to all of the data. And as a result, they could really only collect what you might call as the boring data. They couldn't collect more sensitive information. They couldn't collect identifying information. And so they couldn't pay participants in the study to incentivize them to answer surveys and things like that. So what we did was introduce our encrypted database platform and our identity management platform to both sides of this equation. So with end-to-end encryption, with managing the data encrypted throughout the life cycle of the data, we were able to collect more sensitive sensor data. So things like GPS location and things like that. But it's encrypted throughout its life cycle. So machine learning teams who are strongly identified through our identity management system can request access to the components that they need to access, but not all of the components, not all of the sensor data. And so they can train their models, they can access the data they need to access, and we can strongly identify the users and pay them for their participation without revealing any identifying information to any third parties or any other parties who aren't allowed to access that information. So this was a real success story for an ongoing program with the US government that allows the collection of sensitive sensor data about humans collected over a large period of time in a fast searchable data set with strong identity on both sides. So in conclusion, this is kind of our vision of the world. Everything has an identity, whether it's humans, devices, services, or applications in your browser or on your phone. Every identity is access controlled. That could be multi-party approval like I was talking about, or just simple role-based access control. Every identity has a key associated with it so that each user can perform confidentiality or integrity-based activities like encryption and signatures. And we can integrate with all standard platforms like standard cloud platforms, anything running Kubernetes. We run in the cloud, we run in our cloud, we run in your cloud, we run in the FedRAMP cloud. And we protect things around software supply chain today with some of our commercial customers. So that's our story in a nutshell. Here's my contact information, ijones@tosni.com. If folks have questions offline, please feel free to reach out to me. We don't work just with large government agencies. We work with enterprise customers. We work with small startups. We work with all kinds of folks. So very happy to answer questions. And I will stop sharing. So hopefully I can see folks in case you have questions.
Great, Kara. Any questions from the audience?
I haven't had any sent directly to me. So folks, if they want to unmute and ask Isaac questions directly, please feel free to go ahead.
Well, I've got a couple of questions and comments for you, Isaac. And as you know, I'm pretty familiar with what you do, but it's been a while. One of the things that struck me over the last couple of years is this never-ending promotion of zero trust architectures by the enterprise cybersecurity companies. And my impression of what you do is it's actually even a step beyond that because of the way you're doing application level encryption. Can you explain the difference?
Sure, yeah. We really strongly believe in infrastructure layer security controls. So that means things like VPNs, HTTPS, et cetera. But if you can integrate security into your application layer, so whether that's encryption or identity, you can get so much more control over what happens to the data, no matter where it goes. And so one of the things we like about, this human subject research program we did was that we have confidence that, this data is encrypted in the user's phone. It lives encrypted for its life cycle. So if someone drops the ball somewhere along the chain of trust in the infrastructure, meaning there was some part that was left open, there was some part that was unencrypted, we're all trying to get to zero trust, but we can't always get there today, right? So if you have the security traveling with the data, you have a lot more confidence that no matter where it goes, it stays secure.
So for example, if I have your typical client server kind of application with a database on the back end, I might have a data at rest encryption solution on my hard drives, but so long as that server is running, the database is completely unencrypted. And that's a fairly common application architecture. Whereas using your technology, that wouldn't be the case. And if even a hacker got in while that database was running, they wouldn't necessarily have access to that data.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we strongly believe in encryption at rest and database layer encryption, and certainly very important for mobile devices and laptops especially. But, you have to look at what threats they really mitigate. And if someone, gets an SQL injection against your running database, it's just going to decrypt it. It's going to send it encrypted over HTTPS to the attacker. Those things don't necessarily help in all kinds of attacks. So this really plugs the holes where those kinds of attacks would fail.
So your ideal customer, then, you've got several. You have off-the-shelf enterprise applications like TOS ID that can be used for network infrastructure, but also in terms of your company's future, partnering with any kind of application developer that wants to do a better job with the security of their application would be someone you'd like to talk to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's fair. We actually, with TOS ID and with the secrets management and PAM, we can integrate in at an enterprise level, no coding, just integration. If we can get into your product, so much the better. We can really make the whole application lifecycle secure and the whole data lifecycle secure. And indeed, some of our customers embed our product as the central point of their identity and access management for all of their services. So it can be very effective, but that's not for everyone, right? But certainly we can get in there. If we can get in at the right point of the software development lifecycle, then we can do a lot of good.
Great. And I see a question from Dominic. Dominic, do you want to ask that verbally?
Sure. So I'm thinking you talk about how your TOS ID, and hi Isaac, it's been a little while, but identifies not just users, but devices. And one of the challenges that I see frequently is that I have a printer or I have a very expensive piece of machinery, but it's not sophisticated enough to handle like a certificate. Have you figured out a way to manage identification of those?
Well, there's a few different types, right? So if we have some very lightweight cryptographic tools that are not, your full certificate capability that will do a really good job if we can get into there to that device, sort of like what Charlie was saying. So if you can install our stuff, which some people do on devices, then you can do a really good job there. If you can't install, if you're just taking something off the network, then it's a little bit more limited what we can really do. But there are, some elements of our system do include that kind of network access control that can identify stuff based on where they're coming from or what VPN they're using and things like that. And that's how you kind of leverage something like a printer into a platform like this.
Cool.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Isaac. Thanks
to everyone for the opportunity to speak to you today. Really appreciate it.
Great. Okay. So that concludes our lightning rounds. Okay, I think we are arriving at the grand finale. Yeah, I'm not on mute. The grand finale of the day. This is a personal passion of mine, the discussion around building our cybersecurity workforce with public-private collaborations. I'm going to moderate this session. And again, please direct all questions in the chat to Kara or TAO admin. First, I'm going to introduce our panelists today and then give them a chance to talk a little bit about each of the programs that they're working on. And then we're going to go into a little bit of a panel Q&A format discussion. So panelists today in alphabetical order, Rakesh Boba. He's an associate professor at the OSU School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Rakesh's research interests are in the design of secure and trustworthy networked and distributed computer systems. He is passionate about cybersecurity workforce development and is co-leading the effort to create a teaching hospital style solution for cybersecurity at Oregon State. He received his PhD from the University of Maryland at College Park in 2009. Our second panelist is Katrina McNeil. She is an instructor at Mount Hood Community College in the Information Systems Department. She's a Mount Hood Community College alumnus and earned her BS in Web Design and Development and her Master's in Information Security Operations from Champlain College. Our third panelist is Biril Yeslada. He is professor of political science and director of the Mark O. Hatfield School of Government and director of the National Center of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity at Portland State University. He joined PSU in 1998, following 14 years at the University of Missouri-Columbia. He earned his PhD from the University of Michigan in 1984 and has been a policy consultant on national security at various agencies of the US government. So to kick off, I'd like each panelist to describe their program. I've given them about 7 minutes each. Let's go ahead and start with Rakesh. Rakesh?
Thank you, Charlie. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to join us at the summit and stay till the end. As Charlie mentioned, I'm a faculty member at Oregon State University. And just some of you may already know about many of the programs we have. I'm going to primarily focus on computer science side of things. I'm in School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. So we have, I believe now we have one of the largest computer science programs in the country, counting our online programs as well. So we have about 400 people on campus. And then we have, I think, close to 2,000 or above on our on-campus or our online course offerings. And there are two different kinds of offerings online. One, which was very innovative when it came out, and I think still remains innovative, and we're very proud of that program, is what we call the post-bac computer science. This is if you already have a degree in a different field. So you take 2 years of computer science courses, and you earn your bachelor's of science in computer science. And so this is for people trying to shift their career into computer science. And the connection to cybersecurity is about 2 to 3 years back. We've introduced an undergraduate certificate in cybersecurity into this program. By taking cybersecurity electives, they can earn this certificate along with their computer science degree. Just last year, we launched a full CS degree online, so full 4 years. So you can take your back core online as well. The thing that I'm most excited about, so this undergraduate cybersecurity certificate was started only about 4 years ago. 2 years after I moved here, we worked with the school and created the required electives and stuff and put this together. What I'm excited about today is what you will see. I need to figure out which way I should move. Is this Oregon Research and Teaching Security Operations Center. And the idea here is, we train our veterinarians and our medical doctors in pretty hands-on live environments so that they they can hone those skills in a real environment. So the idea behind this is very similar. We would like to train our students in a live security operations center, so they learn essential skills around, incident response, network monitoring, triaging, and in forensics, and so on. So this is what we're working on right now. We are looking to launch the first batch of students into this in the fall. With that, Charlie, I don't know if I have any more time, but I'm going to stop and pass it back to you.
Actually, I think you've got a couple minutes left. Can you say a few things about Northwest Cyber Camp while you're at it?
Yes, thank you. So that's undergrad programs. And actually, Charlie is one of the co-founders of this cyber camps much before I was involved. But currently, I think about 2 years ago, when Charlie, decided, I mean, his book is getting really full. So I co-manage it with EnergySec, and this program is summer camps for high school students. We used to follow the Air Force Cyber Patriot curriculum and offered in multiple locations around the state. The highest number of locations, if I recall correctly, were 5 locations, and we used to offer a girls only camp, exclusive camp in Portland. COVID kind of, we had to change our plan. So we did remote camps during COVID. And we also created our own curriculum because at the time, the Cyber Patriot curriculum wasn't really conducive to delivering online. So we are still going strong, but we can definitely use a lot of your support. It's mostly run by volunteers. We have, I guess, maybe a small portion of paid time, but it's primarily run by volunteers and volunteer effort. And your financial support will really help us keep the costs down for the camp. We run these camps. I mean, I think $260 a week for the full week-long camp. And those of you who have kids and you're doing summer camps know that this is not the realistic cost for any 5-day camp, full-day camp. They're much more expensive, and we tend to keep it affordable, or we try to keep it affordable through donations from companies like those present here. So we would really appreciate your support. We did a usual in-person camp in one location this summer and one fully online camp. So two options, and we like to keep doing that going forward. We also added 2 mini camps to build a pipeline up for these week-long camps, just to give people a taste of it. We developed our own curriculum, all volunteer effort. People from Mount Hood and Cal in Gresham, the Center for Advanced Learning, it's a charter school, were instrumental in these. So it's a large group of dedicated volunteers, but we can definitely do with some more financial support.
Great, thank you, Rakesh. Okay, next up is Katrina McNeil from Mount Hood Community College. Katrina, are you there?
I am, and I'm going to apologize now. I'm hoping my internet will stay stable the whole entire time. We'll see. I'm Katrina McNeil, and I'm one of the instructors at Mount Hood Community College in the cybersecurity program. Mount Hood was one of the first community colleges in Oregon to offer an AAS in cybersecurity and network, and we're constantly updating our curriculum and best practices to ensure that students are equipped with the best training possible. Currently, we offer 2 tracks. We have a network and security operations track and a penetration testing track. One of the projects that we are currently working on that I'm very excited about is our cybersecurity certification fund. To give you a little bit of background, our program also teaches many industry recognized certifications like the CompTIA A+ and the Security Plus and Cisco, CCNA, and such. Depending on the certification, those costs can cost the students those tests can cost the students up to about $250 with their educational discounts. And that may not seem like a lot of money, but when you take into account that the average age of our students in our program is about 30 years old, you quickly begin to realize that our students are not just students. They are caretakers, they're job holders, they're parents, etc. And so they have other obligations that take up both time and resources. We also have a high population of students who are low income, that are traditionally from underserved communities, that are first generation college students. And many of our students mentioned having food insecurities and housing insecurities. So these industry recognized certifications can open up so many career opportunities for them. But for many of our students, that $250 certification cost, that is a car payment, it's groceries, it's a utility bill, and rent, and so on. About 90% of our students cite that lack of funds is the reason they do not take these certification exams. We get students who go through our whole entire program, 2 years or more, hoping to make a better wage, and then they get stopped by this roadblock that they can't pay for a certification. So with the help of Charlie and his wife and my colleague Tobin Shields, we created this a Kawasaki Berge certification fund. And the goal of this fund is to give students the opportunity to sit for these certification exams without the worry of how they would fund it. I'm excited to say that we have enough funds in the certification fund right now to help students cover the cost of 2 certification exams. And we're hoping to be able to start issuing that out to students this coming term for winter and spring. Our eventual goal is to have enough monies in there to help students fund up to 4 certificates throughout their time in our program.
Great, Katrina, is that the end of your prepared remarks?
That is the end of mine.
All right, well, thank you so much for your collaboration on that. Okay, our third panelist is Birol Yaslada. Birol, your turn. Oops, you're on mute, Birol.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. And I want to thank TOA for inviting me to join you today. It's an honor. As Charlie said, my name is Birol Yaslada, and I'm the director of the Mark Hatfield School of Government. I'm also a professor in the school, and I am the director of the National Center of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity, which is a NSA and DHS designation that PSU received a year and a half ago. We're very excited about this. We just also received a multi-year, multi-million-dollar grant from NSA to build a coalition of private, public, and academic partnership in cybersecurity critical infrastructure in the Pacific Northwest. And of course, Oregon, we look as the hub of this coalition. And I'm grateful for our partners in working on this effort. At Portland State University, we are both engaged in research and teaching in cybersecurity in a vast number of areas. From computer science and engineering to engineering technology management, to public policy in Hatfield School, to business administration, both as undergraduate and graduate programs. In addition, we have non-degree graduate certificates that professionals can take. One of our newest endeavors is going to be launched in January, which is a professional certificate in building cyber resilience for elected local and county officials. We also have a graduate certificate in computer science for cybersecurity, master's in applied data science in business, and business blockchain graduate certificate. And all of these have cybersecurity as central. This is exciting times, and I am very much interested in championing Oregon's role in this at the national level at NSA and Intelligence and National Security Alliance. And I believe that we can lead the country in bridging technology, software, and public policy, where the two sides of cybersecurity needs can come together. And thank you, Katrina and Rakesh, for being partners in these efforts.
Thank you, Biro. Pleasure to work with you.
Biro, thank you very much. So next, I have a variety of panel-like questions that I prepared, and I'm going to spread them around a little bit. So the first one's for you, Katrina, and that is that I'm curious, what are the biggest challenges your students face in finding careers after they finish your program?
Okay, so our students face a couple of challenges. One is ensuring that they have their industry certifications in place before applying for positions. And like I spoke to earlier, having those certifications can give them an advantage in the job market, but many of them don't have the funds to be able to pay for that. So we're hoping to eliminate that barrier with that certification fund. The other one, several of them kind of face the possibility of having to relocate for a position. This can be stressful on a student because they're where they are currently located may not have the job opportunities that they're looking for, especially for those that are hoping to stay closer to their home. And some of them often worry about relocating their whole entire family for a job. Another one is finding the right size organization to work for or apply for. Those who go to larger, more established organizations may find that those organizations have solid cybersecurity programs in place, where if they go to a smaller one, they may discover that there's no program in place and may have to build that one from scratch.
Great, thank you for that. Next question. This one's for Rakesh. Rakesh, can you tell us about the ORTSOC program's biggest challenges that you're facing?
So the ORTSOC is being, I mean, it's bootstrapping right now. Charlie and Birol are aware of some of the details. Charlie is actually actively helping us get this off the ground. So thank you, Charlie. And there are industry partners in Oregon helping us. But here is the challenge we have. We talked about early today about local governments, and Charlie mentioned earlier account of some of these people that don't have enough of security expertise or hard to find people with the right expertise given their location or given the budget constraints. I think Bob Turner was the one who mentioned it's often difficult for educational institutions and local governments to afford and retain the security talent. So one of the things that we are trying to harmonize with this center is that when I talk to industry people, the feedback I get is, hey, the students are coming with some good knowledge or theoretical knowledge in security, but they're not getting enough hands-on experience. And on the other side, we see these local governments are struggling to secure, or smaller organizations, K-12, struggling to secure their infrastructure. So ORTSOC was the idea that, hey, we can serve these entities while simultaneously giving the hands-on experience for our students. So that's the key idea. But the challenge is, as you can see, there are two pieces that have to come together at the right time, at the right pace. We need to onboard enough clients who are willing to, work with us and get services from us, so that, and we need to sort of have enough students in the program to meet that need. So it's like the electrical grid, always trying to balance generation and consumption. We are at this stage that we are trying to get this off the ground. So we are looking for clients interested in participating with us. OSU, together with actually an industry partner who gave a significant financial contribution to get us off the ground, is already invested about $1 million to get this off the ground in constructing facilities and stuff. And we are looking for more support. Doesn't always have to come in the form of dollars. It can come in the form of technical know-how, opportunities for our students. We're going to have internship opportunities for our students. So the biggest challenge for us is to get this off the ground in a timely fashion and scale it up. That's the problem we are working to address right now.
Thanks, Rakesh. And I'm going to chime in here a little bit because while you have to worry about balancing the ability to deliver services with the number of stakeholders that need your services, on the flip side, we have something like 1,500 K through 12s and local governments and special districts. From what I can tell, the majority of which are crying out for your services. So from where I sit, the challenge is, how fast can we scale this thing? Because the need almost seems infinite from where we sit today.
Yeah, so right now our plan, if you say with just the funds we have right now, we are scaling up with couple of full-time employees being able to supervise students, and with couple of employees, full-time analysts, let's call them analysts or architects, we can maybe supervise 20, 30, depending on if we went to 3 shifts model, right? That's not enough capacity to serve 1,500 entities, right? So the first year we are planning to onboard 2 to 4 entities to provide services to, and then scale up. So one of the things that would really accelerate is that if we can, of course, we will probably face the same challenge that you all face, is hiring these analysts. If we can hire more analysts to be professional mentors and oversee the students, we can grow much faster. So that's one of the problems we're working on, is to raise funds to get these analysts on board in as the initial jump starter for scale up.
Great, thank you, Rakesh. Viral, for you, can you tell us a little bit about the curriculum that you're working on now that you wish was available to your students?
Yes, the curriculum we are working on are twofold. One is for undergraduate students, and that is going to be an interdisciplinary multi-tools training bachelor's degree leading to undergraduates who will have basic technical knowledge, understanding of cybersecurity, as well as issues of public policy, public law, business, and in terms of how do you get analysts to be better analysts in this field, regional knowledge of different parts of the world. And by that, I mean, for example, when you have cyber attacks in social media, how do you deal with that? How do you know it's coming from China versus Russia versus North Korea, and so on? And this curriculum will encompass all the way through linguistics, as well as political science and understanding of the culture and history of regions. And it will have tracks. So it isn't one track for everybody. It will have specializations. There are no programs like this right now. And this is something we've been discussing at the national level with policymakers and executives from private sector as well as a priority. Second is, how do we bridge for the professionals the gap between technology and public policy? So we are drafting this term, and we'll be sending it to the Senate for approval, a cybersecurity, cyber defense track in Masters in Public Policy. I wish I had these programs at hand when we became a center, designated center by NSA and DHS, because once you get designated by them, there are lots of scholarship opportunities available for students, with a clause that they have to work for the government for 2 years before they jump off to the private sector. Otherwise, they'll have to pay back $80,000. And that's the challenge. How do you get people to stay at a job when there is such a shortage of talent that they are constantly being stolen from one place to another? There are over 1 million million and a half jobs available right now.
Earl, I hear that everywhere I go, from K through 12 and local government saying they can't even hire the cybersecurity people, much less keep them, because of how competitive the marketplace now is. And I'm also hearing that now from the private sector. It's a real problem. I mean, it sounds like the program that you've envisioned would be producing, the next generation of cybersecurity leaders, which would be really important to pursue, the development of the programs like what we're talking about today. So best of luck with that. Katrina, same question goes to you. What kind of curriculum are you working on right now that you wish was available to your students?
Oops. Okay. We're in the process of creating a Bachelor's of Applied Science program. So this is the first for the state of Oregon. And what's exciting about it is it's not just more stuff taught at our higher program level. It's we envision it for our students to bridge the gap between the AAS CTE programs and the university traditional computer science degree. The other thing it does is that we have a lot of students that are really interested in pursuing their four-year degree in cybersecurity, but there's not a lot of options for them to do that near home. So for us to be able to offer that, it gives our students a chance to stay where they are instead of either having to pick up and move to a new school, or some students are not necessarily crazy about being in an all online environment for those types of degrees.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I've got another question, this time for all three of you. Let's start with Rakesh. What makes a good industry partner? How should they best engage with you?
This is, I have multiple answers for this, Charlie. This is a tough question, but at least, there are multiple perspectives. We have industry partners that come in all flavors and in different levels of engagement, and we actually value all of them. Charlie, for example, has been an incredible partner. It's often we have to say, Charlie, we can't keep up with you. Can you please slow down? But we have industry partners, for example, that interface with us through senior design projects, right? I mean, they provide problems or design problems for our students and work with them. So that's one kind of engagement. We have industry partners who actually come and deliver course content for us sometimes in some of our courses. We have industry partners that contribute to our scholarship funds, and we've started a scholarship fund recently, and actually even at a PhD level, EECS Outstanding Scholars, helping to diversify our pool of students that come in. So there are a whole range of ways industry partners engage with us. I think Tom, our director, was telling us we have usually about 700 industry people walking through our, through our college, through our school, for one reason or the other every year. Some industry partners work on research problems with us, but I think since we are focusing on workforce development, for us, an ideal industry partner would be, purely from a workforce development point of view, providing projects for our students, delivering technical content, in areas of specialty, and scholarships. There are many students that we see coming, first generation students. Katrina mentioned some of the issues that these students face, and not all of their needs are met through available federal grants and state level grants and so on, right? So having these scholarships really helps us. One big thing I heard recently was, especially in diversifying in cybersecurity, sending our undergraduate students to Grace conferences like Grace Hopper Conference and Women in Engineering conferences is really boosting the level of engagement when these people come back from those conferences is super high. And so that's one area. If we can create a scholarship fund for those focusing on cybersecurity, that would be awesome, I think. So there's many opportunities. For ArtSoc, we're really interested in getting people, providing opportunities for our students. We'll have an internship program 3 to 6 weeks, and we can actually give you a different student every 3 to 6 weeks. So you can actually try a whole different students before you have a range of students to try and hire from. and financial support for donation, for scholarships and defraying some costs of student, because when they're training, if you're training in a hands-on facility, your opportunities to go find outside jobs reduces, right? So those are the kind of things we are looking for right now. I don't know, Charlie, if you feel like I haven't covered something that you're aware of, I'm happy to touch on that.
No, that's a good menu of opportunities. So thank you for that. Katrina, how about you? What's the best way for industry to engage with Mount Hood Community College?
Okay. So a good industry partner for us is someone who's willing to advise us. One of our missions is to provide our students with industry appropriate training in cybersecurity. And it's important that we know what training is desired by our local environment. To this, we deeply desire for our industry partners to not only suggest, but also review what we are doing and provide us with feedback whenever it's necessary. And then the other is we're also looking for industry partners who are willing to hire or intern our students and graduates. For our students, it helps us provide them with industry-specific training, and it's a way for them to gain more applicable skills. Sorry, I'm a little tongue-tied. And it also creates this bridge between our program and the local environment, and this is important to our success. So,
great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. I really like what you mentioned, advising on the curriculum. Actually, that will be a great thing we're looking forward to as we build out, especially the SOC curriculum. Folks here who have the SOC experience, and since we are doing it for the first time, learning what you are looking for, what skills you're looking for in your students when they come to SOC. I mean, that would be awesome feedback for us, so that as we build it, we can build those kind of experiences into the curriculum.
Great. Thank you, Rakesh and Katrina. Bureau, how about you? How do industry partners best engage with PSU?
In at least a couple of ways, Charlie. One is to help us in our recruitment of students and help build a sustainable pipeline of students from K through 12 through university, so that students can get excited about careers in this field, and whether they go to community college or come to OSU or PSU or U of O, doesn't matter, that we should have a seamless, less painful than what it is now, for students to be able to move through this pipeline and have it sustained long term. And it has to focus on recruiting students with special attention to diversity and inclusion. This is extremely important, not only because it expands the talent pool, but it also helps us break out of groupthink when you have very narrow pool of students. That's one way of doing it. Second is working with us on curriculum and internship opportunities and scholarships for students. And you can join us as we build this consortium of cybersecurity partnership between industry, academia, and the government, local to federal. One of our partners is PNNL, which ties us to the national level. And we need to be able to place students in hands-on learning environments. And this is fundamental.
Well, thank you for that, Bureau. And that's actually a great segue into the next question that I was going to ask of Rakesh and Katrina, which is that it seems like there are never enough industry internships or mentors available from the private sector. And so I'd like to know if you can give the audience 2 to 3 reasons why it's good for them to do it. Why should the private sector provide internships and mentorships? And what can you say to help private sector organizations to get comfortable with doing it? Rakesh, would you start?
Thank you, Charlie. I think there is a statistic somewhere on this. I can't remember the exact thing. Maybe somebody else here. If you have interns coming into your organization, we find a lot of our students actually accept full-time employment with the organizations that they intern with. I mean, I know a lot of anecdotal cases this way, but I know there is a statistic somewhere that kind of confirms this as well. So internships are a way for two things. And when the talent is in such high demand, this is your opportunity to get access to them early, even before they're ready to graduate. And second thing, this is a low-cost way for you to vet the students in a live environment to see if they're a good fit for your organization and such, without having to discover this after you went through the hiring process. That's a much more expensive way to to test employees. The other thing, our internal research is showing that students who have an internship experience or even a research experience within the universities tend to graduate at a much higher rate, than students who don't have those experiences. So one of the things we are doing at OSU, and ArtSoc kind of fits into this, giving students the, experiential hands-on learning, right? That is, actually it should be extra curriculum. We are kind of integrating this into the curriculum, but that's the idea. Students who have these outside curriculum experiences in research or with industry tend to graduate. The chance for them to graduate is much higher than students who don't. So if we are really facing this shortage of workforce, I mean, a best way for you to make sure that more people are coming out of this pipeline is to provide these opportunities for the students. So those, I will, for now, and let's pass it to Katrina and then maybe come back to this.
And I agree, Rakesh. It's an advantage to the organization to capture these students as soon as possible and even before graduation. I know in our program, our students are committed and they're energetic individuals who are very, very eager to apply the skills that they've learned in the program in a real world setting. Like they can get hands-on in simulations, but it's a lot different than trying to apply that in the real world. So for organizations, you get this different perspective or a new set of eyes on your organizations because they haven't seen this before, as opposed to employees that you already have working there for several years. You also get to share your knowledge with these up and coming cybersecurity professionals. So it extends their learning. They see us instructors every day, but now they get to learn from someone else who's working actively in the industry. And because of that, you get to mold them to kind of see if they fit with your organization, and you get to train them on your business culture that you guys have.
Thanks, Katrina. I also had the opportunity to do some resume review this summer for some Mount Hood Community College students. And one of the things that you may not have put two and two together when Katrina said that the average student might be 30, is that these are students that already have work experience. So some of the objections that some employers have around internships is, oh, these might be really young people that don't yet know how to really work in a work environment. And so actually, the plug for Mount Hood Community College students, an additional plug, is that you're over that hurdle. These are people who have work experience and they have enough career experience to now know they want to be in cybersecurity, and so they're extra motivated for that reason. Okay, let's go on to the next. Go ahead, Rakesh.
I want to add to that, Charlie, that we have traditional undergrad students that, like Charlie mentioned, maybe young folks who probably haven't, worked in a professional environment before, but our post-bac program are students with degrees and working. Actually, in one of my cybersecurity, the one time I taught cybersecurity online, I had a medical doctor looking to get into cybersecurity and doing the course. Trading, I forget the exact, a trading person, stock trading person in the program. So these are experienced people that bring very different backgrounds, and they actually bring, I could see that I taught both on-campus undergrad students and online at the same time, and you could see the difference in the discussions on the forums. Their maturity and their life experience shows through. So there is a pool of students to recruit from post-bac as well. Yeah.
Great, thanks for that. And Rakesh, that's actually a great segue into the next question I was going to ask you anyway, which is if you could share a story or two, a success story or two regarding student industry collaboration during their studies, like the internship programs.
Yeah, I mean, you might have heard this name before, and I was just joking with my colleagues that he seems to be an example for pretty much anything we can think of. We had a student who co-founded the cyber camps with Charlie, did an internship in Packstar, and then came to OSU as a freshman. Pretty much started out working in our in an OSU SOC as a student analyst. Had an internship with FireEye. During his studies, they liked him so much, they actually paid him to work for them even when he's on campus. So this is the idea of an externship. The student is not in an organization, they're back at their university, but you can keep the student engaged. So he worked for FireEye while he was an undergrad. Now he's a master's student in looking policy bureau. He's doing strategy and policy, and I think and he's now working for Mandiant, which was the part of FireEye he was actually interning at. So this particular student would have been a catch for any organization, right? But FireEye/Mandiant was able to keep the student and hire them because of the relationship they've developed from the internship, from the externship. Is already kind of invested in the company, and that's the advantage. So that's one success story at the undergrad level. We have some internally, although we don't consider it industry collaboration, our own SOC was able to hire students from our SOC, and then eventually they go to different companies. One of our student analysts started out as a student analyst in our SOC, became a real analyst, full-time analyst for the SOC, now just joined Amazon, I think, after multiple years in our SOC. But at the grad level, I have one student, Charlie mentioned PNNL, went to PNNL for internship during the summer. They liked the project. Their team won some internal competition for projects. Now they are paying him while he's full-time, student at OSU, to work 10 hours for them every week. Just to keep him engaged. And there is a high likelihood that he will end up at PNNL after getting his PhD. So a couple of stories. Go ahead, Birol.
Charlie, a couple of examples. One's an early one. Started in the 90s when cyber was still an idea. An undergraduate in our school who did an internship with law enforcement, went on to get more experience. In the 2000s, he became the director of cybersecurity for FBI, and he now runs his own company. From there, he went to AIG and then decided to run his own company. Another graduate student right now who's doing both policy as well as engineering, technology management, and cybersecurity is interning at PNNL.
Great, thank you, Birol. So we are just about out of time. We have a couple of little pieces of housekeeping, but before we wrap up this panel, I would just like each of the panelists, if you have any additional requests in terms of what people in the audience might do to help you. So now's your time. Rakesh, any parting thoughts?
Yes, welcome all of you here. I know you have fantastic technologies. We are building a SOC, so we would be interested in engaging with you as we build out the SOC. But more importantly, we would be really excited to learn about how we can provide internship opportunities for our students at your companies, especially if there are local companies in Oregon. So we're even more excited to partnering with our local companies as we build out this program. Please reach out to me. I'm going to type my email address in the chat below. And the other thing is, don't forget Northwest Cyber Camps. I've been engaged with it 4 years, 2 years under Charlie's leadership. it's hard to fill Charlie's shoes, but we've grown the number of students. We had to shrink the sites because of this not having enough volunteers. But there is, scaling that up. There's a lot of opportunity to scale it up, but we need to sort of get enough financial support to be able to scale it up. So I'm going to wear that hat as well, and not just my OSU hat. So both cyber camps and ArtSoc, if you're interested, just reach out to me, and we can figure out what form you're interested in, what form of engagement best suits your company and your interests, and figure a way to work together.
Great, thank you, Rakesh. Katrina, any closing remarks, requests for help?
Yes. So I have two requests. One is for donations into the Kawasaki Berge Certification Fund. As I mentioned, our goal is to be able to help our students fund up to 4 of their certification exam fees, but we can't do that without donations from organizations and individuals like you. For many students, being able to take away this barrier is a huge relief. The other one is if you're able to get involved either through internships or mentorships, that would be awesome. Our students benefit so much from the knowledge that you're able to share with us. Like I said, they see us instructors every day, but for them to be able to gain knowledge from someone that's actively participating in the industry is priceless.
Great, thank you. Viral, how about you?
Yes, I want to invite everybody to consider joining us in this consortium we are determined to build. We have the basic building blocks. Both Mount Hood Community College as well as OSU are partners, and we're working with other institutions. In Oregon, we need to build a public-private academic partnership to have a sustainable post-grant consortium in cybersecurity critical infrastructure community. Unless we do this, our basic livelihoods, national security is going to be at further stake, vulnerable, and we need to all pull together to make this happen. And I will put my email there for you to consider reaching out to me, as in the next 2 years, we're going to be working diligently to build this consortium. And if we can, we'll get another year of support from NSA, and then we can put our vision in front of the policymakers to start allocating resources for it, who's fallen way behind our adversaries. So I want to thank every one of you for being here, and Charlie, Kara, for inviting me to join this panel. It's a fantastic opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to working with anyone who's interested to join.
Vero, thank you so much, and appreciate your cross organization collaboration. It's really valuable. We have one quick thing that we would also like to do, which is a little surprise, and that is that in preparation for this panel, Mount Hood Community College provided 2 questions that they would like to ask in the form of a poll. And this is to help them better understand the skill sets that you need in their trained cybersecurity graduates. So you should be able to see on your screen a quick poll. Would you please fill that out?
I'm abstaining and very curious to see the results.
Me too.
Great.
I think those poll questions are actually on point. One of the comments I had, I thought there was going to be maybe some more question and answer. There seems to be a real focus on students in cybersecurity that think that it's all glamorous pen testing, Mr. Robot stuff. And the reality that we all know that do this industry is that it's a tremendous amount of paperwork. And I hope you guys are directing your curriculum for them to understand. And I answered compliance as one of the first answers, because it was most in line with actually doing the less glamorous work of cybersecurity.
That's one of the key things with our SOC experience, Dominic, is to show them that it's not all technical. Two things: communicating risk to the management and documenting stuff, right? I mean, you can't teach documentation in the class. You can only teach them in a real setting by making them document, or collect or curate evidence and stuff in a real setting. So that's going to be a big portion of our SOC training. Yeah.
Awesome.
Great. Well, thank you all. So, oops, I just lost my, give me a second here. Here we go. That is, we've got the results here of the poll.
Oh.
Let's take a quick peek.
Okay.
Tara,
interesting
we'll be able to share these with Mount Hood. Is that after the fact? Yes.
Yep, we'll be able to do that.
Okay, great. Okay, well, we're slightly over time, and that brings us to the end of our annual TAO Cyber Summit. Many thanks to all of our presenters, panelists, and startup founders, and a very special thank you to sponsors Mastercard, Converge One, eCentire, and Fortinet, and our promotional sponsor and partner, OMAP. I'd also like to thank the team at TAO for putting on today's event, especially Ruthie Ditzler, Riley O'Brien, and Kara Toronto. In addition to hosting the annual summit in 2022, TAO is also kicking off a cybersecurity community for cybersecurity professionals and those interested in cyber best practices. Really looking forward to that. Thanks to the generous sponsorship by Converge One, the first cybersecurity community event will take place on Tuesday, February 15th. And the topic will cover federal opportunities for commercial cybersecurity products and companies, and will be presented by no less than the Dominic Perez, who you've heard so much of from today, who is Vice President of Systems Engineering and now CTO at Packstar Curtiss-Wright. The event registration link is in the chat, or it should be. Yes, it is. It's in the chat, and we look forward to seeing you there. So that's it for today. Thank you all for spending your day with us and investing in cybersecurity training, and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Big thank you to Charlie Kawasaki, who ran this all day. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yep.
And
yeah, it was
thanks,
fun.
everyone. Kara, we are looking forward to in-person events.
Yeah, did you notice that I put that in there?
I saw that. That's why I'm saying, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Dominic confirmed that he is vaccinated and would love to see people live. So we are working to make it happen. Stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
everyone.
Everybody have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for spending your whole day with us.